society. Have you noticed how every single leftist society ends up just hailing Hitler and completely using these insane terminologies to basically make your opposition Nazis and fascists to give yourself an excuse to destroy them and kill them? Isn't it weird? Are they all have like the same fucking playbook exactly? Now, the president of Colombia has had enough, says Daniel Hakikachu. This is a 65 IQ inbred Muslim American who has openly and directly advocated as an American that Iran is better than America and fighting for our freedom. He did an entire debate talking about why he is supporting Iran. In my opinion, this is treasonous shit and bro needs to get deported. But this is the craziest thing ever. So yeah, so he supports Gustavo Petro saying Hail Hitler. And this is not surprising. The Mufti of Jerusalem back before Israel was founded was close homies with Hitler, so I guess the Palestine-Hitler alliance still alive and strong today. I wonder if they have something in common that, like, I just can't think about. Now, the reason why I'm making this joke about the Hail Hitler-Palestine comparisons is because you'll notice something really interesting. You know, you notice something really interesting when you start to look around on the internet, all right? The Free Palestine situation, then it ends up just being pro-Hitler. No, that's crazy. It can't possibly be that, you know, Hamas, the terrorist organization that's hell-bent on killing all the Jews, actually just doesn't like Jews. Maybe it's not really about Free Palestine, actually. You know, maybe. Right, so this is Mohammed Smeary. The Zionists themselves manufactured the Holocaust. But also, Israel is ending Gaza. The Holocaust is happening in Gaza, but the Holocaust is fake. Bro, Israel is losing, but Israel's winning, and you know, like, that's what you got to deal with every time. All right, so here we got this account, no difference between Hitler and Netanyahu, but also Hitler was a good man. Same. Interesting. Right, people hate Jews because of the genocide. Also, the same Ryan Dawson. How long for these 4 ovens to cook 6 million pizzas? You know, it's so weird how often boycott anything that supports genocide. Boycott Israel from the Palestinian. Also, the Palestinian, which Hitler lives till now. Hitler was the one good German. Again, this is very popular sentiment in this area. All right, you'll notice, right? Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, the two true actors. Also, the same guy. I am a Nazi. I support Hitler. I love Hitler. It's so weird. Isn't it weird? Many such cases. You know, if Nazis are marching in your parade, it's a Nazi parade, according to Hassan Piker. Well, what about this? What about this? That's a lot of funny hand motions that they're making at Palestine protests. Right? I thought they care about peace and shit. Yeah, weird how that keeps happening. Now, anyway, Mr. Gustavo Petro's Heil Hitler, people started looking into all of his homies, right? Like Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy, right, peace and social justice. Yeah, that's right, yep. Now, in Iran, they're begging to be armed. Direct from Iran, arm us. The Iranian people are demanding weapons to defend themselves from the regime. Right? They're posting videos, please army us. You know, they're doing their absolute best. Obviously, they can't fight back against a terrorist government with no weapons. They're getting massacred in the streets. And now that there's internet, we are seeing so many cries for help from the Iranian people wanting to be freed from these fucking goat-molesting monsters that conquered them and oppressed them for 47 years. Like, aside from the fact that we're taking out a threat to our nation that's killed thousands of our people in the past, the Islamic regime, we're also doing a moral good by eliminating these pedophiles. Like, holy shit, it's insane. Insane watching the world take their side just because Trump bad, you know? All right, so in the city of Firuzabad, Iran, videos reportedly show hundreds of copies of the Quran being discarded. The person filming claims that nearly a ton of Qurans had been thrown into the river. I cannot believe they would be polluting the rivers with all of these Qurans. This is truly a horrible development. Unbelievable pollution happening in Iran. We need to do something about this. Now, this was one of the big updates. New, the IDF is striking Beirut, that's the capital of Lebanon, in response to Hezbollah rocket and drone attacks over this weekend. Now, for the record, for those of you that are unaware, Hezbollah, terrorist organization backed by Iran, murdered 242 of our Marines in Beirut. All right, you know, as far as I'm concerned, every single Hezbollah retard that the IDF takes out, you get a thank you from me as your American brother, a patriot that loves our country and loves our military. Fuck these retards. I'm glad they're dead. Because, yes, actually killing terrorists that are actually advocating to kill each other, kill all of us, is actually just a really good thing. It's a really, like, it's a mind fuck to even need to engage in this debate. Because for so long, society told you that, no, actually, you're not trying to kill you to make you a bad guy. But no, actually, it doesn't make me a bad guy. Actually, killing terrorists is awesome. I need to put that shit on a shirt. People are so tough. Oh, you support genocide? You support killing terrorists. And they have to, like, literally name every possible word that you use in order to manipulate your language to make you sound like a horrible...
What the fuck are these bees?
Your words mean nothing to me, and your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheer. Killing terrorists is awesome, actually. Now, this Trey Yinks guy, this is an American, he's a Fox News reporter, and he's like, yeah, the IDF is striking Beirut in response to Hezbollah attacking Israel over the weekend. Makes sense, right? Now, breaking, Israel warns Iran any attack will trigger full-scale war. All right, we'll see where this goes. And boom, 4 missiles launched at northern Israel. This was northern Israel last night. Just tons of, locations where missiles might impact. Everyone running into bunkers. And thank God, interceptions over northern Israel. This was last night. Shit, look how crazy this is. You got the missiles in the distance, and they just, poof, they disappear. It's wild, absolutely wild that, that tech like this exists. So, that's one way to get things started. Well, I guess they did their show of force, right? They violated the ceasefire, obviously. They're attacking our allies and shit. Israeli officials, Iran will be hit hard. Uh-oh. Then Iran fired more missiles. All right, more incoming missiles from Iran. This is the early warning, striking at all these areas, Haifa, Nazareth, Akko, etc. This is basically the entire northern Israel, all over here. Boom, they blew up Arabs. Man, that fucking... Man, that fucking sucks, guys. Wow. Holy shit.
You're fucking kidding me.
By actually putting circulating disco rising from the West Bank, that's Arab land. An Iranian ballistic missile impact blew up Arabs instead of Jews award. Truly heartbreaking stuff. No one could have seen this coming. Damn, just absolutely miserable. Now, here are red alerts for many areas of Israel as Iran launches more missiles towards the country. Breaking, new missile launches towards northern Israel, the third wave. They fired 3 waves of missiles, each with 4 to 8 missiles each. And each missile, if actually makes impact, it could take out a city block. They're massive missiles fired directly at civilians, because they're terrorists doing terrorism things. Of course, Daniel Hakikachu, the same guy who celebrates hailing Hitler. Iran is mowing the lawn in Israel tonight. Woo! Let's go! Civilians dying. Woo! This guy is a Muslim American that's literally rooting for our enemy Iran to kill civilians. Like, they are all the things that they make believe they hate. It's honestly incredible. And the Israeli Air Force intercepted all missiles fired up to this moment. Just truly heartbreaking stuff. Truly heartbreaking for the Daniel Hakikachus of the world. The Muslims that wanted to see the Jewish blood, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait. You have to wait for the next one. Truly demoralizing that the Islamic Republic of Iran, this fucking superpower in the, retard world, and they fucking suck. If instead of having sex with their cousins and producing retarded inbred children, they decided to develop decent technology, maybe things would have been different. But unfortunately for them, dicks out for the Iranians.
Can't even put it in my fucking belt because...
Israeli official tells CNN that Israel is preparing a significant response to Iran's ballistic missile attacks, of which everyone was stopped. Now, Axios reported that President Trump tells me, I am going to call Netanyahu right now and tell him not to strike back. And it's like, oh, God, that's not right. Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept an Iran deal. I call the shots. I call all the shots. Bibi does not. All right, we'll see what happens. GPS jamming happens across Iran. It's like, oh, fuck, we're starting again. And Israel attacked Iran. Reports of explosions in Tehran. It seems like they did not listen to Trump. Oh, my God. The Donald said something, and Israel didn't listen and struck back. I'm going to let you know my thoughts on this as we go. I'm just trying to get the entire story across, because unfortunately this gets broken into pieces and no one actually knows what's going on. So I did the research and timeline putting together myself. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added
motherfucker.
Using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm going to play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by using simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games, complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy...
God, I don't understand why all these guys are coming from.
Over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Israel releases the video of Israeli Air Force striking Iran's air defense systems. Israel keeps hitting its targets, Iran doesn't. Israel simply has military capabilities that Iran lacks. And that's basically what's
Son
going
of
on. Israel, running the size of New Jersey in the Middle East. Send New Jersey, bro. Just overwhelmingly more powerful than all of its regional rivals. Bro, what not having sex with your cousins does to society, man. Insane how that played out. So, Israel requested a green light from the United States to strike energy targets throughout Iran following tonight's ballistic missile attack from Iran towards northern Israel. And it's like, all right, that was nice of them to ask. I mean, they were attacked, and they want to attack back, but they know that if Daddy Trump says no, you have to obey the orange man. Orange man comes first. Hey ho, if you think Israel controls America, you're a stupid ho. That is the correct analysis, by the way. I didn't even think to mention that we control Israel and not the other way around. It's honestly hilarious watching
Fucking bees.
this war completely dispelled the notion that Israel controls us. Like, that conspiracy theory was picking up steam, and then this war started, and we're watching Netanyahu literally begging, please, let me fucking kill them. And Trump's like, no, we're making a deal. And he's like, no! And he listens anyway, you know, let's be real here. So, Israeli government confirms this morning's strikes in Iran were coordinated with President Trump. This is after the deception tactic carried out earlier, pretending the U.S. is stopping Israel from hitting back.
I don't care. I just want to get out of this fucking desert. So
I was waiting to get here in the narrative.
Stupid bees better stop coming after me.
You can't trust Trump, ever. And I mean that in the best way possible.
Oh, God damn it.
That dude plays 5D chess with negotiations. Say we're not striking back, and then strike. He'll do 2 days, and then he'll obliterate them, and without saying anything, you know, it was like that with Venezuela. It was like that with B-2 bombers. It was like that with this current Iran war, dude. As long as the blockade exists, we're strangling Iran. So I don't care about the length of the ceasefire as long as the conclusion is satisfactory. I see so many people just tired, either like, yo, let's pack it up and go home, leave it as it is, or yo, let's go in and bomb the fuck out of them. But I'm just sitting here, and I'm like, yo, as long as we have this blockade strangling Iran to the tune of $500 million a day because they can't get any oil out, and they're just collapsing internally. You know, I'm not in any rush, actually. We could take our time. I'm totally fine. As long as the conclusion is satisfactory, I am more than happy to strangle. So it seems like Donald Trump saying, don't do it, Phoebe, don't do it, was a deception tactic because it was actually coordinated with President Trump. You know, because Israel basically does whatever we want them to do because we give them billions of dollars, and they are very gracious in that regard or something. Personally, I would not want to give them any money because I don't agree with the whole foreign the whole idea of giving foreign money to people, giving money to infinite countries around the world. Nope, actually don't like that at all. But while we do, I expect respect, and we do get it. You know, I will be real. Over the course of this Iran war, I'm looking at Europe just literally sit there with their finger in their bums, and I'm like, bro, is Israel our only capable ally that's actually willing to, you know, fight and shit when we tell them to stop when we tell them to? I don't know, food for thought. It's kind of weird, actually. CENTCOM provided intelligence and air coordination to support Israeli strikes and missile defense operations, contrary to a CBS report. And the Israeli Air Force struck military targets belonging to the Iranian terror regime in western and central Iran a short while ago. An update. Question mark removed. According to Iranian sources, the IRGC commander Ahmed Vahidi is no longer with us. He's gone. He's gone. It's over. So, you know, like, Iran is like, oh yes, I will make them suffer. Fires a dozen missiles every single
motherfucker.
One of them lands in like Arab lands and blows up a couple of Arabs, which is heartbreaking. But like, what am I gonna cry? Israel responds, takes out the command super efficiently. Help from the United States, bro. Just fucking massive. This is what is coming out of Iran. A couple of days before, but they we couldn't This is one strike.
God damn.
Took out one of their
relentless.
just, oh my God, it's insanity. Now, to quote Marcus Rubius, first of his name, he had something really interesting to say. Now, this is from like a week ago, but what can I say? It's very appropriate.
If you fire at a U.S. Navy ship, what are we supposed to do? Say, oh, there's a ceasefire, we're not going to shoot down your drone. That's a stupid question. That's a stupid position to take. Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do. Only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at. And we're not...
Quote from Marcus Rubius, only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at. Now, this happened to Kuwait, it happened to Bahrain, they didn't fire back because they were scared, and basically Iran kept firing at them. Now, notice why Iran isn't really firing at us, or firing at Israel until yesterday, because we actually hit back, and so does Israel. And then they're like, no, actually I will continue molesting goats, I don't want to get involved. You know, bro, it's not going well. So Sneeko, one of the major pro-Iran voices in America, who we should deport to Haiti, well, let's just say he is something of a geopolitical mastermind.
I'm North African.
You're Moroccan?
No.
Algerian? Tunisian?
No.
I ran out of countries in North Africa.
Egypt.
Egypt?
Yeah.
What's North Africa?
Geopolitical mastermind Sneeko gets involved, and he's incredible. what are we doing with these people? But what are we actually doing with this guy? Getting a geography lesson from a Foyd, and he is supposed to be some geopolitical expert when it comes to like Middle Eastern and North African countries. Bro, it's not good. It's not good! Now, also saying that Israel broke the ceasefire with Hezbollah, and that justifies Iran. A lot of people don't want to engage in reality. So this guy, Nick Mateo, who's been straight fired, I've been loving his stuff recently. He's a U.S. Navy veteran and a nuclear physicist, and this is what he had to say.
Israel actually broke the ceasefire with Lebanon, and Iran warned they would do this, but why would facts matter to you and your bot fans? Not only did Hezbollah launch from northern Israel today, they did on the 6th, they did on the 5th, they even launched a mortar that killed a UNIFIL person on the 4th. Reuters said Hezbollah launches rockets at Israel testing U.S.-mediated deal. This was 4 days ago. They literally said testing the U.S.-mediated deal. Yes, Israel did finally respond to that.
Yeah, they tested it, and they lost the test.
But this idea...
Oh, you are so fucking annoying.
Google that. If for some reason you don't believe me or none of that convinces you, here's one
God
from BBC
damn.
literally saying that
Can't
they
get anything
rejected
done
the
around
ceasefire
here.
deal. I get the push towards diplomacy, not really with terrorists, but in general, I get
Zombies banging on the door.
See, that's why I like this guy. He's a U.S. Navy veteran. He's a nuclear engineer. He understands the nuclear threat from Iran. He understands how war works, and he's like, yeah, actually, negotiating with terrorists fucking sucks. We should kill them. Which is just the correct take. I'm really tired of everyone just being completely retarded. Nice and sheltered in your little fucking mom's basement where you can, you know, type online about how actually Islam is the one true way. And it's genocide to kill terrorists that are trying to kill us. Man, I am really tired of watching people who don't live in reality just be complete morons. All right, so of course, Canada, Anita Amanda, of course, this is a Canadian team, and, you know, because she has paperwork decisions. Canada's super deserved. When Iran attacked Israel, only when Israel responded. Pretty interesting. Islamified countries are just literally all on Iran's side, and the fact that they don't say it out loud is only a facade. It's a charade. All right, pay attention. By the way, over the next coming years, you will notice an unbelievable shift to openly and publicly pro-Islam sentiment in all of these countries because they need to appease their voters. They import infinite retards from the third world, and then they need to appease all of them. So Canada, England, France, Spain, Germany, if they don't fix the course, they're fucked. And we're going to be dealing with a lot of neighbors that are supposedly advocating for Islamic terrorism. Breaking, Iran launched ballistic missiles at Saudi Arabia. Yeah, it sounds like they're terrorists. New IRGC proxies the Houthis attempted to attack Tel Aviv, but all of their missiles failed. No! No! Well, listen, man, I'm just saying thank you, God, that all of our enemies are retarded. Bro, Hassan needs to interview these fuckers immediately. Bro, this Hassan platforming Houthi terrorists, asking them hardball questions like, if anime is like Luffy, you're doing what Luffy would do, sir. Anyway, 83% of Lebanese Christians, this is a new poll that came out, support the peace agreement with Israel. Which is really interesting because I was told that they hated the Jews and the Israelis when in reality they care about being oppressed by their Islamic government and Hezbollah terrorists. Man,
What are the rest of these numbskulls?
Lebanon used to be a Christian majority country. I wonder what changed. I wonder what changed. Yeah. So speaking of Hezbollah, this is Hassan Piker supporting Hezbollah.
Allah.
Who's that?
He's the leader of Hezbollah, the general secretary of Hezbollah.
What's Hezbollah?
Hezbollah
Is that small guy?
Hezbollah is this is the same name.
Okay.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament.
Do we like them or no?
think as a resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel. But everybody hates them. Like everybody in the region, a lot of people don't like them.
Yeah, you know, the Christians that they massacre, that they massacre, the Jews that they massacre. Like, those guys, they don't, you know, they killed 240 of our Marines, so, you know, we don't really like them very much.
Like
These
I like
dudes
what you-
punched a hole in my wall.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say they're Shia. I'm Sunni technically. Not that this sectarian distinction matters in this situation, but
I'll be honest with them.
but they are a terrorist organization. Like they're
Yeah, I forgot to mention. I forgot to mention that they're a United States designated terrorist organization. Yeah, so Hassan Piker likes them. 83% of Christians don't, but then again, are we really surprised that the terrorists that are massacring innocent people aren't liked by their Christian population that they're torturing? Yeah, no one's surprised by that. So again, this is Hassan Piker, you know, leftist pop star, right? He's super popular. He's a leftist streamer. He goes out there every day talking about how he's buddies with terrorists.
Like, as an American citizen and as a member of the media, of course I'm going to sometimes talk to members of you know, state-sponsored terrorist organizations.
Yeah, just straight up admit he loves the Houthis. All their missiles fans. He loves Hezbollah. Obliterated. He's supporting Iran.
You gotta be kidding me.
They lose all their leaders. Bro,
You
this is
can't get
diabolical.
anything done with
Now, the entire ideology.
all these guys
is
constantly
how dare
attacking
they
me.
not let you consume entertainment media from imperialist countries actively attempting to destroy yours. Right. So this is a leftist trying to make it sound like, Iran is actually a super nice place. Community. No, these women are the representation of the morality.
All right, I'm gonna need more gunpowder.
They've been killed by these for not consuming Western media. All right, they weren't killed for watching Hulk. Okay, and they were killed for not wearing a hijab or some shit. You know, they are trying their best to make Iran seem like this base place to be. You know, Iran fires missiles at Israel. Israel, joke's on you. I'm into that shit. Takes out all their leaders. Man, it's fucking brutal out there. So this is Iran bombing Israel, for the record, just to understand what they are targeting. This wasn't yesterday, this was a couple months ago. But you notice how you never see even Russia target Ukraine like this. It's almost like the purpose of Iran bombing Israel is literally some sort of holy war with the goal of killing the Jews and the Christians, right? Which is why they consider, you know, Israel Satan and America the great Satan. It's almost weird how that happens. The Donald says Israel and Iran must immediately stop shooting President Donald J. Trump, and he makes another one. Both sides, Israel and Iran, are looking to do an immediate ceasefire. Sure they are. Yeah, sure they are. Absolutely, for sure. Yeah, neither of them are looking for a ceasefire, by the way. All right, this is classic Donald manipulation jutsu. You have been trapped by the Donald's genjutsu. Israel wants to obliterate Iran. Iran is a death cult, and they don't want peace either, or there would have already been a peace deal. But there wasn't. In fact, they've been killing us for 47 years. So neither of them actually want a ceasefire. Trump wants a ceasefire, so therefore he imposes his will upon the lesser being. That's how it seems like, how he, you know, for the most part. Final negotiations of peace are proceeding, subject to ignorance or stupidity getting in his way. The blockade will remain in place, God bless Donald Trump, and in full force and effect until a final deal is reached. Things should move quickly. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He's been saying that a lot. You know, I'm starting to think that a deal is not coming closer. You know, I'm starting to think that we might need to take option B, Mr. President. I'm starting to think that. Just in, Iran claims it suspended military operations against Israel, claiming it will deliver a painful response. Claiming it delivered a painful response to the Israeli strikes at Hezbollah in Lebanon. Oh, we have made you suffer. Every single missile gets intercepted. They lose all their leaders. We have made you suffer. These guys are such LARPers. It's crazy. It's honestly the funniest shit in the world. Breaking, IRGC caves in, stops the round of attacks on Israel. Oh my god, dude. However, the Islamic regime says they are on standby to launch again if Israel continues to defend itself against Hezbollah. And Hezbollah fires more rockets towards northern Israel. And Israeli airstrikes hit Tyre in Lebanon and several of their targets in southern Lebanon shortly after the IRGC warned them. It's almost like they don't give a fuck at all. It's almost like Israel's like, you can't do shit to us. You are weak and pathetic and gay, and we're going to continue killing terrorists. A senior Israeli official told Channel 12 that strikes on Iran have been halted at Trump's request. Wow. Wow, it's almost like we control Israel or something. Southern Lebanon operations continue at full force. Israel will hit Daya if attacks on Israeli civilians don't stop. And Elon Musk decides to chime in at the end. Straits of Hormuz are named after Ahura Mazda from Zoroastrianism. It's almost like Islam is a colonialist ideology. and Iran, a primarily Zoroastrian Persian nation, is conquered and oppressed by these people. Yet I don't see any of these leftists screaming about colonialism and how the evil colonizers, oppressors of the Islamic Republic are bad. I only hear them screaming about how we are bad and how Israel is bad and how Europeans are bad. It's kind of weird. It's almost like that entire movement is a gigantic psyop that exists to rape the minds of complete fucking retards. And that is why their words should mean nothing to you. So, in conclusion, killing terrorists is awesome, actually, and I really feel like Donald Trump needs to go for Plan B. Again, I've said this from the beginning. I do not judge Trump on the tweets that he makes, on the things that he says, because a lot of it could just be, doing his art of the deal bullshit in order to spin himself into a position to get the favorable result. He's done that before enough times for me to have faith that he's actually going to pull off some shit now. As it stands, we're still strangling Iran with the blockade. Iran is completely fucking powerless. We have decimated them militarily. The fact that they taught Israel a lesson, fire 12 missiles that all get intercepted instead of one that kills some Arabs in Palestine. We will see what happens. Ultimately, I have faith that the Donald is going to pull something off. And I fucking hate the panicans, the losers saying, oh my God, Donald Trump promised that we wouldn't get into like a long, infinite regime change war. And it's like, we're not doing that. There are no boots on the ground. We're not losing soldiers, thank God. This is tiring, man. Watching these people cope about how Trump backstabbed us by doing the thing that he always said he would, which is not let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And on the flip side, I see like all the war hawks just freaking crashing out that Trump isn't dropping nukes and shit. And it's like, my guy, calm the fuck down. Holy shit. Bro's eliminating a threat the way he thinks it needs to be eliminated. We will reassess after it concludes. Can you shut the fuck up and sit down, show some loyalty, grow a spine? I think the real moral of the story is 1,400 years of inbreeding will produce a fucking retarded population of dumb fucks. Like, my guy, there are like a billion of you surrounding Israel. You can't kill 9 million Jews? Holy shit. If Hitler came back to life and he saw that the major enemy of the Jews are these inbred fucking retards that fucking suck at everything, he would shoot himself in the head a second time.
Perhaps one of the most horrific things about Hitler and his regime was that he was not working alone. One man could not possibly have been orchestrating all of it at the same time. As much as we might want to pin the events of the Second World War all onto one evil man, sobering reality is that Hitler was one of many. And one of the most monstrous of all was the chief of the SS and the architect of the Holocaust, Heinrich Himmler, who was directly responsible for the deaths of nearly 7 million innocent people. And he left a diary. Heinrich Luitpold Himmler was born in Munich on the 7th of October 1900. From the age of 10, Himmler started to keep diaries documenting his life. His family was stable and relatively unremarkable. Devout Catholics, middle class, some ties to Germany's royal family, but nothing to make him stand out from those around him at his grammar school. He was somewhat of an outcast. His classmates later described him as being socially awkward, but very studious. He did do well in his schoolwork, but he always struggled with sports. Young Himmler was on the smaller side for his age, with lifelong stomach problems and a number of illnesses that hampered his development. Try as he might, training with weights and exercising, he just couldn't compete with the other boys. This was made all the more embarrassing as Himmler got older. In 1915, he signed up to join the Landshut Cadet Corps. If anything was going to prove to the boys around him that he was tough, it would be this. Himmler was accepted as an officer candidate in the 11th Bavarian Regiment, but it was likely only thanks to his father's loyalty. The year was 1917, and the First World War was raging across the continent. Himmler's older brother, Gebhard, was right in the thick of it, and the younger boy was desperate to go out and fight too. This was his chance to prove himself. He was part of the reserve forces preparing himself to go out and join the front line, when suddenly the war ended. Gebhard returned a hero. He was awarded the Iron Cross after being promoted to the rank of lieutenant. Meanwhile, Himmler had to go and finish his studies at grammar school, after which he went to university to learn about agriculture, where he experienced even more illness. All these factors kept building on one another, creating a growing sense of resentment inside the young man. All he wanted to be was tough, and yet life kept throwing frustration after frustration at him. He needed a scapegoat, someone to blame all of his troubles on. Anti-Semitism had been on the rise in Germany for several decades by this point, and it was a hot-button topic in universities. At the start of the First World War, Germany's Emperor Wilhelm II and the Reichstag decided unanimously to fund the war entirely by borrowing with the plan of paying off those debts with money that they would demand from the Allied countries. Except they lost, and then they had no real strategy for coughing up that kind of money. And on top of all that, the Allied powers had drawn up the Treaty of Versailles, which heavily punished the German people for their country's actions during the war. Among other things, Germany was required to pay reparations to their opponents during the war. In today's money, the debt from the Treaty of Versailles alone wound up being roughly $442 billion US. To put that into perspective how much it is, Germany only made the final payment on the debt in 2010, 92 years after the end of the war. So, what's that got to do with the Jewish people? Well, nothing. But the German people spent years suffering from an absolutely crippled economy, and they were looking for someone to blame. At the time of the making of this video, many countries around the world are suffering the effects of inflation. We're seeing costs of food in supermarkets going up while our paychecks stay the same. The average rate of inflation globally in 2023 is 13%. In Germany in 1923, the inflation rate was 80 million %. Yeah, that's a real number, 80 million %. To illustrate what this means in real terms, at the start of 1923, you could buy a loaf of bread for 250 marks. By November, that number was 200 billion marks, or 0.2 trillion. From 250 marks to 200 billion marks. Let's say you bought an Xbox in January for 250 bucks. You decide to sell it in November. You would now be worth $41 billion more than Jeff Bezos. That's how mind-boggling that amount of inflation is. Germany commissioned 130 printing houses to churn out new bills as fast as they could. But soon the cost of producing each bill was higher than the value of the bill itself. Their economy was in free fall. Workers were filling up wheelbarrows and suitcases with banknotes every month, which couldn't even buy them basic necessities. And somewhere right in the middle of that was Heinrich Himmler. His parents, having been from wealthy middle-class backgrounds with ties to the royal family, they could no longer afford to pay for his education. He had no choice but to take on a low-paying office job and abandon his lofty military dreams. But a fire had been kindled inside of him. Whilst at university, he had made friends with a man named Ernst Röhm, the founder of a group called the Sturm Thailand, or the Storm Battalion,
got ourselves a
shortened
real-life
to the SA.
hero.
They were a paramilitary group that made up the violent wing of a new political party, the Nazi Party. Röhm was everything Himmler had always wanted to be. He was a decorated soldier and had established himself in a position of power and influence over those around him. Anti-Semitism had been surrounding Himmler for years, but he had never paid much mind to it. He didn't associate with the Jews, but he also didn't actively shun them as much as some of his peers. But the more time he spent with Röhm and his circle, the more Himmler became obsessed with what he dubbed the Jewish question. His diary entries quickly filled up with vitriol against the Jewish people, blaming them for the problems plaguing German society and musing on what could be done to deal with them. In August of 1923, right in the middle of the heights of hyperinflation, Himmler officially joined the Nazi Party, being given the badge number 14303. From there, things moved quickly for him. Even though he never made it that far in the traditional military forces, Himmler excelled in the paramilitary, seizing opportunities to assume positions of ever-increasing power. He was part of the SA during the Beer Hall Putsch, an early failed attempt of Hitler seizing power by force in Munich in November of the same year. Hitler was arrested and Himmler lost his job. He had to move back with his parents and sat for many evenings in his bedroom, seething with rage. His views became more extreme by the day as his frustration and embarrassment at the failures of his life grew. But there was a chance for him. Hitler's arrest had left a power vacuum within the Nazi Party. In the ensuing chaotic jockeying for positions, Himmler cleverly managed to use his bookishness to snag a promotion to party secretary and propaganda assistant. In his new role, he got to travel all over Bavaria, delivering speeches, handing out literature, and most importantly, networking. That meant that upon Hitler's return to the party after his release in 1925, Himmler was able to jump back across to the SA, but in a new capacity. The German government now saw Hitler as a high-value target. Many of them had even started to worship him, and as such, he needed protection. The SS was born, tasked with being Hitler's personal guard, and Himmler landed a role as an SS Führer, or SS leader. Over the following 2 years, Himmler worked his way up the ranks within the SS, and got closer to Hitler. By the time he was close enough to strike, Himmler already had a well-prepared pitch to give to the party leader. His vision was for the SS to be the elite of the elite, ruthless and perfect men, exemplifying the heights of what the Nazi Party could be: loyal, powerful, and racially pure. That was all Hitler needed to hear. He appointed Himmler as the Deputy Reichsführer SS, the highest rank in the SS. But this was only the beginning of Himmler's ascent. In 1932, the Nazi Party won the election. Furious with the state of their country, the floundering economy, and the shame following the First World War, many German voters looked to more fringe parties. The Nazis were there to capitalize, spewing a highly nationalistic rhetoric that empowered the German people, expressed their anger at the state of the world, and sought to do something about it. The Nazis simplified a lot of Germany's problems by blaming others, primarily the Jewish and Roma people, as well as a number of other groups. They believed that if those groups were dealt with, then the pure-born German people would thrive and see their former glory return. It was a solution that many were desperate and angry enough to vote for. Himmler was suddenly in a position of real power, which was only heightened by a fiery attack on the Reichstag building, the house of the German government. Hitler capitalized on this event, using it as a chance to force through a legislation that granted him greater powers and effectively turned Germany into a dictatorship. All of a sudden, Heinrich Himmler had free rein to do as he wished. His dream of being the commander of a vast and powerful army was realized. Himmler couldn't have been more excited at the prospect, and as soon as he could, he went about recruiting with a strong emphasis on racial purity. In his own words, he was like a nursery gardener trying to reproduce a good old strain which had been adulterated and debased. We started from the principles of plant selection and then proceeded quite unashamedly to weed out the men whom we did not think we could use for the buildup of the SS. The irony, of course, was that Himmler himself, being a weak and sickly specimen of a man, would never have made it past the entry requirements of the SS. But now that he was in charge, who could stop him? Year after year, Himmler grew in power and severity. He created the SS Race and Settlement Main Office, where he enacted a number of racial policies. Anyone joining the SS had to provide an airtight family.
Carmelo Anthony suffers major blow in court after his defense attorney Mike Howard attempted to argue that Austin Metcalf was responsible for his own stabbing and had essentially impaled himself, prompting an audible gasp from the jurors in the courtroom. Well, you're a lawyer for a certain case, things aren't looking good, and at a certain point, you've just got to go and take the half-court shot.
Context. More than 10 of these students and teammates testified that Austin Metcalf repeatedly asked Anthony to leave. Several recalled Anthony responding, "Touch me and find out." Metcalf tried to avoid a fight, telling Anthony, quote, "Dude, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." Anthony pulled out a 5-inch folding knife from his backpack and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. The witness replied, "I see the hole in his chest and blood." He starts screaming for help.
A swift verdict reached in Carmelo Anthony murder trial. Police are all around the building and Anthony supporters are going crazy. Carmelo is innocent? Oh my God. These delusional people think he can be rehabilitated? No, they don't. They're just defending him because they're black and he's black. These people are so racist, they would make a KKK member blush.
Didn't we agree the first job was
The
gonna be
defense has
free?
argued this was not about race. Race is not at play here, but as we can see,
It's a play for all the people that are in this crowd. I bet Carmelo Anthony just stabbed him because he's a retard, right? I don't think he stabbed him because he's white or because he's black. But the people over here that are doing this, they are racist. What is he doing?
That has been a sticking point for people who support Carmelo Anthony.
If you support that and you're mad that there's no black people on the jury, you should ask yourself, why are you mad about that? You're giving away the game.
It says here, Lori is telling us, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder. That is the verdict from the jurors, according to Lori Brown. Who is in the court.
You are done for his whole life. Are now berating deputies.
Hey, you out there shaming yourself. What the fuck you over? You need to be ashamed. You need to be ashamed.
Let me guess, she's pointing at the black ones. You know this is always how it is.
You need to be ashamed.
This racist is fuck.
You need to be ashamed. Because that's one of y'all that was in there.
That's one of y'all's. Aha.
You're not going to give a fuck just at your front door.
Yeah, and that's another black one. See, that's why I say See? Oh my God, that's embarrassing. Do you really think letting a knife murderer out is like good for black people? It's not good for anybody. Black Panther is attempting to launch a race war? Oh, great.
We gotta tell our kids the truth. That this is a racist ass country. This is a racist ass country. We're in a racist ass state. There ain't nothing else to talk about. When there's a white boy been for all black children. Never.
Why does the race matter? The race matters because you think that they're going to give him racial preference because he's black. I think that honestly, the fact that this is even a conversation calls into question why do we even have jury trials in the beginning? He asked, is he okay, after he stabbed him in the chest with a knife. You know what? That's a good point. Is he okay? Are you good, bro? Are you good?
This is a war.
It's a war? I guess you must be the tank.
This is a war.
Say his name, Carmelo. Jesus Christ. It's so transparent that it's just race. Like, you can have like a Boondock skit about this. Like, you couldn't even have like a South Park or something like that. Like, it's just, but it's real life. I promise you guys, I said I would do it.
I'm not good. I'm actually not going to talk to either one of you. I'm just going to leave.
You actually don't have a choice. We will be having a conversation.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you my receipt.
Oh, I don't need to see your receipt.
Okay, well, I'm going to refund for my money because they returned my thing.
What is the problem?
So she was golfing on the golf course. We got a call at about 12 about her out there just on the course, going through guys' games, being belligerent.
She's crashing out and she's drunk at noon on the golf course? Damn, bitch. Damn, bitch. Oh my.
About it.
Ma'am.
Because clearly you don't want to be here, I'm okay with that.
Honey.
Don't.
Do you think I would be here if I don't want to be here?
I don't know you. I don't even know why you're here. So that's where we are.
This is about a respect thing.
Are you a member here, ma'am?
As I told you guys, it's the moment that I hear somebody making the comment about respect, this is somebody that probably needs to be institutionalized. It's like one of those triggers that like the moment, it's like a, you know, like monkey brain, you know? You got to appear dominant.
I just want to know if you're a member. They're trying to figure out if you're a member or not.
Okay, well, that's the thing. So
Are you or not?
Like, I'm about to call my mother and father, and like
You're gonna call your mom? You're like 40.
You're both there. Everybody's disrespecting the f out of me, and like that's the thing.
Okay, well,
You could call your mom? You're like 40.
That's fine, but you know what? I'm gonna show you. I want a refund for my.
Go ahead and show me your ID, ma'am.
You know what?
I'm not
you can go off.
I'm not.
You
You're done. You're done.
All right, you're done.
You know what? Okay.
No, you know what?
Stop. No.
Stop resisting.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No.
I'm sorry.
She went from 0 to arrested like 0.7 seconds, man. That was amazing.
Listen, do not fight. Stop fighting. Do not resist, okay? Right
Now she's sorry. Yeah.
You're resisting. Stop. Ma'am, listen. You are resisting arrest right now. Stop.
Okay, can you stop? Can you stop?
Can you stop?
Can you stop?
Can you just stop?
Got it. There it is. There it is. Got one. Okay. Is this fine with you guys? Yeah. Oh, now you're on the ground.
Can you just stop? All right, you need to stop. Can you just stop?
Did you guys start crying?
My fingers are okay. Got it.
Man. Is it funny? Yes. Yes. Yes, it's funny. What do you mean? Of course it's funny.
You all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you all right? Oh, absolutely. I'm fine.
So, what could have been a simple conversation just turned into you being handcuffed.
Man.
Stand up. Tiana.
Yep. You want to open his door?
Jesus.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay, so.
Throw her in there.
Put your foot down and stop kicking me. Put your foot down and stop kicking me.
All right.
Oh, dude.
Relax. Okay. Have a seat in there.
Now you're going in the box.
Have a seat back. Ma'am, listen, back up in there.
They're gonna have to pull her back.
This is not.
Go backwards. Go backwards. Can you pull her back?
Wait, what?
Wait, what is going on?
He snuck up on her.
What is going on? Excuse me.
Relax.
Got him. Fucking got him. Yeah. Oh man.
It went from 0 to 100 real quick.
Yeah.
You have her trespassing the property? After the.
I think I shut up.
Uh-huh.
I'm glad you're here.
Well, I stayed to watch it, man. She was on the course. She was screwed up.
Can I get your name real quick and everything?
I'm Lieutenant for Seminole, PG.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
That's my wife.
Do you have your ID?
Yeah.
It's on. Oh man, it's the lieutenant. Oh man, you fucked up big time. That's the lieutenant.
That's mine. So what?
Yeah.
What did you see when she was out there?
When she was out there, we were on another hole, and she spoke to somebody else about 20 yards from us.
Yeah.
Then we left her, went around, and then the other group that we were with was on the same green, putting it. She drove across.
just stand by
She
side.
drove across the green. They were literally putting it. She just drives across it by herself, and then she said she was coming back up here. And
It's just crazy.
time we seen her, and that was probably an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
God damn. Oh, the loot.
Go ahead and issue a trespass.
It's like whenever you hit a treasure goblin.
Hit a treasure goblin.
Okay. Do you have ID?
I do.
Yeah. Damn.
I promise I'm a good Brittany. I know. I'm a good one. I'm a good one.
Yeah.
Brittany with the I or Brittany with the Y? Brittany with the Y. A-N-Y.
I don't even know what the fuck I did. I didn't want the number.
Who are you talking to? Man.
She is trespassing. She comes back on the property, call us, and she'll go to jail, okay? All right, guys, thank you very much. All right.
Are you looking?
Just ignoring her.
Yes, ma'am, you're under arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're going to have several...
Because you're fucking wrong. Get the fuck out of here, stupid bitch. You drunk bitch at a golf course. You shouldn't have done that. Stupid. That's why.
Well, I don't know. We told you were under arrest and you decided to kick and fight.
Yeah, we don't know why you're under arrest. You're just under arrest. That's why. How about that?
That's not true.
Okay.
I think you got the girl confused. Why does somebody have my property?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you know what? I need my property.
You'll get it when you get to the jail.
So, nobody even told me what I was being arrested for.
You're being arrested for probably 1 misdemeanor and 1 felony.
She didn't have shit to say about that. Oh.
I'm gonna jump out of the car, and then I'm gonna get another felony.
Door's locked.
Huh?
Door's locked. You're not getting out of the vehicle.
The door's locked, yeah.
You if you try and get out of the vehicle, I'll charge you with escape, too.
You're charging me with what?
Escape.
Oh, well, is that why somebody wanted to make sure they got my property?
What?
Oh, can we all go to my parents' house? I would love to. We can all leave.
can we please go to my parents' house because it's right here.
Oh my God.
Can we please, like, I don't want, like, can we please, like, can we please, like. Oh, thank you so much.
Ma'am, listen up real quick, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to your lawyer and have him or her present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, won't be appointed to represent you before any question if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not make any questions or any statements. Do you understand each of these rights that I've just read to you? That I've explained to you? Do you understand? Okay. Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me?
Can you tell me what that means?
What is she, fucking retarded?
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
What's up? No, I would like to.
Move your foot back.
I would like
Move
to
your
talk,
foot
I would
back.
like to talk to my family or like.
Ma'am, move your foot back.
I don't want to go to jail. Like.
Okay. Move your face. I don't want to. You already got mulch in it. Move. All right.
I don't want to go to jail. Okay. Okay.
Is there like are you gonna arrest me? Can you tell me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you call my parents?
No, you can call him at the jail.
Dude, this guy does not give a fuck. Oh my God. He's like, yeah.
Are we gonna go?
No, you're gonna be going in a van.
What do you mean?
It's a conveyance van.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Well, or can we just not go?
What?
Can we just not go? Can we just not go to jail? Can we just not go to jail?
Can we just not go?
No.
Can I just use some money and we can not go? Because that's what your friend said.
You're gonna give me money?
That's what your friend said.
No.
That's what your friend said.
You're about to rack up another charge for bribing a law enforcement officer.
Oh my God. I wish they were all like this, by the way.
I didn't say that. Your friend said that. I saw him do the little money sign. I would never do that.
The money sign? So stupid.
All right, come on. Come on.
Are you arrested?
The
Come
quicker
on.
you get out of there, the quicker you're gonna be able to go home.
Please take me home.
I can't take you home.
How do I get home? Are my parents going here?
Yeah, your parents are gonna come here.
Oh, please.
You got it. Okay.
Yep. I will help.
Okay.
Do
All right, come on.
Not sorry enough.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're going into animal kennel. Oh, yes. This is for, yeah, these are for like horses, like a moose, like a wolf, right? Like, yeah, you're going into kennel. That's great. The paddy wagon, yep.
Fine. No. No.
There you go. Oh, wow. Oh, that's good. They got air holes on it. You're going in the special box. You're in the special box. Oh my God.
Who the f are you guys? Hey. Don't even start. Well, I need some ID.
Brittany, stop.
Well, can I see some ID?
Just, hey, listen, don't get another charge. Okay, just relax. Just relax.
Can I have my stuff?
Brittany, yes, we have your stuff. We're gonna give it to you. Hey,
Well, where's the other person?
Brittany, stop. Listen, stop.
Stop it. Stop it. Can I stop it? Excuse you. Can you take me to my house? It's for someone here. Stop it. I'm gonna punch you and kill you.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's
Well, now you got a threat. How about that?
Excuse you?
I love how they're just treating her like a annoying animal. Like they're not putting up with this even slightly. Just like some annoying belligerent animal. Love to see it. I know it's beautiful.
I stop.
Okay, when are you going to?
Okay, so, but you know what? I think you have me confused with somebody else. Can I talk to him? Can I talk to this guy? Can I talk to this man? Excuse me, sir. I want to talk to this man right here.
Okay.
I want to talk to this man.
I'm not going in there. How many times has somebody said, I'm not going in there, and then they end up not going in there? Every single time, they're always going into the box. Like, it's going to happen.
Brittany, listen, he'll talk to you once you get in there.
I want to talk to
Go in there.
Go in the box.
No, go in
Go
there.
in the box.
No, there's no conversation.
Get in
to
the
be had.
box.
All your stuff is going with you to the jail.
Okay, but that lady was, you know, this is confusion.
Brittany, stop.
You know what?
Stop, Brittany.
You know what? Like,
Oh, they're doing her legs too. Oh my God, this dude is already.
you know, why is it, you know, that I want to talk to him.
Okay, he'll talk to you once you go up in there.
Well, you don't even, you said you're not even gonna, like,
Go in there, Brittany.
I'm surprised they got her in there. Slam. Shouldn't have fucked around. Should not have fucked around. Drugs are bad. Yeah, I guess so, right? Like, I don't understand how. Like, I don't understand how these people can do this and not have any self-awareness that they're just fucking up their own life. Like, you're going around doing it. And my favorite part is how fast it was.
I'm gonna show you, I want a refund for my,
Go ahead and show me your ID, man.
you know what?
I'm
You
not-
can go off.
I'm not.
You
Nope.
can,
No, you're done. You're done.
You're done. All right. Yep.
Stop. Nope.
okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, it's too late for apology.
It's too late to apologize. Classic. Literally asking for a refund, Pete Karen. I know. Even after she was annoying, she won't remember she's blackout drunk. That's okay. It's fine. And isn't that a song? Yep, great song. I was in high school when that came out. And yep, there you go. Why does she rank from the Karen to Hag scale? So she's still a Karen, but probably just looking at her and considering that she's a heavy drinker, she will evolve into a swamp hag within 5 to 10 years. I think that there's no world where in 15 years from now she's not a swamp hag. Like, this is a very, very soon to be swamp hag, right? It is. It's a late stage Karen. Yes, exactly. This is like a Karen at full maturity that hasn't quite evolved into the swamp hag, right? She doesn't die from liver failure. Most people, I mean, she's skinny. It should be fine. I mean, dude, I love this. It is so fucking funny.
I'm gonna show you.
I just want to know if you're a member. They're trying to figure out if you're a member or not.
Okay, well, that's the thing.
They're
so
trying
they
to
don't
be
even,
reasonable.
like, I'm about to call my mother and father, and like, you're both, everybody's disrespecting the out of me, and like, that's the thing.
Okay, well, right now I'm going to ask you for your identification,
That's
okay?
fine, but you know what? I'm gonna show you, I want a refund for my,
Go ahead and show me your ID, man.
you know what?
I'm not
You can go off.
I'm not.
You
nope.
can.
No, you're done. You're done.
You could see, by the way, right whenever this happened.
I'm about to call my mother and father, and like, you're.
Hi, my name is Tom, and this is my channel, Integral Views. That look of contempt from the left wing that we see increasingly frequently, right, that we all know so well now, and is turning into just a look of contempt for anybody who recognizes reality as it actually exists. So it seems to work like this. The left wing imagine a utopia, a fantasy in the future of an amazing world of how things could be, and then they feel like a really good person for believing in that utopia, in that fantasy world, right? And then if you recognize reality, well, they have contempt for you, they dislike you, and then they try to shame you into silence, and if that fails, they try to force you into silence. And there was a perfect recent example of this on Question Time in the United Kingdom, and it was done by a Green Party candidate to become an MP, somebody called Sarah Wakefield, who's currently a left-wing Green Party councillor. Okay, let's watch a video.
Do you not think an extra 10 million people is going to have an effect on housing?
Do you think that if we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis?
Well,
is that going to solve
the thing is, the more people you have in a country, the more houses you're going to need. I know it might sound...
He's really good at explaining things like this, isn't he? Using immigration on the issue of housing, I think is absolutely...
Are you saying it has no impact on housing?
I think
No,
do you want to just answer that question for me? Do you think it has
Does
no
immigration have an effect on housing?
Whoever lives in this country has an impact on housing, of course. The numbers of people in a country, that's not necessarily to do with immigration.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant, Sarah. Okay, so you know what strikes me straight away? Okay, so of course what she's saying is that immigration has no impact on housing. So they're talking about housing. Obviously, right, immigration has a massive impact on housing, but it cuts against Sarah's worldview, her pre-existing ideology. And the thing that really struck me about it was this snidiness, this kind of contempt, you know, and it was like, I'm better than you. Why am I even talking about this? And it's so weird. So the way that this functions, in my opinion, is that Sarah has a worldview that's based on feelings. It's not based on knowledge or facts or research or any information whatsoever. It's based on feelings, and then she feels better than other people because she has those nice feelings, those nice beliefs. So she can have a belief which is that all migration is good because I love all people, and I'm such a good person because I love all people, right? It's very, very childish. Anybody can think like that. Yeah, but it's not based on facts and data. And really, we actually need an objective view of reality within our political system in order for us to do things that match reality, not just childish, nice feelings that allow you to feel like you're a good person, right? So it's like, what she's doing basically is like, I feel like such a good person because I have these nice, correct beliefs, right? And so therefore anybody who has beliefs that are not nice like my beliefs, they're bad people, and then I look down on you as a result. Even if you're right, yeah, even if you corner me objectively, right, in an argument around housing. I mean, she ended up basically being lost. She ended up saying it's not because of immigration. And that is just nonsensical. 3 words that struck me when I watched that about Sarah. First one was contempt. She showed contempt. The feeling that a person or a thing is worthless or beneath consideration. Contempt. And then another one, the second word that occurred to me, conceit. So she demonstrated a lot of conceit. Excessively proud of oneself. Vain, yeah? And then the last one is incredulous. I think that she showed this kind of incredulousness, right? Unwilling or unable to believe something. She's unable and unable to believe something because it cuts against this nice person that she thinks she is based on the beliefs that she has. So if she was going to believe in all of these, you know, these harsh truths, these harsh realities, then it undermines her very character. And so she has to be incredulous. Right? She is unable to believe it because it undermines her entire makeup of who she is as an individual. And this yet again points toward this difference between what it is to be a nice person and what it is to be a good person. A nice person can often actually cause a lot of harm because they'll just believe in nice things, right? And this is what I'm talking about. But a good person, often you have to face harsh realities in order to create future good for people, right? And that is difficult. It's a confrontation with unfortunate truths that you wish were not the case. I myself, for example, I wish that so much that I cover, so much I speak about, so much that I know, I wish it were not true. I wish that, for example, the illegal migrants who live in the hotel near me, I wish they didn't behave like that. I wish that they didn't stalk young girls and that I witnessed that. I wish that wasn't the case. But you have a choice. Do I live in delusion? Or do I live in reality? Okay, if you live in delusion, then you're going to encourage that, and then it's going to cause harm down the road. It's very, very easy to do that. Living in reality comes with a burden, and far too many people these days choose the nice path of not living in reality, living in this childish fantasy, and never really facing reality as it exists. Let's get to know Sarah a little bit more, okay? So this is Sarah Wakefield. She's 38 years old, a mum with 2 young children, and a councillor on Manchester City Council, currently on maternity leave as a charity director. She previously worked in retail with a focus on sustainable food and is a trustee of a community organisation. Okay, look, I'm sure Sarah is a very, very nice person, so I don't want to dump on her
jackass.
completely,
What do you
okay?
want?
But ultimately what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to demonstrate
I don't
she's
like
running
you.
to become an MP. She's
Let's
in the
get one
public eye
thing
now,
straight.
okay? So
You're not
she's fair
working
game.
with me.
Okay, I'm fair
You're
game as well, by
working
the way.
for me.
So ultimately, the point is this. I don't think Sarah has ever really been forced to live in reality in terms of like running a business and facing harsh truths, right? So let's look at what she's done. She has worked in a charity. So many people in our political system, in the public sector, etc., they start off in charity. So that's basically spending other people's money, never having the responsibility to produce, right? And ultimately then they move into the public sector, and the public sector is again spending other people's money. So that's what Sarah has done. And it creates this blanket, this safety net of, yeah, there's always more money, it just comes from somewhere. Okay, don't get me wrong, I'm sure she wants to do well. She does work in the community, and she's doing what she thinks is right. But the point is that if you have people like this who don't face reality as it actually exists in really fundamental ways with regard to immigration, economics, many other ways that I'll go through a little bit later, right, then it has negative consequences on the country that we all have to suffer. And that's not nice. That's bad, okay? So to create future good, you have to live in reality. It comes with a burden, but it has to be done. I did a little bit of research into Sarah just to get to know her a little bit better from the public information that was out there. So here's her Green Party page. She is chair of the Children and Young People's Scrutiny Committee, the Green Party, right? And I went and I found this meeting. So I'll show you what I mean. This was the meeting that I went and found and I watched. I watched the whole thing. Don't worry, it was only 5 minutes long. But here she is sitting on what looks like almost a throne, okay? And then the room is pretty much empty. These are some of the only people in that room. So, you know, just think about this. So basically she's in this committee, right? So she is sort of leading something within government, something important. She's come from a retail job into a charity, and now she's running to become an MP after doing stints within these kind of committees. Okay, and the thing is, to me, I really feel like this is what's so wrong with the country, the whole public sector, the whole political system that we have. Same for Keir Starmer. He worked his whole life basically in the public sector, doing legal work, right? And we have far too few people, and by the way, now they just grow the public sector indefinitely. We have far too few people who have faced the harsh reality that is the private sector, right? Either as a business owner, an entrepreneur, or within the private sector, high competitive business, okay? In sort of, you know, in the kinds of roles where you have delivery that's really important and no excuses. And when you think about it, the entirety of the left-wing position, the entire left-wing ideology has now basically become this belief in a fantasy without facing harsh realities. So you can't face objective truth and objective realities because otherwise it shatters the illusion. So let's go through a few, and I'll demonstrate to some extent how that is functioning in my opinion. Okay, so let's talk about Gaza to begin with, the Palestine issue. So now, I'm not basically siding with Israel entirely, by the way. I think that it's a complex, nuanced situation. But to be hugely and only in support of a free Palestine movement and Gaza, you know, to the extent that we see so many people on the left, then you have to ignore the fact that the ideology that is prevalent within Gaza is horrifically harmful. Children are taught from a very, very young age, and I've seen the videos, I will play them, but they're too disgusting, okay? Shown to children on children's TV, teaching them hate, teaching them to hate Jewish people. It is right the way through the culture. It is a toxic ideology and a toxic culture. So there is accountability that sits with the people in Gaza. And you have to ignore all of that and just believe that they're these innocent, poor little victims in order to, you know, to believe the left-wing narrative with regard to the Palestine situation. And it's frankly nonsense. It really is. So, and of course you have to ignore the crimes and a lot of the stuff. You also have to ignore the fact that if you look at polling for this, and I did this right at the beginning of the conflict, okay, the attack on Israel, I went and looked to get an understanding of polling within Gaza, and the majority of people supported Hamas and had some very, very nasty views from my perspective. So you have to ignore all of that in order to believe the left-wing position on Gaza. And I'm not saying that I support Israel 100%. What I'm saying is it's nuanced, okay? And so many people on the left are so just free Palestine that they'll go on marches and act like children, effectively. Okay. Next, trans. So the gender ideology. Of course, you have to suspend reality. You can't face objective reality with regard to binary sex differences that exist not just hormonally or in the brain, but right the way through our entire bodies, in our DNA. Okay, so it is a suspension of reality again. And the reason for that is because you have to discriminate. You have to say, no, you're wrong. You're not a boy and you're not a girl. They think, oh, that's mean. Let me be the nice person and believe this fantasy. Be whatever you want. It's childish. Okay, so another example. Next, illegal migration. Now, I'm sure very few people who live actually near an illegal migrant hotel like I do and have witnessed the kind of things that I've witnessed. I think it would be essentially impossible to witness that and not to change your perspective and not to see the reality of how harmful it really is. But basically to believe that illegal migration is acceptable and not a major, serious problem, then you need to believe that all those people coming over in boats are just poor little refugee babies. Poor refugee babies coming over, yeah, not just coming over to get what they want, they're all just really hard done by, well-meaning, just like us, just liberals, right, and just great people. But that's complete nonsense. I've spoken to a number of them. I've witnessed them doing things that you wouldn't want to witness anymore. Inexcusable behaviour, and so that's the reality, yeah, again. Suspension of reality in order to believe something nice. That's what the left-wing position has now become. Legal migration is another one. Now, Sarah demonstrated that, and it is very childish. It's like, I love people from all over the world, and so therefore unlimited people, who we shouldn't restrict them, unlimited, and yet they're ignoring the reality of in-group preference and how human psychology works. They're ignoring the fact that wealth inequality was driven largely by mass migration that drove wage competition and stagnated GDP per capita. Okay, so effectively it has hugely harmful impacts, right, culturally and in many other ways. NHS waiting lists, the impact on public services, the housing sector that Sarah just got cornered on very easily. Has she never even thought about that? Okay, so again, same thing occurring. Then net zero. Now, net zero is an interesting one because essentially, yes, it would be nice if the whole world was powered from solar power and wind and it was all sustainable and we all had the infrastructure and the batteries and it was all good and nuclear. Would it be even nicer, actually, if the left wing had not protested against nuclear power back in the 1970s, and then we could have actually used nuclear power and we wouldn't have any of this situation going on at all? But they did what they did their protests, and here we are, right? So let's face reality. While China doesn't care, they're moving ahead. The amount of energy and CO2 they're outputting is absolutely unbelievable. It's unreal. India's doing the same, moving ahead, storming ahead, and Africa will be next, and South America as well, moving ahead, right? This is the actual reality. Okay, and so you could have this belief of, oh, let's just put up some more wind turbines and let's just put some solar out or solar panels and I'll make my house net zero, whatever, okay, and that's a nice thing to do, go ahead. But in reality, back in reality, ultimately all the United Kingdom is going to do by pursuing these net zero policies is they're going to destroy the economy. That's it. That's all will come of it. And then other countries will look at us and go, well, definitely don't do what they did. Not a good example whatsoever. Okay. So the fact that you have to live in reality. So how do you deal with that situation? Another way, well, you innovate. Okay, and having very high energy prices is preventing us from being able to innovate. So we need to get as much cheap energy as we can to pump it into artificial general intelligence and general innovation to come up with innovations in material science, in solar panel, kind of improvements in efficiency, in new ways of processing nuclear waste, things like that will innovate to make it cost effective for the whole world. That's how we've dealt with problems throughout history. That's what the United Kingdom has been a leader in, okay, for basically our entire history. And we're being prevented from doing that primarily by the left wing, okay. Lastly, wealth inequality. Another really big one. Yes, wealth inequality is a problem, as I said, driven to some extent by mass migration and, of course, predatory capitalism and these global capital markets, things like that, banking, etc. Now, the left wing will say, well, all you need to do is apply wealth taxes. And that is completely nonsensical, doesn't work. Okay, because if you apply wealth taxes, then the wealthy people leave. That's the way it works, because the assets are easily transferable. The majority of assets are intangible. So the majority of assets are intangible. Things like stocks, shares, and then intellectual property, things like that. And so they're easily transferable. Okay, so the majority of assets are like that. And this is just the way that the global capital system works. And you can't just make up your own system of monetary policy completely from scratch, which is what the modern monetary theory guys think that you can do, and then disconnect it from the global markets. It just doesn't work like that. Yeah. So again, it's very, very childish. We are tied into these global markets via trade, and we need to operate accordingly. We need to operate in line with it, and the best way to do so, it's like, again, recognize practical reality and make the most of it. Don't just imagine some future utopian world that doesn't exist and is impractical. And often the reason that these utopian imagined fantasies are impractical is because other people will witness you doing it, and they'll rain on your parade. They'll do something that breaks the model, yeah? Other groups will get together and take advantage of you. That's because that utopia that you imagine is not the way reality works overall, and we need to act accordingly. So being a good person and doing the right thing is actually acting in accordance with reality, telling the truth, acting according to reality, and yeah, basically facing up to harsh truths. I think that is pretty much always the case. And I think that, you know, what really gets me is that there's still this thing where people on the left have this contempt, they have this snidiness, this like, I'm going to look down on you because I'm so much of a better person, even though the results of their policies and ideas result in horrific harms that they then just ignore and pretend don't exist. They don't even recognize it because, again, they don't live in reality. It's very easy for them to drift off back into their fantasy land. Okay, now I don't want to end with one thing. So this image here is basically where the left wing is heading, right? It is leading us. That's the ultimate end point, okay? So this is an image that shows this incident from Nutty Putty Cave. You might have heard of it. If not, go check it out. Nutty Putty Cave. It's really an interesting story. So this caver went in and then he got stuck because he thought he was going down a different path. He got stuck on this. Not a nice end, okay? So, but often it feels like that, doesn't it? Living in Britain feels like that. But like ultimately, a metaphor I would use that I thought up when I saw this was, imagine that it's like what's happening is, imagine you're standing outside of a cave network and it's quite a nice day, right? But you're standing next to your friend and your friend says, your left-wing friend, if we go through that cave system, out the other end is this amazing pristine lake with mountains and birds, and it's just everything you can imagine. It's heaven, literally. You've got to get through those caves and then we'll emerge. Okay, just believe me. Doesn't provide you with any evidence. There's no photos of it. He's just really, really convinced, he or she. Okay, so in you go, right? And then as you're crawling through, things are kind of getting a bit worse and worse. The cave systems, the tunnels are getting tighter and tighter. and everything's getting more and more uncomfortable, but you tolerate it because you know you're being told, oh, well, there's this utopia, things are going to get better. Don't
look
worry,
here, boys.
this all heads
We
out
got
to
ourselves a
Christine
real
Rekt.
life hero.
So you ignore the coal
Well,
and the damp,
look
and
who
everything's
decided
getting
to show
worse and
the
worse and
face
worse and
again.
worse. And eventually dead end. Right, that's it. Boom. So actually the way that
Look,
where I think we
motherfucker,
are
I'm
really
already
is like
overstocked
we're on
on
that little
those.
bit up top, right? And there's so many people in the Green Party going, oh, just hope a little bit more, just around that next corner, the utopia. That's where the utopia is, around that next corner. Just go down one last bit, right? But we shouldn't. We definitely shouldn't. We should backtrack. Backtrack the hell out of that cave system. So, all right, look. Okay, thank you so much for watching. Please like the video if you liked it.
You can
Subscribe to my
shove
channel
that
if you're not
right
already
up
and you would
your
like to hear more
ass.
from me.
Cha-ching.
And then hype the video. And also
Thanks.
there's a
Didn't
buy me
we
a coffee
agree
link
your first
in the
job was
description
gonna
of
be
this
free?
video if you would like to support me.
Damn.
All right.
This is all.
Thank you so much for watching. Until next time, cheers.
Look, Buckhead, what are you standing there for?
There is nobody more hated on the internet than Hassan Diddy Piker. I nickname him Diddy because he's alleged to have attended a party hosted by Diddy. I promise I'm not making that up. But imagine being so hated that your fellow leftists, people who support Palestine, people who voted for Kamala Harris, other anti-capitalists, are salivating at the potential of you going to prison for the next 10 years. That is the sad life of Hassan Piker. Hassan is arguably the most famous communist in the world. He has a net worth of $8 million and a mansion worth nearly $3 million in the Hollywood Hills of Los Angeles. You'd think that a true communist would wish to live the life of his comrades, but he's probably too busy shocking his dog to notice or care. I honestly do not see the appeal in Hassan. He's a lying grifter who is still lying about not using a shot collar on Kaya. I saw a clip from a few days ago and could not believe my ears. Why the hell are you still lying about this? Nobody believes you. Hassan is like that Japanese soldier in World War II who kept fighting for 3 decades after the war ended. Just give it up, bro. You lost. That's why everybody wants you in jail. Because you blatantly lie about everyone and everything. Your entire persona is a lie. There is nothing about this small-headed man that is real.
More viewers and more wealth, some of that will trickle down to everyone else. So ultimately, we all benefit.
It's been 2 Ayatollahs since my previous video covering
Don't
this, but
you have work
apparently
to do?
Iran has attacked our bases in Iraq. Iran is crying, begging for peace while attacking us, and the Donald is not really having any of it. Because the Knicks lost in New York City yesterday, all of a sudden, hoodlums of one very specific ethnic background, it's probably a coincidence, are literally lighting things on fire and causing mayhem and chaos in the streets. horrific scenes coming from London as diversity once again proves it is not our greatest strength, and the entire country is coming together, both England and Ireland too, coming together to basically tear down the government because they've had enough. This one's really brutal. What? A Muslim again? I can't believe it. And speaking of, the Muslims in England are having meltdowns over Pride Month. It's truly a dastardly video today. Definitely subscribe every day, another deep dive. And in honor of Pride Month,
12% of men have sex with other men 1 or more times a week have problems where they are not able to control their bowel movements. What? If it's healthy, if it's perfectly healthy.
But it's natural, All right, dude. Happy Pride Month. Every day we cover the news. Updates on the war front. A reporter asked Donald, did you ask Netanyahu not to hit back? For context, Iran bombed Israel 2 nights ago. Every single one of their missiles were deflected and intercepted. Israel struck back, blew the crap out of them, I'm not exaggerating, and wiped out a couple of their remaining leaders. Then, of course, Iran puffed out its chest, and it's like, we have showed the Zionist entity how they suffer. America couldn't stop us. Meanwhile, every single one of their missiles failed, and in retaliation, they got completely eviscerated. So the Donald wants a deal, so he does not want a war, starting right now. So they asked the Donald, did you, tell him to stop hitting back?
Up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
Did you ask him not to hit back?
No, I said
you asked Netanyahu not to hit back.
What's right, but I want you to stop as quickly as you can because they have to stop. It's had to do with Lebanon, and it has to stop. We want to get it finished.
Yeah. So he says, no, of course they should hit back. They were struck. They should hit back, which they did. It was based. Killing terrorists, it's awesome, actually. A lot of people try to psyop you into thinking that you should feel bad for the terrorists, pedophiles, goat molesters, but personally, I actually think it's awesome when we coordinate with our allies and pedophiles. I don't know, maybe that's just me. But the Donald said, do it quickly, and they did it quickly, and then they stopped, because the Donald told them to stop. It's almost like we control Israel, and it's not the other way around. So weird. Now, Iranian official to Al Jazeera Tehran says U.S. revisions to the draft are unacceptable. Warning, an agreement cannot be reached without sanctions relief and access to frozen funds. Well, the Donald is not willing to do that. Now, you see, I think that to some extent, one of the greatest good cop, bad cop campaigns we have ever witnessed on the world stage. With the Donald being the good cop, arms stretched, bubble, come, my friends, bubble, we'll make a deal, it'll be great. And then Israel fucking bombs the shit out of them. Listen, man, I think that this might be part of the strategy. I'm not gonna lie. Now, the IRGC, that's Iran's regime retard corps, launched a major attack on the Iraq. Of course, breaking the ceasefire. Big terrorists, they do that actually. And while I do believe that Trump actually does have a grasp of what we're dealing with, an actual, theocratic terrorist regime, an apocalyptic worldview, in a death cult that literally are willing to die for the sake of killing us, I think Trump actually knows what he's dealing with, which begs the question, what kind of deal could possibly exist? that would make sure that this threat is neutralized forever. We don't want to be doing this again. Of course, the Houthis in Yemen, they're launching suicide drones against southern Israel. Basically, all of them blew up themselves. Almost all of them malfunctioned and died. At the same time, Hezbollah launched drones at northern Israel. Now, the interesting twist of this entire event, so this is the Yemeni people doing Hitler salutes. Again, if Hitler got up out of his grave and he saw this shit, his major supporters, over 67 IQ, inbred retards, he'd probably kill himself again. But the reality is, I personally think that these guys are not anti-Semitic. They only criticize the government of Israel. Now, the IDF has eliminated an armed terrorist who crossed into Israel from Lebanon. So we have Lebanon missiles flying into Israel. We have terrorists trying to jump over the border and getting eliminated. Base. Man, I wish our border patrol was as good as Israel's. I'm not sure. This shit's sick. The crazy twist is, and a lot of people are starting to say this, the IRGC made a major fumble by tying Hezbollah to any future deal with the U.S. That decision is being used against them heavily. From what I'm seeing, Israel has never been more determined to dismantle Hezbollah, a terrorist organization that's been shooting missiles for 40 years. The thinking appears to be simple. And it really is. God, it's the Iranian regime insists on making Hezbollah the target. Israel wasn't able to finish the job against the IRGC yet. 100% overwhelmingly on Iran's most important proxy sitting on the throne. Right? The result is intensified campaigns to wipe out Hezbollah from southern Lebanon. All right, Hezbollah killed 240
Oh, you fucking
Marines.
prick.
I'll never forget that. As long as fuck these guys, these terrorists, these retards. I'm glad that they're getting eliminated. That's awesome, actually. And you know what? I'm really glad that we have an ally that's actually capable enough to do this without us needing to get involved at all, and potentially much deeper into Hezbollah's largest stronghold in Beirut as well. In fact, Israel just strikes on Beirut for any Hezbollah fire that crosses into Israel. Big miscalculation by Tehran, all right? So it seems like Iran is like, if you bother the Hezbollah terrorists, then you bother us. And Israel is like, okay. And then they continue, and Hezbollah keeps firing rockets into Israel. Israel eliminates Hezbollah. Iran gets pissed, shoots missiles. They all get intercepted. In retaliation, Israel wipes out their leaders. They cry uncle. Trump says, boys, calm down, boys. Calm down, boys. Yeah, of course you can fight back every once in a while, but that's just to make a deal. You know, the good cop, right? That's us. We're the good cop here. And it's pretty wild watching this tag team actually go down. Now, I do think that ultimately, our objectives and Israel objectives are overlapping a lot, but they do not align completely. From Trump's perspective, I think if he is super confident that Iran will never actually pose a threat to the United States, ever, then he's done. But as far as Israel goes, I think they really want a regime change in Iran. The overlap, obviously, is this is a regime of pedophile terrorists that are killing both our soldiers, our civilians, and Israelis, and the Iranians, too. I think this is a net moral good, without even a shadow of a doubt. Massacring 40,000 of their own people and shutting off the internet so you can't hear them. It's like actually cartoonishly evil. Like, this is like the tragic anime backstory. And I grew up in a fucking terrorist regime. They shut off the internet. They killed 40,000 people begging for help. Like, unironically, a tragic anime backstory happening in front of our eyes. And for some reason, the entire media has decided to side with Iran because they hate Trump so much. So, JD, some interesting things today
Fat bastard.
that were a little bit perturbing, I'm not going to lie. And we're going to talk about them.
So how concerned are you about Israel spying on the United States and freelancing in Lebanon?
Well, look, I think obviously the Israelis and the Israelis and the United States, we have a lot
Freudian slip.
A shared interest, but we also have some situations where our interests diverge. And I think what the president has been very clear here is that while Israel obviously has some objectives that it has, the United States' main objective in Iran is to ensure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. And we've actually, over the last few months, really over the last year and a half, we've created the space necessary where the president believes, and I think that he's right, that we can get the long-term settlement to Iran's nuclear deal.
All right.
Now, Israel
How's
may
that
like
gonna
that,
work?
they may not like that. But
It sounds like Obama 2.0 so far. Like, so what's going to actually happen to stop Iran? Because I don't trust their pinky promises. All right, they rape children on an industrial scale. I don't actually take their word for it. Like, what are we going to have in place that stops this yet?
fundamentally, we think this is in the best interest of the United States of America. So we're going to keep on pursuing it because that's what the President of the United States was elected to do. That's what we have to do in order to properly serve the American people.
Do you think the Iranians are trying to play us at the negotiating table?
Well, I think, Jesse, everybody's always trying to play everybody. I think the president's attitude on this is we have to verify, of course. One of the most important things to whether this ultimate settlement is a success is not what the Iranians write on the paper, but whether they actually comply with some of the requirements of the settlement that we come up to. I think it's very important, and this is...
If they comply, well, we're leaving it in their hands.
One of the big differences, you always hear people talk about the Obama deal and what went wrong with it. The number one thing that went wrong with the Obama deal, Jesse, is that there was not a proper inspections regime to ensure that the Iranians could never build a nuclear weapon. And that's one of the big differences between what happened then and what the President of the United States would get to, assuming we're ultimately able to make a deal.
We'll see what it looks
I don't
like.
assume that
Obviously, I think it's way better if we have some sort of inspection. All right, we'll leave the terrorist pedophiles.
Congratulations. Happy hour
they'll
ain't
keep
happy
making whatever the
unless
fuck they
you
do.
bring
We'll have
me a
inspections
beer.
to make sure they can't actually affect us. I actually understand the sentiment. However, I don't trust them. I don't trust Iran. I really don't. And to be honest, watching the United Nations basically run defense for Iran the entire time, watching our American left-wing media run defense for Iran the entire time, I don't know how much stock I would actually put in an whatever it's called, an expectation
Well, come to
regime or
think
whatever
of
you
it,
want to call
I'd say it's
I don't
been an
know.
honor
I
to
feel
work
like
with
J.D.
you,
Vance
but
is a
it
good
would
guy,
be a
but
lie.
I don't think he understands exactly what we're dealing with here. I don't think he realizes we're dealing with an apocalyptic terrorist death cult. You know, which is why I'm super happy that he's focusing the majority of his work on domestic issues. I think when it comes to, like, you know, weeding out fraud and abuse and shit, that's great. But I just feel like the actual Ayatollah retard ideology just slips out of his fingers.
Anybody's
Like, he's talking about them. He sounds like hillbilly Obama right now. He sounds like Obama's saying, "Oh, we'll make a deal, and then and then everything will be good." And then under the deal, Iran was developing nuclear weapons.
In good faith, obviously we've been very involved in these negotiations.
Yeah, I don't think good faith applies when you're dealing with people whose religious textbook says that you're supposed to lie to the infidels to manipulate them. When taqiyya is a core principle in the people you're up against, I don't actually trust the good faith.
Jesse, we're going to take the attitude of accomplish the president's mission, but verify over the long term that the Iranians are keeping their end of the bargain.
Sounds
it's
great.
a tall order, but it's one.
The thing is, it sounds fantastic on paper. It sounds like we get everything we want. Iran does not end up being a threat to us. I am America first, personally. I think that all of the decisions made by our government should be putting the American people first and foremost every time, which is why I said from the very beginning, I do not want a regime change war. I do not want to sit there, boots on the ground, like for 10 years, figuring shit out, installing democracy. I don't want any of that shit. But I do believe...
All right, hang on. I'll be right back. I gotta run and take care of something.
I happen to not trust people that
I'll be
lie
back
all the
soon.
time. Dude, we're in the middle of a ceasefire right now.
Smell it.
You know, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, you said, could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist?
Could this be the Antichrist?
I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips.
Raised some eyebrows this week when you said that Hamas is more like a political organization than a terror group.
Hamas is a group of jihadis. They're Islamic extremists, which they also claim constantly. Which I don't know if that's true, by the way. It seems more like a political organization.
I didn't say that.
The future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent.
You said in our previous interview, the future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent.
I'm amazed that you have a tape of me saying that, and I just want to disavow it. A lot of young men in America, mostly white, but not exclusively, listen to Nick Fuentes really carefully. This kid is the single most influential figure among young white men, and not just white, actually. Is that true? Oh, it's definitely true.
Of course, half the thing was about Fuentes, and like, who cares? Fuentes?
There was a lot of Fuentes.
Who cares about Fuentes? Talk about irrelevant.
America's supporting Israel because it's an
The most important figure ever. No one ever cares about him.
ally.
I don't even know what those words mean. I'm just saying my principle.
They're an ally, right? I mean, they both.
I don't know what that means to be an ally.
Qatar is like one of our closest allies in the world. The largest American air base in the Middle East is in Qatar. They're a close ally of ours.
I come to Israel, the infrastructure, we were flying in, and I said to my buddy, I was like, man, first of all, it looks great. I love the agriculture in Israel because it's beautiful. I love green. I love plants.
I remember when it didn't look like that.
Yeah.
First time I came in 53 years ago.
It's great.
Israel, which is one of the single ugliest countries in the world. Nothing of beauty has been built there since 1948. Sorry, I've been everywhere in that country, and it's true.
Let me get to the nub of the question, since again...
It's even stupid things that he contradicts himself on. It's stupid little things. One time he'll say Hamas is a political organization, not a terrorist organization. The other time he'll say I never said that. Right, whatever. One time he'll say Trump's the Antichrist. Like, these are big deals. But even, like, stupid little things. It's all about the narrative.
A lot is at stake. A lot of money is at stake. Land is very valuable. Israel has a lot of resources. We have a huge country. This is a country the size of New Jersey with no resources. An attack on...
Out of resources, they have no resources.
Western civilization looks like this. It's tribalism. It's identity politics. It's DEI. It's whatever. Zionism. It's any belief system that begins with the understanding that one group is morally superior to other groups.
Well, just on principle, like every other group in the world has the right to its own homeland except white people? Like what?
JD has been subject to, this is well known, but I'll just confirm it, non-stop treachery.
Accusing people of treachery, so I'm wondering, who do you mean specifically?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never worked there.
It is really weird that Tucker Carlson is out there glazing JD all the time. And Tucker Carlson and JD are both really connected to Peter Thiel. It is really suspicious.
Like, if you don't work there, you can say, you can say what you think you know, but it's hard to really know.
If I would tell my kids, if you think someone's lying to you, you're right.
Yeah, no, that's really bad. So a lot of people started noticing that, wait, this guy is actually acting really funny a lot. Rep. Anna Paulina Luna, all right, has actually finally said, my legislation to require influencers to disclose payments from foreign governments will be introduced this week. This is absolutely massive and will shake the entire area to its core. Now, Thomas Massey, he has a couple of weeks left in Congress or whatever. A couple months left. He's trying to do his best to expose the Epstein files. So he decided to gather everyone together to talk about how Israel accidentally attacked the USS Liberty 59 years ago. Now, for those of you unaware, this was during the Six-Day War. Israel was attacked by multiple neighboring countries. One of the ships that Israel struck was an American ship. They claimed it was an accident. They actually stopped the attack in middle, obviously, once realizing it was an American ship. They rescued the rest of the survivors on the ship. Israel then underwent 11 separate American-based investigations to make sure it was an accident, which all 11 investigations proved it was an accident, and Israel paid millions in reparations to the families of the victims. Obviously, it's an absolute tragedy that it took place, but anyone that actually does any research sees no friendly fire when you see it. So Thomas Massey decided all of a sudden, Congressman Groyper came out here to drop this gigantic soliloquy of the 34 crew members that were killed by the IDF. Why now? Why are we doing this all of a sudden, man? You came in here with a passion. You were talking about Epstein. All of a sudden, Israel is your main target. What's going on here? It's like, man, I wonder why the Jewish organizations, funded the other guy. I don't know. So anyway, this is pretty weird. Of course, Marjorie Trader Greene, she also lost her seat in Congress because she backstabbed Trump a whole lot of times. Thank you, Thomas Massey, for recognizing the rogue members of the USS Liberty attacked by Israel. Why did our greatest ally attack us? I'm just asking questions. It's insane that these people were in government, I'm not gonna lie. Now, to be clear, obviously, it was an absolute tragedy, and these heroic soldiers that died should not be forgotten. It was an unbelievable tragedy that took place. But, are we even taking this seriously? In 1991, which is a lot more recent, right? During the Gulf War, American A-10 Warthogs mistakenly targeted and opened fire on a column of Allied British armored vehicles. 9 British soldiers tragically killed. 11 more were injured. Why haven't you heard about that? Why aren't we talking about false flags? Why isn't Marjorie Trader Greene posting about it on X? So many questions. I wonder why no one wants to talk about other instances of friendly fire. Because as we all know, the attack on the USS Liberty was the only instance of friendly fire ever in the history of war. Dude, so many people are falling for this third world psyop. It's insane. It's crazy. He says Israel's intention to leave no survivors. Yes, which is why they immediately stopped bombing and nearly everyone on board survived. Of course. So that makes so much sense. Yes, Israel's intent was to leave no survivors, so they stopped the attack in the middle and rescued the survivors and apologized. Definitely what I would do if I was trying to not leave survivors. Now, the truth is, this is from released information. All right, the USS Liberty was ordered to stay 100 nautical miles offshore. Declassified records show it was attacked 15 miles from the coast. All right, it was not in the position it was supposed to be. It was while Israel was getting attacked by multiple enemy nations. And yes, it was an unbelievable tragedy and horrible instance of friendly fire. In fact, at the Israeli Naval Museum in Haifa, there is a memorial to the victims of the USS Liberty accident of 1967. May their memory at least be an eternal lesson. It's absolutely wild watching the PSYOP work. Meanwhile, an Islamist massacre targeting Christians is occurring in Ethiopia. It just happened yesterday, and 50 Christians were slaughtered there. I obviously can't show footage because, well, this video is supposed to be on YouTube. But it's an absolute nightmare that this shit is happening everywhere. Added to the list of, Christians getting massacred in Syria, in Iraq, in Nigeria, in Sudan. Well, in Ethiopia too. Well, I'm sure that someone in America is going to talk about this. Maybe Thomas Massey is going to talk about this. No, Ilhan Omar talks about this. Out of everyone. Let's hear what she has to say. The people of Ethiopia deserve the right to choose their own future after years of violence and suffering. They deserve peace, justice, and respect for their sovereignty. Ethiopian government must guarantee free and fair elections. They just genocided Christians. And this is what we're talking about? Now, the reason why she's even criticizing Ethiopia at all, by the way, is because Ethiopia, according to her, colonized areas of Somalia. That's right. She's involved because she cares about her tribalistic, personal, third world, retard-on-retard violence. That's why she gives a shit about Ethiopia. Not because of the current genocide happening right now. Holy shit, these people are all psyops, losers, and retards. Do not fall for the slopaganda. That's what we do here on the channel, boys. We cut through the shit because I actually love our country, and I do not want to lose it to infinite brain rot and third world retards. So the big Knicks game happened last night, and the Donald was present. He actually went there to watch the game. Of course, all the left-wing media is like, just did massive boos when Donald Trump is shown on screen in Madison Square Garden. I mean, first of all, literally no one would be surprised if New York communists, I mean, we saw who they just elected, would boo Donald Trump. I mean, he is literally killing terrorists, and they love terrorists. So, they obviously don't like Donald Trump. That makes sense. So, no video attached, but massive boos when Donald Trump is shown on screen. That's pretty interesting. Anyway, let's see what it sounds like when the video is actually attached. USA! 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 So they just lied! This is literally leftist media. Massive boos happened. You watch the video and it's just chanting USA. Bro, these people could, they're just such pathological liars. It's crazy. It's the PSYOP within the PSYOP. New Yorkers hate Trump. The reality of Trump showing up in New York. All right? That's my president. watching. Yo, it's the Donald. Man, look at all the booing going on.
The higher entrance right now.
Everyone's so excited that he's coming. Bro, these people, they just lie. They just lie. It's insane. So, Hassan Piker was supposed to go to this game with Sneeko. That's so weird, but Hassan Piker is a leftist and Sneeko's right-wing. Why would they get along? Oh, it's actually really simple. They both united over their collective hatred for America. They are brothers in Islam, and that comes far before stupid little divides like Assad paid brothels to have sex with alleged children, and Sneeko, whose favorite movie is Cutie, a movie that sexualizes little children. Actually, I'm starting to see why they could get along. So this is what Hassan Piker has to say about not showing up to the actual game.
I'm telling you, bro, if the Knicks lose tonight, it's literally because of Donald Trump.
This is the level of brain rot that we're dealing with. The reason why Hassan Piker shocked his own dog, because of the Jews. The reason why the Knicks lose the basketball game, Donald Trump.
no other reason for it. It's not because like Wemby locked in, okay? It's not because they found a way to fucking defeat the Knicks defense. It's not because they were able to stop the Knicks offense. It's just Donald Trump. There's no other reason for this to take place. They're so up right now. New York as a city is so goddamn up right now.
New York City is so goddamn up right now. Breaking news: an African stabbed 6 people in attack inside New York's Penn Station on June 7, 2026. So this was just yesterday. Isn't that lovely? It's so beautiful. Look at that. Suspect was taken into custody shortly after. What the hell is going on this week? So many horrific incidents. Yeah, so many horrific incidents. Wow. I wonder if there's like a through line here. I wonder what they have in common. Well, Zoran Mamdani has a lot to say about this. I'm really excited for you to hear what Zoran Mamdani has to say about the fact that we had 2 gigantic mass stabbing events from Africans in New York this week alone. New York is so up right now. Did you not get the news?
Take place. They're so up right now. New York as a city is so goddamn up right now.
That's right, because it's white people getting stabbed by the immigrants, which is awesome, as opposed to killing terrorists, which is very sad and tragic. Are we aware of what's going on? So let's hear what Zoran Mamdani had to say.
I want to be very clear about the fact that I believe that ICE raids are cruel, they are inhumane, they do nothing to serve in the interest of public safety. I've shared...
Hey, what's up?
If we would have had proper ICE raids, we would have saved those 6 people from getting stabbed literally yesterday, right? Nothing. These people fucking suck. Have you noticed yet that every single foreigner in our country, they're all like anti-ICE. Have you noticed? Isn't that a funny coincidence? It's almost like they're
no, I haven't.
Importing their little fucking retard tribes into the country, and then they vote for communist shit so that they take money away from the people that earn it and give it to their fucking inbred cousins that don't actually. Have you noticed that this keeps happening on like an industrial scale?
That directly with the president. I've shared that in public. It is a feeling that many New Yorkers share. And I also do believe that ICE has...
No, I think those 6 people that got stabbed might have a different opinion.
As an entity is one that should be abolished and that we should...
Yes, we should just not have immigration enforcement. In fact, I think we should have 1 million more Ugandans in this country immediately. You know what would make New York up? New York is so up right now. You know what would make New York a little more up? If we had 1 million more Zoran Mamdani. Bro, that would be fucking awesome. Yes! Yes! I mean, yeah, we did literally just have an ISIS bombing attack in New York just like 2 months ago. But hey, that was for Allah. So was it really a bad thing? Anyway, so this is just what you have to deal with now.
Return to an immigration system that has more humanity.
The humanity means import 1 million more Ugandans. All right, I hope you understand what humanity means. All right. Hassan Piker is crashing out. This guy says like, how he does this all the time. He's lazy. He sucks.
I'll check it out.
Hassan retweets it. He's mad because I don't want to drop 10 bans on nosebleeds. Lamau. Bro literally spends money like crazy on everything. But the funniest thing is he's like reposting this one like on it and 3 views. Hassan was 1/3 of the views on this tweet. You know Hassan watches every single one of my videos. This is why he has threatened to sue me. And also, he has slandered me multiple times actually. And it all comes together. So Sneeko decides to show up to the game. I have to play this out for you because this is a wild story. All right, so Sneeko shows up to the game, obviously, because as he said in the past, sports are for the goyim, and I guess he is a goy, so here he is showing up for the sports. The NBA's head of security approached Sneeko during the Kicks versus Patriot and told him, let's have a word.
Mike Bosman, senior manager of security here. Can I just come out and have a word with you real quick?
And we have a word real quick, Sneeko. He might have watched the videos of Sneeko endorsing terrorism. That might have been part of it. Oh, that's another thing Sneeko and Hassan have in common. They both love
It was
terrorists.
good. I had fried
Specifically
chicken.
Islamic terrorists. They love that shit.
Come right back in.
You know, in honor of Pride Month, I feel like now is the time to remind you that if an Islamic terrorist wants to have butt sex, gay butt sex with another man, to stretch his asshole so that he can fit explosives in his anus, he is still doing the will of Allah. And therefore, the gay butt sex is actually not haram. That is true. I heard that from a real email, by the way.
So much. Show him. 2 seconds. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
The guy asks to meet Sneeko, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, his stream ended shortly after.
Hey, actually, W intro, bro.
Yeah, and then he had to end his stream. Very awkward stuff. It's almost like they just think that he fucking sucks in general. Now, this could be due to copyright. You know, technically, you're not allowed to just completely record this game and publish it on your platform. That is a copyright violation, but it can also be a terror situation. I'm just saying, Sneeko just posted a video, ready to die. I don't know, man. When I hear about a devout Muslim talking about being ready to die and go up to a crowded area, I don't know, man. I'm gonna start questioning. You know, I'm just asking questions. So, Sneeko, super mad that he can't film it. From what was released of the Epstein files, we discovered the names of our most beloved celebrities and politicians. Yes, there were billionaires that got along with other billionaires. Yeah, within half a year, they are all laughing courtside at the Garden. Yes, they are billionaires. America should learn from Albania. No, we shouldn't. Take your country back. No one is forcing you to do that. Now, the funniest thing is, now, I think that the Epstein situation is obviously an absolute travesty. I would love to see mass jailings of all the retards that knew about what Epstein was doing and that partook in it, obviously. But my favorite thing ever is Muslims who literally submit and worship the most infamous pedophile in human history complain about Epstein. Like, it's just absolutely laughable to me. If someone was, like, friendly with Epstein and shit, you know, if you had, like, plausible deniability, maybe you didn't know the fucking child sacrifice sex cult shit that was going on in this island or whatever. I'm not saying I would believe them or want to be their friend or anything like that, but you have that plausible deniability. If you're converting to Islam, you are choosing to follow the path of a mass-murdering sex slaver pedophile. So it's just absolutely mind-boggling to me to watch this shit happen. You know, but Sneeko, like, he just keeps getting it. Like, you know, he keeps talking about how Muslims are the true victims to literally all of the things, but every time, every clip of him is worse than the last.
Obviously, we see horrible attacks throughout the country.
Where? So this is him saying, this Jewish guy saying we see horrible attacks throughout the country against Jews, and this is Sneeko being like, where? Jews are literally controlling all the things.
Where? This is talked about all the time. Where does it happen?
For example, it happened in Colorado last year, the governor's house in Pennsylvania, last week in Michigan. Obviously...
And that's awkward, isn't it? Bro just released 3 examples instantly, damn. And he was so confident too. Where? They blew up a synagogue in Michigan. They firebombed a couple of Jews in Colorado. 3 Palestine people lit Governor Josh Shapiro's house on fire. 2 Israelis were assassinated in Washington, D.C. And those are just the instances where people died. There was essentially, according to the actual NYPD statistics, 1 racially motivated violent crime against Jews per day in New York City alone since the beginning of 2026. So I love that this dude like lives in his own bubble to the point that he's like, well, why? Oh yeah, where did it happen?
Country.
Where? This is talked about all the time. Where does it happen?
For example, it happened in Colorado last year, the governor's house in Pennsylvania, last week in Michigan.
He looks at his chat.
Oopsie
poopsie. Yeah. So now the craziest thing is Sneeko's top clipper recently posted his account analytics. Dude, it's so fucking good. Oh, it's so good. Posted his account analytics, and it confirmed that the majority of his audience are in fact brown third worlders. Just absolute fucking cinema. You look at the majority of the people that watch Sneeko clips, and you get mostly 25 to 34-year-old males in Pakistan and India. It is absolute fucking cinema. It does not get any better than this. I cannot possibly believe that this is what we got. The ultimate exposed. Everyone saw saw it coming. I always ask myself, what fucking American guy is going to sit there watching Sneeko? The fact that America is not even in his top 5 most viewed countries is absolutely miserable.
Yeah, Buddy's on the floor. It's getting a little hot in here, so he's down on the floor because it's cooler down there.
Crazy that this got exposed. Now, of course, after the Knicks lost their basketball game, and Sneeko and Hassan were both pretty thoroughly humiliated, Knicks fans decided to destroy the city of New York because that's a thing that you do, specifically, or if you are of a specific ethnic makeup. Now, I'm not going to say which ethnic makeup, but I am going to ask you to look around at the crowds and see if you could recognize any patterns. On the screen right now are
I actually think she likes the bathroom in the morning the best. She lays on the floor in the sunlight.
Beating the shit out of each other. This is a Spurs fan assaulted by a rabid mob of Knicks fans.
The hell?
It's funny that they captioned it this way because it's a white guy getting attacked by a throng of black people. Again, socioeconomic conditions are insane. Jungle. New York is so up right now, says Hassan Piker. New York is just so up right now. They're just surrounding them. They're not letting them go. They're beating the shit out of them. All these people need to go to fucking jail, bro. Put them in cages. This shit's insane. Right, bro, this isn't normal. This isn't... I'm sorry to be that guy. This isn't Western civilization. What the fuck happened here? Well, what is going on? Knicks fans attacking any Spurs fan they could find. It's so weird. It's so weird how this keeps happening everywhere. You keep going, but you get the idea. Now, the reality is, you'll notice a lot of teen takeovers recently, which is a funny way to say black teenagers. Teen takeovers are just violent black teenagers.
Oh, here comes Buddy now. The up here. You're just up here for the petting.
Taco Bell drive-thrus at night. Are we noticing anything about the ethnic makeup here? Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and be like, all black people are monkeys and shit like that. That's obviously horrible and hateful. But there is obviously a problem with this culture, and the result to this problem is 13% of the population is committing 50% of the violent crimes. There is a major issue here. Now, you can chalk it up to fatherlessness. You can chalk it up to all forms of different cultural developments. But whenever I hear a libtard being like, but there are more black people arrested than white people, yeah, there are. Yeah, true. Maybe not enough, actually. Maybe not enough. So, Sneeko! I just thought we were done with this retard. No. I've crafted a masterwork for you today. So, Sneeko is talking about how black culture is actually just better than white culture.
Notice how white people don't violently attack black and brown people in the streets.
Yeah, you just go into countries and bomb them. Like, yeah,
but why would they do that, though? But why do white people do that, though?
Like in brown violence, you'll see like a fist fight on the street. White violence...
A fist fight. There's just fist fights every once in a while. Let's not talk about the mass rape of European young girls. Let's not talk about the infinite terror attacks committed against each other. Let's not talk about how the Crusade started, which was Islamic invasion into Europe.
In 2 days.
You know what? This is gonna be wild. You're not gonna like this one. Why are 10 out of the 11 global conflicts right now going
Hopefully
on?
in 2 days I'll be partner.
Why is that the case?
No, I'm gonna need at least 3 days to be partner.
Christians in Syria and in Iraq and in Nigeria.
That's the bare minimum.
In Sudan.
I don't know why I made 2 of these.
Killing Persians in Iran. Why are Muslims attacking Jews everywhere around Israel, from Hamas to Hezbollah to the Houthis? Why are Muslims torturing Christians everywhere that they seem to overlap? Why is the Christian population decreased in every single Muslim country? Why have all of the Jews in every Muslim country gotten expelled in 1948 from those countries? Why had the war between the Congo and Rwanda result in 5.5 million people killed? Why does all this happen if it's only white people bombing brown people? You know, it's so funny watching this guy being a base right-winger just basically completely devolved into actual brown clown sloppery for third worlders.
Just nuking a foreign country. White violence is colonization.
It's his fucking soundboard.
White violence is going in.
White violence is colonization, which it literally improved the lives of every single place that was colonized. No one wants to talk about that.
There and regime change. White violence is starting wars, like a 100-year war between Britain and France. White violence is Ukraine versus Russia for reasons that Americans don't even know. Joe, white people aren't violent. It's like, okay.
Right. So what's the point here?
Then stop committing war.
Yeah. Notoriously, only white people do wars. Not the infamous third world bloodbath skirmishes that happen everywhere in Africa. Pay no attention to that. Like, this is one of the saddest cope sessions I've ever seen in my entire life. It really is. So, again, anyway, speaking of white crime, let's talk a little bit about the Carmelo Anthony trial update. So, Carmelo Anthony is a black guy that stabbed a white kid and killed him. Just because he felt like it. He saw a white kid at a track meet, he took a knife, stabbed him in the heart, and murdered him. Now he's in court, and it looks really bad for him.
I'm more of a forest guy.
Black Panthers showing up in uniform.
I'd rather own acreage in the mountains.
Because, you know, if Carmelo Anthony loses, well, they're going to burn the fucking country down. That's just normal, actually. It's totally normal that when somebody murders somebody else...
I mean, I like the beach, but I usually get bored with it within a couple days.
Everyone in his little ethnic group decides to get together and burn down the country. Totally normal thing, actually, that we just need to deal with, it seems. You know, like, they're posting shit like this. Austin Metcalf, which is the white guy who died, who was murdered, all right? And you got all these guys dancing at his grave. Yo, let's go! AI image, obviously. But, wow, hilarious, he's dead. We got that white guy. And you're going to tell me that this isn't obviously racially...
Yeah, I'd rather live in the mountains.
Yeah, they actually just want you dead. Yeah, actually, they just do. Now, one of the craziest developments in this case is the way the media has been essentially trying to glaze Carmelo Anthony for some reason. Fucking murderous psychopath. The knife Carmelo Anthony allegedly used to fatally,
Maybe someplace like Hawaii would be cool. Like if my island was a mountain, then I could just come off the mountain and go to the beach and then go back up onto the mountain again at the end of the day. Maybe something like that would be cool.
Huh? My hands are legal, but I can't strangle you. Like, is this what the defense has? Carmelo Anthony asked to leave 15 times before fatal stabbing. Wow, really sounds like self-defense, huh? Carmelo Anthony apparently distraught moments after killing Austin Metcalf, teammate says. This is how they're trying to defend him. Here you got a guy, walks up to an innocent dude, stabs him in the heart, murders him, and then he's distraught a few minutes later. Well, I guess, are we really going to punish? He's just a poor bebe. He's just a poor bebe. Prospective jurors in Carmelo Anthony's trial reportedly said they could not see themselves sentencing him to life in prison, with one saying they did not want to put a brother in jail, despite the severity of the murder charge against him. One potential juror told prosecutors, "I don't think I can make a decision about somebody so young," while others said Anthony looks like a child. So the reality is, the actual lawyer, Bass, did not allow any black jurors on the jury, which is fucking awesome, actually, because apparently tribalism is very real, and it's to an insane degree, especially in certain communities. What the fuck is this? I don't want to put a brother in jail, so I'm just going to let a murderer walk free? Yes, actually. Yeah, actually, that is the goal. Actually, this guy, whoever said, I don't want to put a brother in jail, they don't seem too distraught. They actually think it's perfectly acceptable that he murdered an innocent kid, because he was white. Isn't that insane? Carmelo Anthony juror left open mouth with shock at sight of Austin Metcalf's body, as the killer teen's lawyers suggest the victim impaled himself on the knife.
Actually, it wasn't that long ago, they had a mountain in Elk County, Pennsylvania for sale, and it was only like 150 grand.
After his defense attorney, Mike Howard, attempted to argue that Austin Metcalf was responsible for his own stabbing.
It was real close to Allegheny National Forest, so there's probably a lot of restrictions on what you could build on it.
Obviously, that's not what fucking happened. That Carmelo Anthony pulled out
Still, the whole mountain was yours, man.
Stabbed himself in the heart. You understand the level of retard you have to be to even, like, put up with this shit? Like, this is an absolute joke. A mockery of justice. So, first they claimed it was self-defense, and then they claimed that the guy maybe stabbed himself on this guy's knife. Absolute insanity. And, you know, you really start to understand where this meme came from. How the entire real estate market in the country is based on how far away can I get from these people without having a 3-hour drive to work. Now, the craziest reality is that's actually not wrong. Because a lot of these communities actually believe this way. Now, I think that based conservative black people are legends. They're fucking awesome human beings. But a lot of them are living in just backwards culture retard world where ethnic tribalism absolutely trumps everything. And then they'll scream about being the victim and shit when their entire community rallies behind them after they murder somebody in cold blood. Defense rests with the Carmelo Anthony case. Total disaster for them. Their own witness contradict themselves, testified Carmelo was the aggressor and shouldn't have been at the tent. There essentially was no defense offered. They should have taken a plea deal a year ago, but his retarded family preferred to milk the whole thing for cash. One of the most open and shut murder trials you've ever seen. And it's official. Carmelo Anthony's defense rests after a devastating round of witness testimony in the Austin Metcalf trial.
30 minutes. The defense resting its case in the murder trial of Carmelo Anthony, the teen accused of fatally stabbing Austin Metcalf. Now, the court has been dismissed for the day. Closing arguments start tomorrow. This comes after an unusually long lunch break lasting an hour and a half. We don't know what was the holdup, but here's what we do know on day 4. The prosecution rested its case on Saturday after calling 21 witnesses. We heard emotional, heartbreaking, harrowing testimony from Austin Metcalf's coach, fellow students, and the medical examiner. The jurors looked on in horror as graphic autopsy photos were shown. Anthony, on the other hand, did not look, staring down at his lap as the grim pictures were shown. The biggest headline? It came from a 17-year-old schoolmate of Metcalf who testified that he didn't see anyone crowding Carmelo Anthony at the time of the stabbing. This seemingly debunks Anthony's narrative that he was ambushed and acted in self-defense.
But, like, just listen to the way the arguments develop. I didn't do nothing. I was ambushed and it was self-defense. Actually, he stabbed himself on the knife himself, actually. The knife was legal, by the way. Bro, just what a fucking shit show.
After the prosecution wrapped up on Saturday, the defense asked the court to move to a direct verdict. In other words, asking the judge to rule in their favor before the case goes to the jury on the grounds that the prosecution legally failed to make their case. Now that sounds like a long shot request. It is. It'd be like asking the ref to end the game before the fourth quarter because one team thinks the other hasn't put up enough points to win. It's also pro forma. In almost every legal case, the defense will ask for a direct verdict. And in almost every case, it is denied. In this case, it was denied. So today, the defense began calling their witnesses, including 2 students who were at the scene.
This motherfucker got Rasputin to be his fucking lawyer and just got absolutely slaughtered in court.
One recalled seeing Anthony crying after the stabbing. The other described seeing a push or a punch followed by people screaming. A Frisco police officer who examined Anthony's phone tested.
Bro, Carmelo Anthony is going to have the next 40 years of his life stabbed in the asshole by prison inmates because this motherfucker didn't realize that actually he can chimp out in public and murder an innocent man for no reason.
While it's against school policy to carry knives, it is not illegal in Texas.
Yeah, but he stabbed him in the heart. That's the issue. It's not really carrying the knife, it's more the stabbing in the heart and killing the thing.
Yeah, the stabbing in the heart. That's the thing that's really got everybody upset. Not the size of the knife, it's the stabbing of the heart.
Next Generation Action Network.
Individuals who come here to solve.
Every single black guy that's defending Carmelo Anthony is making the entire black community look worse. I'm not gonna lie, it is absolutely harrowing. It's the equivalent of laughing that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. It's unbelievable. Listen, man, but when a white guy commits a horrible crime, I keep seeing white guys saying, kill him, jail him, lock him up, throw him away, execute him. Jeffrey Epstein, he was a fucking monster. All right, I don't know a single Jewish guy that's like, well, actually, maybe Jeffrey Epstein is misunderstood. No, Jeffrey Epstein was a fucking nightmare human. Second most infamous pedophile in history, all right? That guy fucking sucked. But suspiciously, in certain communities, all of a sudden, everyone gets up to defend the guy. And it's just absolutely mind-boggling to see. It's almost like you have a distinct culture from ours. There was this Somali pedophile that was arrested for raping a child, and the entire Somali community in Minneapolis came together to basically say, actually, you're a nice guy. What the fuck are we taught? You raped a kid. Hello? Unless the community doesn't actually view raping a kid as such a big deal. And, I start to wonder the same thing here. When I see so many black voices come out in defense of Carmelo Anthony, I start to wonder, maybe the community actually doesn't mind if a black guy murders a white guy. Maybe it's not actually such a big deal to so many people. And it's heartbreaking. This shit's insane. This is radicalizing as fuck.
Whole purpose on provoking conflict and creating division. Our message for those...
You created division when you stabbed an innocent guy in the chest and killed him. All right, Carmelo.
Supporting Carmelo Anthony is simple. Do not allow yourself to be baited in. We have seen the extremist rhetoric.
Absolute insanity watching this shit go down and people defend him. Kyle Rittenhouse shot rioters to save his life. $2 million bond, not reduced. 86 days in pretrial detention. Carmelo Anthony brought a knife to a track meet, got insulted, murdered someone. Bond is reduced to $200K. 12 days in pretrial jail. Buys new house because the community supports him so much. It's just an absolute sham. A joke. To quote the late and great Charlie Kirk, Carmelo Anthony brutally murdered Austin Metcalf, and the support for him in the black community is growing. Murdering a white kid in cold blood seems acceptable to some, and they hate him for being right, and so they killed him. To quote MLK, whatever happened to judging people based on the content of their character and not the color of their skin? Because that shit is not happening in America, and in the opposite way that MLK actually intended it. Now put this fucking savage in a box. Happy Pride Month, I guess. You're gonna have your first EA experience really soon. Now, England is suffering from similar problems to our own, except amped up by like a bajillion times. It has been revealed that Vikram Digwa and his brother were secretly reported by police saying Vikram stabbed Henry, and they were going to lie to the police, and the conversation was in Punjabi, but apparently that's fine. And also, the brother of Vikram Digwa just wasn't arrested, actually. Because, hey, why should he get arrested? Now, as far as I'm concerned, this entire family is part of it. They all need to get deported. But there is a situation that happened that's also harrowing, absolutely harrowing. So first we have to talk about the Tard Avengers before we talk about the new and improved horrific thing that happened in Ireland. All right, so Sneeko reacts to the death of Henry Nowak. All right, get ready for this. So Henry Nowak, again, he's the guy who was stabbed by the Sikh guy 5 times. He bled out in handcuffs because the police believed the Sikh that the victim was racist and let him die. All right, so this is Sneeko's reaction to it.
Same time, keeping him on his side.
The unfortunate thing, I know so many people are thinking it right now. Muslims in the UK are relieved that it's a Sikh and not a Muslim. Type of one in the chat if you were thinking that just now.
Yeah, literally, we're doing the Norm Macdonald tweet. We're doing the fucking, what terrifies me is that if ISIS detonates a nuclear bomb in New York City and kills 50 million people, is the backlash that will bring on peaceful Muslims. Alright, so this is Sneeko watching a 18-year-old innocent white guy get stabbed to death, bleed out and die in handcuffs on the street. And the first thing he's thinking of is like, woo! At least the Muslim didn't do it. I mean, thank God the Muslims are raping a generation of white girls and committing terror attacks every week in England, but woo, at least this viral story wasn't a Muslim. This is fucking third world as shit. Alright, this guy fucking sucks! You think he's a base right-wing ally? What are we even talking about?
That it's a Sikh and not a Muslim, because we already know what the narrative would have been.
What do you mean would have been? Muslims are committing terror attacks in England weekly, right? They just blew up a couple of ambulances, right? Muslims just blew up a church. Muslims blew up a synagogue. Muslims are stabbing Jews and raping white girls. There are Muslim rape gangs that are wandering and vagrants just meandering throughout England, raping a generation of white girls. And he sees this one viral story and he's like, oh, thank God it's not Muslim. You know what the narrative would have been if Muslims were actually violent?
Because it's a Sikh, people can go, that's the state of politics.
Keeps going.
We will set up with it.
No, that's exactly what you just did. You literally just did that and your entire chat agreed with you. Actual retard take, and everyone knows it.
Oh, so true. Very true.
The average AF super chatter sent $25. Did you see Sneeko react to the Henry Novak video? His first thought was thank God it was a Sikh and not a Muslim.
Yeah, which is so telling. It's like that Norm Macdonald joke. He sees a white person get stabbed to death and says, thank God it was an Indian, because imagine all of the Islamophobia against innocent Muslims.
What a
That's
fucking
who he
joke.
is in his DNA. He's like a congenital brown clown. He sees a white person get stabbed to death, and his first thought is, Muslims breathe a sigh of relief. Think about us as the victims. We can civilizational enemy.
He finally realized, listen, I've been saying this for a really long time. A lot of people were like, oh, hey, I criticized Israel, and he criticized Israel. Maybe we could get along. And it's like, no. You have been duped by the ultimate brown psyop, and almost everyone has. The Tucker Carlsons collabing with Cenk Uygur, and you got Megyn Kelly and Anna Kasparian getting along now. Sneeko and Hassan working together. You people are fucking clowns and bots controlled by third world psyops. It's insane. And finally, you know, at least Nick Fuentes this is like, wait, holy shit, this guy fucking sucks, he's horrible. And yeah, it's actually true. Most of the discourse actually is horrible. In fact, in the most horrible discourse of the day, African migrants just tried to behead a white man in North Belfast, Ireland. Video too graphic to post. So I saw the video. I obviously will not be posting it here. And normally I would say that if you don't have a strong stomach, you shouldn't seek out the original, but I actually think you should. I think you should understand the level of barbarism that is being imported into our countries. So this is him with a knife constantly and again, jamming it in his neck, trying to decapitate him in public. Yeah, I think importing the rise of the Planet of the Apes into Western civilization actually was not mutually beneficial. We are a civilization based on biblical values, and yes, that makes us better! It makes our culture superior to yours, and therefore, why? Why would we import these people here? Like, this is savagery that we can't even imagine! I think so many of the people turn a blind eye to the Islamic grooming gangs that are, wandering throughout Europe, raping young white, British, Spanish, German, French, and Swedish girls because they can't even possibly imagine the levels of atrocity that's being described. Our culture is so much more advanced than the barbaric shit we're seeing on our streets. And let this be a lesson to you, man. Let this be a lesson to you if you're in America. We were one president away from this shit in our country. Thank God our migrants are Latin American and not African and East Asian. Holy shit, this is insanity. It got worse. Watch the video, it's horrible, says Sydney Watson. I have to say, these videos light a rage in me that I can't even describe. I am so angry. So sad that white countries have to put up with this shit because of tolerance. Because being called racist is more frightening than watching our countrymen hacked to death, stabbed, shot, raped, and mutilated. I'd rather be called racist all day long than stand back and watch my fellow people get their heads hacked off by 50 IQ foreigners from an African shithole. I'm just done. And this is the stance that so many people are taking. And the reason why it's happening now is because Elon Musk bought Twitter. These conversations would not have existed or been allowed to exist without Elon Musk buying Twitter. Remember, the government shut these cases down. They don't release the information of who the criminals are. They covered up the racism. They want you to make believe, close your eyes and make believe that human beings are just little economic figures, little balls of carbon whizzing through infinite nothingness. And your heritage and your culture and what made your civilization yours is irrelevant completely. Borders mean nothing, countries mean nothing, religion means nothing. We are exactly the same as the warring tribes in Africa. And now, this video comes out and people realize, wait a fucking second, that's actually just not true. You actually are just lying to me. Tolerance is not actually a virtue. Intolerance is a virtue. Watch the video. The brutal reality of third world migration. It's ugly, filthy, and devastating. Don't look away. The politicians and activists facilitating this are directly responsible for the rape gangs, stabbings, and beheadings. Understand what's at stake. The West must carry out mass deportations. The East must prevent mass migration at all costs. Wake up before it's too late. People are actually just getting totally radicalized on this shit. And of course the media, they still don't realize that they are completely left in the Stone Age. Man taken to hospital with serious injuries after stabbing. White man taken to hospital after almost getting beheaded by African Muslim migrant. All right, but again, why? Who cares about reality when we could just lie? All right, when we could just manipulate. Woke up expecting the Belfast horror to be all over the media, BBC and Skyfront pages. Nowhere to be found. Nope, not at all. Nothing to see here. Just billionaire co-owner accused of abusing his power. Oh, that's way more important. Yeah. Billionaire West Ham co-owner accused. No evidence. Iran deal in final throes, Trump claims. Top referee denied entry for World Cup to the U.S. Based. Let's deny entry to more of them actually based. Now, it keeps getting worse. Police say man believed to be Somali arrested on suspicion of attempted murder after brutal, in quotes, attack in Belfast. Yeah, because nearly decapitating a man in the middle of the street is only brutal in quotes. Dude, and of course they shut off comments because they don't even want to hear what people have to say. You can't even make this up, right? So this is literally a story. All right, the wife and children of Somalia's new Islamic State, ISIS leader, are living in slow on social housing. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. There are social housing. Social housing, by the way, means actual people that work for a living, unlike the Somalis who don't. Actual people who work for a living pay their taxes to the government, so the government can take the money and let an ISIS terrorist on your dime. And it's like, man, I wonder how this keeps happening. It's pretty insane. A Somalian has been arrested following the attempted beheading. A restored Britain government would end all migration from Somalia, review all existing visas, and deport all Somalians who should not be in Britain. Enough, says Rupert Lowe. Rupert Lowe then says the police are now reporting the man is Sudanese, not Somalian, as they first published. Well, I have fantastic news for you. A restored British government would end all migration from both Sudan and Somalia. Bro, can you name one way that our countries were made better by Somalia or Sudanese immigration? Like, I'm not gonna lie. I can't think of one way our actual quality of life has improved. Review all existing visas for all Sudanese and Somalian migrants who should not be in Britain. This is the correct stance, actually. Our civilization does not need to exist to be infinite freebies to third world rapists and brutal murderers. And you know what? I'm not saying that all migrants from Sudan or Somalia are barbarians. I'm not making that claim. But I am making the claim that way too many of them are, for me, to, in good faith, vouch to import them. Now, the left, they're pro-rape, so they actually like that. The left is actually pro-white genocide, so they're actually super on board with it. They view literally everything in the universe through this, like, neo-Marxist oppressed versus oppressor lens because they don't have God. They don't have actual morals that they can found their belief systems upon, so they have to found it upon this, like, infinite bullshit victim card garbage of, well, I hate myself, so therefore everything in the world goes through the lens of oppressor versus oppressed. And by oppressor versus oppressed, they don't even mean it literally. They just mean competent versus retard. Well, the average IQ in Europe is 102, so obviously we are the oppressors, and the average IQ in Somalia is 67, so obviously they're the oppressed. This is the most shit way to look at the universe ever. Oh, well, we were colonizers, and we gave them fucking houses and infrastructure and medicine, so we're obviously fucking horrible people. So therefore, we are infinitely the oppressors, they are infinitely the oppressed, they always win, we have to import billions of them to make up for our past sins. So America's bad because we don't want to get brutally raped by the third world, and Britain is bad because they want to deport third world rapists, and the fucking France is bad because they don't like Islamic terror attacks on their streets, and Sweden is bad because they don't like when their churches get lit on fire, and Israel is bad because they don't like when terror attacks come and rape their people. You know, like, it's just an insane frame to look at literally anything. Just as a way to justify importing third world barbarians into your culture to destroy it. It really is. You know, I have written to the Prime Minister, says Rupert Lowe. Prime Minister, we have all seen the sickening video from Belfast. Full details of the savages' nationality, immigration status, and religion must be made available to the public as a matter of urgency. The British people need to know the full truth now. Rupert Lowe. Base, this guy's fucking awesome. I love Rupert Lowe. What a legend. And he made a little video as a statement on the absolute atrocity that happened on the street. Like, this is the kind of shit that should not exist in our cultures. And we successfully removed it from our cultures. You know, through Greek philosophy and Roman law and biblical values, we have developed a civilization where this level of barbarism just doesn't happen until we reintroduced it by bringing in savages that did not have anywhere near that level of enlightenment.
Good morning, everybody. I've just watched the most horrific footage from Northern Ireland, from Belfast, of one man on top of another with a knife, obviously screaming and shouting. Some patriots effectively attempted to intervene. I don't know what has happened to the victim, but it didn't look good. I now call for the police with full transparency to disclose the ethnicity and immigration status of the person who perpetrated the attack. This is a...
Actually, reality is important. Oh, but why do you have to know? You're just saying it for racist purposes. Why I'm saying it is irrelevant. Give us the truth. Reality is actually important. You put another dot on that graph for us so we can start seeing the pattern. All right? And I'm so tired of, oh, you're only saying this because you're racist? No. I'm saying this because I'm not racist enough yet.
Pointing the growing trend, which is affecting all of us. It stems from immigration, largely. It stems from the fact that there's a whole industry of people who have made vast amounts of money propagating an industry called the human rights industry, which basically has fed off the back of the...
Now, a lot of people don't know this because you've been so psyoped by Western civilization. And you're going to hear what I'm about to say, and it's going to take you aback. So I suggest you hear it, and then you mull it over a little bit before you actually make an assessment here. Human rights are bullshit. Human rights are fake and gay. There are no such things as human rights. Human rights are not real. The only human right is free will. Other than that, we've got a couple of things that the government and society allows us to do, or the societies and governments that we have instituted try to protect us, but they're not human rights inherently. Inherently, there's no such thing as a human right. You have the right to free speech. No, you don't have the right to free speech. as you can see, from England, where they arrest people who make Facebook posts, as you can see, from Afghanistan and Iran, where they shut off the internet and they massacre you if you oppose the regime. Right? Free speech is not a human right. Thank God we live in the United States of America, the greatest country in the history of the world, that it was in our Constitution, and because the people in power give us that right, we have that right. It is not inherent. There is no such thing as an inherent human right. It is a term that they have created to psyop you into thinking that we owe barbarians anything, and we don't. The Sudanese and the Somalians should build a wonderful civilization where they fucking came from, and they can then dole out whatever rights they deem as humane to their own people. They won't, because they're fucking savages as of now, and we have given them all the opportunity to actually develop. They don't want to, but human rights are a scam so billionaires can make money and manipulate people into thinking that somehow it's just to import infinite retards into our civilization.
Legal complexities surrounding human rights law. Those are people like Keir Starmer, Lord Hermer, a whole raft of people who I think put their own interests above those of the safety of the British people. And it's time we got some honesty from the police force, who are paid for the British taxpayer, paid for by the British taxpayer. They're supposed to serve the British taxpayer, and they're supposed to keep us all safe. We can quite clearly see with the recent tragic death of Henry Novak, we can see two-tier policing, and now I think I call for total transparency. If you have transparency, you have truth, and from truth you can actually start to deal with the issues that are causing the problem. Until we have that, I'm afraid we are going to continue to all of us suffer from increasing distrust, an increasing feeling of a lack of safety, and that is not going to be good for all of us. We want our high trust society back, and we're not going to get it back by people being deceitful. We need honesty, we need truth, we need authenticity, and we need openness.
That's right. And if it'll make you racist, then so be it. Reality matters more than whatever fake social bullshit you come up with to convince yourself that you shouldn't be living in real life. Oh yes, I'm gonna make believe men could be women because I might offend a mentally ill retard who wants to kill me and my family because I have faith in God. Yeah, no, actually, I don't give a shit if I offend him. Reality matters more. You know, and Keir Starmer eventually, after so much pushback, responds, which is insane. You'd think he'd say something immediately.
The horrific attack in Belfast last night is sickening. Of absolutely no tolerance for abhorrent scenes of violence like this on the streets. My thoughts are first and foremost with the victim, and I thank first responders, including members of the public, who intervened.
Literally zero actual engagement with what actually happened. And because this guy is such a fucking cuss, like, I could just show you, he copies and pastes this shit. All right, it's sickening. All right, let's just see how many times he's posted things that are sickening.
The horrific attack is sickening. It's sickening that the scandal. It's sickening and do
Bro, can you imagine this equation? It is sickening that anti-vax protesters are spreading dangerous misinformation, and it's also sickening that a man was almost beheaded by a violent savage from Sudan that your government imported. I love this equivocation. Both of these things are sickening, according to Keir Starmer. Is that not absolute insanity? Holy shit, dude. Keir Starmer considers these things both sickening, all right, it's just truly astounding. Now you got to see how police covered this. Because British police is also fucking compromised by the retard woke shithole that is all of Europe right now. Sorry, Europeans. You know it's all true. All right, so this is the investigation's result on what the motive was.
The investigation is in early stages. As I've said already, we're ruling out a terrorist motivation at
All right,
this
they're immediately ruling out terrorism.
stage.
All right, so what do they have? They must have some reason to rule out terrorism, right?
However, our minds remain.
There's no reason why a Muslim from Sudan would commit a terror attack. That's fucking retarded. So what is the alternative?
And open to the various possibilities as to what the motivation is
And they have zero other options.
behind this.
All right, our mind is open. We have no idea what it is, but we are ruling out terrorism. We don't want Islamophobia to happen.
We will, of course, as we move ahead, be working with all of those who might be able to provide us further information.
Very excited to see Sneeko not react to this one. I bet you any money Sneeko will just not react to this case because it's a Muslim.
And context as why what happened last night.
Dude, what a fucking joke. This entire society is a joke. And literally, right after this happens, suspect in custody after multiple people stabbed in a Manchester school. It literally just doesn't stop. Isn't it great that England banned knives so only bad people could stab people now? Isn't that awesome? Isn't it great that they did that? Wow, so huge. 16-year-old Merneda Aussie, a teen, Declan, was hunted by a Sudanese youth gang and stabbed 56 times, and he received 66 blunt force injuries. One of Declan's African killers was released because he was deemed too young to take responsibility for murder. In 2025, the animal took part in an aggravated home invasion in Gladstone Park, Melbourne, and saw a 60-year-old man stabbed countless times, shot in the arm, and bashed repeatedly with a hammer. Because, well, we're not gonna let this 16-year-old Sudanese migrant stay in jail. Why should we do that? The riots in Brussels by the second and third generation migrants entered their third day. So we have 3 days now of violent, fiery riots in Brussels because third generation migrants didn't assimilate. Color me shocked and surprised. Europe is literally living through a nightmare of its own making, and it's fucking heartbreaking. But hey, Piers Morgan tells me at least the curry is really good now. Now, God bless America, though. Iran's Football Federation says its ticket allocation for the FIFA World Cup has been withdrawn just days before the football's global showpiece begins, leaving fans unable to attend their team's matches. Wait, you mean to tell me that people that were given the pass by the Islamic regime in Iran to come to America aren't welcomed into America? See, this is what I want to fucking see. This is everything that I want to fucking see. Yes, based, as Rubio literally said in April.
Nothing from the U.S. has told them they can't come. I mean, the problem with Iran, it would be not their athletes. It would be some of the other people that would want to bring with them, some of whom have ties to the IRGC. We may not be able to let them in, but not the athletes themselves.
That's right.
But no.
The athletes could come. The unvetted people or the people with ties to the Islamic terrorist regime, they can't. This is what vetting looks like.
I don't know where that's coming from, other than speculation that Iran may decide not to come, and then Italy would fill their spot. But if they decide not to come on their own, it's because they decided not to come. What they can't bring is a bunch of IRGC terrorists into our country and pretend that they're journalists and athletic trainers.
He is so right. Rubio has been cracking down and destroying these like infinite retards coming into our country. He's revoking citizenship from people. God, he's been so on point here. And you know what? You know who hasn't been on point? The Sudanese man that just beheaded a guy. The arrested Sudanese man was an asylum seeker. He entered Britain in February 2023, immediately claiming asylum, according to the police, who was the immigration minister at the time. Then, when the man was granted leave to remain in our country. Why? Reforms Robert Jenrick, whose own secretary reforms Suella. They are responsible for our borders. They failed in the most horrific way with the most horrific consequences. The restored Britain government will abolish the entire asylum system. No more asylum seekers. Anyone who entered our country illegally will be deported regardless of current status. Enough. Restore Britain will not fail you. And the reality is, while we have these our neighbors, these Euro-cuck nations that are stabbing us in the back constantly with everything regarding our sovereignty and our country, these people are destroying their own countries, importing infinite retards to stab, maul, rape, and behead their own people with zero consequence. Thank God we have someone like Rubio out there being like, no, actually, you can't bring whoever the fuck you want into our country. It doesn't matter. Even if for a temporary time, we're not taking that chance. Why should we? Why do we owe you anything? And the answer that so many people are starting to realize is, we fucking don't. All right, well, we got some good news, all right? I'm not just doom and gloom. We got a lot of fun stuff on the horizon. Lady Bird Books has published a happy pride image on Instagram featuring a Muslim woman in a hijab. Lady Bird is one of the UK's biggest children's books publishers, and its books are read by kids as young as 2. The image features a Muslim woman in a hijab carrying a baby alongside another woman. The caption reads, everyone should be free to themselves, no matter who they are or who they love. Reminder, homosexual acts are strictly forbidden in Islam. Yeah, dude, this is absolute cinema. So, obviously, it's absolute insanity that we are literally grooming children with 2-year-old children's books propaganda to teach them to lead perverted, aberrant lifestyles, because that's what they are. You don't get the tone policing here, and I just say it as it is. But animals in the animal kingdom do that too. Yeah, animals in the animal kingdom also fucking eat each other, okay? Hello? But it's natural. Yeah, revenge and murder is also technically natural. But we grow past that, actually. You know, listen, man.
12% of men who have sex with other men 1 or more times a week have problems where they are not able to control their bowel movements. Come on, why? If it's healthy, if it's perfectly healthy.
Yeah, so anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is, A, this is like actual propaganda for 2-year-olds, which is absolute insane and obviously grooming. But actually, this didn't piss off the conservatives. No. Unfortunately, conservatives are used to the fact that the entire globalist campaign throughout all of Europe and America and the West is basically trying to groom our children. We're used to that now. Heartbreaking as it is to say, the Muslims got mad. No, the Muslims, they allied with the woke for so long. You know, they were freeing Palestine together, man. All right, like here you have Zach Polanski. This is a woke, gay moron who's trying to free Marwan, all right? Marwan is a terrorist that orchestrated a suicide bombing and orchestrated the rape of Christian girls. He's a Palestinian terrorist prisoner who killed 5 civilians through terrorist attacks. And here we have Zach Polanski, leader of the English Green Party.
Wasn't even in the right place.
The Muslims and the communists that they
Nobody was going to tell me I was in the wrong place.
And Islam, they are working together to overthrow.
Let me
Western
embarrass
civilization.
myself
That's
like
what they
that.
have in common, by the way. Everyone keeps asking me, why do Muslims and queers and shit get along? What's queers for Palestine, bro? That's chickens for KFC. How does that actually work? Well, it's actually really simple. They both hate Western civilization. They both hate the biblical values that our culture is founded upon, and they want it destroyed. So yeah, they work very well together in that regard. But all of a sudden, the Muslims are getting power, and the retard queers are getting power. And all of a sudden, you have this shit, and the Muslims, they are very included in this level of, let's just say, progressivism. Bro, it's a nightmare watching these people lie to you like this. They just manipulate and they lie. Here we have Mehdi Hassan doing some debate about how actually, you're probably confused. Actually, Muslims are much better to woke people than anybody else. And this is his explanation for the mass rape of Muslim migration into England.
You know the big controversy in the UK over the boats, the small boats going across the channel? Do you know what the top 3 nationalities are in those boats? Iran, number 1. Afghanistan, number 2. Iraq, number 3. Now, Iran is a current war. Let's park Iran. But are you telling me we're not responsible for the deaths of Afghanistan and Iraq? Come on.
Nope, we're not responsible for the fact that our civilizations are getting raped by third worlders that don't think rape is a bad thing, actually. I'm sorry, I don't think importing people that view women as objects actually is benefiting our societies. I'm sorry, I don't think that importing people with a religion that believes that you could take white sex slaves, and that's perfectly acceptable according to your moral doctrine. I don't think that importing those people matter. And actually, I don't give a shit about the actual circumstances in your country. That's not an excuse actually at all. I have zero moral obligation to extend my hand to get raped because you don't like a situation that happened. Now, I don't want to get into like the whole, Middle Eastern wars shit, but a lot of that was actually caused by the barbarians. There's a lot of rewriting of history going on now, and while I don't agree with the fact that we did those wars weren't purely on us, actually. These people have been barbaric savages that hated us and raped us and pillaged us for generations. So no, I don't think Islam is a framework, and literally all the Islamic terrorism situations that have been going on is because we deserved it, because Muslims don't actually have free will or agency. Actually, they're just rape machines that we're importing into our countries. It's really all our fault, actually. But this is the retard take that we just have to live with.
I don't understand why these things take so many fucking whacks.
Are losing their mind over Pride Month. Because now that they are like a massive voting bloc in the UK, they have to like play along with like the gay people, and the actual Muslims are like, well, no, we're not doing that shit. Now, just as a disclaimer, our favorite returning character, Sneeko, all right, this guy is the only woke Muslim. It's pretty incredible stuff.
Jesus wasn't brown. He had blue eyes. He was Aryan. You are a clown.
Bro, someone screenshot that. They could get $10 to cope about being white. Dude, he was from Palestine. Read the Bible. It says he was a brown to olive-skinned Jew. He was Aryan.
Wait, the Jews are native to Palestine and the quote-unquote so-called Palestinians are colonizers? Damn, bro, woke too close to the sun on that one.
He's a Jew!
Yeah, it's pretty incredible stuff. Like, it's all about the identity politics with all these people. It's incredible. So, we found the one woke Muslim, guys. It's pretty diabolical. Now, all of London is attacking the mayor, because the mayor of London, Muslim, is like, oh, yes, woke, LGBT. And the Muslim community, which now has power, is like, no, we want to execute these people.
Go up the fucking ladder. There you go, stupid.
Friendly neighborhood dingo.
So for those of you unaware, this guy is an ex-Muslim. He wears a mask because if he didn't, Muslims would kill him. Because if you leave Islam, they kill you. In fact, they consider it an honor killing. Yeah, it's an honor killing to just kill this guy because he has a different train of thought than you. Yeah, not compatible with Western civilization, I'd say.
As it is Pride Month, the civil war between Muslims and the left continues. In fact, it's taken such a funny turn now. I feel like I just have to make this video share with you guys. So we all know London has a mayor who is Muslim, Sadiq Khan. Muslim leaders in the world right now. Under his leadership, we've heard terms like it's part and parcel of living in a city like London to expect terror attacks. To any other person, such a statement is just completely and utterly absurd.
No, it's not absurd. Everyone that knows anything about history or law or Western civilization understands that when you get a Muslim mayor, you get terror attacks. Muslims feel powerful when they do that shit. And I mean, that's why we saw all those car rammings in New York and ISIS terrorists literally throwing IEDs. You know, like, it's to be expected.
These days, you know what? A city like London is just so full of that exact demographic that people don't even really care about it anymore. So to give you a bit of context, Sadiq Khan was actually in Mecca during one of his pilgrimages. You know, the pagan thing that Muslims actually do in Mecca. He did that, and once Pride Month hit, he put out this statement, which is pretty funny. Let's see what he said. This Pride Month, London stands with our LGBTQI+ communities here and around the world. I look forward to seeing hundreds of and visitors taken to our streets in celebration on Saturday the 4th.
Bro, Muslim guy sold out his religion for some woke brownie points. God damn, that's brutal.
Of July. Now, this is quite weird because, I mean, you could almost call Sadiq Khan a lipstick Muslim. That is someone who picks and chooses which parts of the religion he actually wants to follow. But the vast majority of Muslims and Islam fundamentally rejects
You see, I think he views Islam as for what it is, as political ideology. No one wants to talk about it that way because people think it's a religion. In reality, it's a lot more of a political movement. It's a colonial movement, and it has these tenets built into it to help people stay and part of the fold, refuse to leave. If you leave, they'll kill you. Therefore, they can continue to grow. And they grow, they absorb more, and then whoever gets absorbed can't leave or they get executed. It's a gigantic colonial political movement, and Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan over here, views himself as participating in jihad. And he thinks that LARPing as a woke guy would help Islam further their goals. It's actually really obvious because they all do this.
Sexuality, and it is one of the gravest sins in the religion. Islam outlines exactly what needs to be done to homosexuals, and it is extremely explicit. So Farc Pillars, which is one of the largest Islamic organizations in the UK, also an affiliate of the Muslim Brotherhood, put out this statement saying a few days after returning from Hajj, London Mayor Sadiq Khan posts this, and they actually go further. They put out this statement.
Oh no!
Because it gets even funnier from this point onwards.
I love the retard on retard violence. It's my favorite thing.
Sadiq Khan, you baffle me. How does one go from just days ago being stood at the plains of Arafah on the best day of the year when Allah descended to the lowest heaven to hear the du'as of the Hujjaj that you are...
Do these people actually believe all this? I'm just asking.
A part of. Where I'm sure you ask Allah for his forgiveness, I'm sure you must express your gratitude to Allah, and I'm sure you must ask him for his guidance. To then, just days later, calling for the hundreds and thousands to gather to celebrate LGBTQ, something that is diametrically opposed to Islam.
Wait! You're telling me that queers for Palestine are actually just retarded? No, they must know something I don't.
What on earth would drive you to do that? See, what I think it is
political power. Takia. That's exactly what he's doing. He doesn't believe in this shit. He doesn't care about the LGBTQI+ community. He doesn't care if they get damned to hell or whatever. The goal is political power, so he has to look woke. It's like, why does every Muslim vote left? Like, they vote for abortion. Islam doesn't believe in abortion. They think abortion is murder. Why do they all vote left? Why do they all vote for the abortion candidates? Because they don't fucking care if you kill your kids. They're planning on conquering you anyway. All right, you know? So yes, I think that he is just a devout Muslim guy that doesn't mind preaching to further his political goals and ambitions. And I think that actually fits within jihad.
His desperate attempts to be accepted. But you never will be accepted. So long as you claim to be Muslim and have a brown face, there will always be some resistance towards you.
It's racism! True! It's not the increase of terror attacks and rape gang cover-ups that make people upset that Sadiq Khan is mayor of London. It's not that London is literally a shithole right now. It's the brown face.
Regardless of which principles of Islam you give up in the process. And quite frankly, it's frustrating for the rest of us. When the likes of you in public places act as if values that are diametrically...
Listen, Muslims, I'm not telling you that you should kill Sadiq Khan. But I think you guys should start voting for the Jews. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, right? But it's not gonna matter. These people have it in their mind. They're gonna conquer the West. That's their goal.
We oppose Islam, we are okay with, then it confuses people about what Muslims tolerate and don't tolerate.
Actually, you know what? I disagree with that. I think the left overall actually do accept Muslims, regardless of what their beliefs are.
Yeah.
Yes, this might apply to people who understand what Islam actually is, but to the left, these days, you know, with intersectionality and the fact that they just associate Islam with a brown person's religion, despite the fact that Islam has nothing to do with race or your ethnicity, they would accept Islam and mass migration from Islamic countries because they don't believe there's anything wrong with this religion. Maybe 15 or 20 years ago, you had the classical liberals and people on the left who were really critical of Islam, and they were perhaps the loudest voices when it comes to critiquing Islam, but it is completely the opposite today. So this person is actually quite wrong, but it is also pretty funny. And look, guys, when the red-green alliance is starting, as they say, when your enemy is making a mistake, do not interrupt them. And in this case, the left and the Muslims who are fighting,
That is Sun Tzu.
ultimately destroy each other. You don't want to interrupt this. You want to actually let it happen. You want them
Do
to
not
go at each other.
interrupt
And
your
I think
enemy
it's
while
like
he's
the
making a
left
mistake.
needs to learn this lesson the hard way, because they refuse to look at the history. They refuse to look at what happened to Iranian leftists during the Iranian Revolution. They have refused to look at what Islam fundamentally teaches. They have refused to look at what Islam has been doing the past 1,300 years. Learn this lesson now is the hard way, and that is by these Muslims, the green side of this alliance, essentially turning on them.
No. Keep doing it, guys. It'll go better. You'll see. You'll see. It'll keep getting better and better and better. Continue preaching LGBTQ stuff, Mayor Sadiq Khan. We're rooting for you. Look, man, I don't like the Islamification. I don't like the wokeification. So if these guys can eat each other, that's just an absolute colossal win.
I mean, we knew this was going to happen. It was so obvious to anybody watching. We saw the cracks, and you know what? A lot of these people, they thought they could just put a band-aid over it, and it would go away. But it hasn't. Trust me, guys, this is going to get worse and worse and worse. Now, quick note before we move on, please remember to give the video a like and hit subscribe. This channel is almost entirely fan-supported, so if you want to support the work and
Great.
behind it,
Here
consider
you
joining
go.
Patreon. That's what keeps the
Don't
channel
spend it
alive.
all in one
It's
place.
completely ad-free and long-winded, uncensored videos, and only chats. Now, what's really exploded from that point onwards is, and I feel like this is because
Hank,
the left are just
what
so,
are you standing
so
there for?
narcissistic.
Don't you
Well,
have
I
work to
love it
do?
so much. You don't understand how much I appreciate how retarded they actually are. Because the left doesn't actually have some sort of coherent ideology, they just believe that all humans should be exactly like them. And we should just be tolerant to no matter what form of degeneracy or retardation we actually walk in front of. And they're like, and the Muslims, they all vote left, so they must agree. It's like, no, they vote left because the left is destroying our civilization, and the Muslims are smart enough to know that. And they also want to destroy our civilization, so they vote left. It's that simple, actually. Right? The left
Take a
and
look
the
at the shit
Muslims
I
work
got, but
together
don't
because they
expect
have
me to
the
cook it
same
for you.
stated goal of obliteration of Western civilization. You think just because Muslims vote for left, they support gay people? Dog, they will execute the shit out of you the moment they come into power. And the left, they import infinite Muslims. And
All that
they know they're
gawking
gonna
at
get votes.
goods,
They're
and
gonna
that's
put their
all you
communist
buy?
shit to give free stuff to the Muslims, and the Muslims will be like, "Well, take the free shit. Actually, that sounds fantastic." Oh my God, it's just, and eventually the Muslim group gets big enough, and the leftoids step on their toes enough with their woke bullshit, and you get fucking civil war. It's just insane watching the damn burst.
They just don't want to listen. They don't want to look into Islam. They don't want to listen because they're just so scared of being labeled racist or Islamophobic,
That's
or
right.
whatever the fuck it is. But the left, they put out a book, and this is so funny to me because this is so far-fetched. This just does not happen. I don't think there's a single hijab-wearing woman, and look at the way she's dressed. There's not a single couple like this. Maybe the one or two in the entire world where it is a Muslim hijabi in a lesbian relationship with a white woman. And they have also gone ahead and what seems like they've adopted a baby or something. This is absurd. Like, this is bordering on levels of delusion that should not even be possible. So they put this out, and oh man, it sent the Muslims into a fury. You know, they've got the Spartan rage from
Let's
what's
go.
happening to them right now. And I don't know if the Red Green Alliance can really recover from this. Don't get
Bro,
started.
they can't. It's inevitably going to get destroyed. Now, my guess is eventually Islam's actually going to conquer them. See, that's the interesting thing. So they think that they're importing Muslims to vote for their communism shit. And the reality is they're importing Muslims. Muslims are each having 6-7 kids, 6-7, and they're having none. They're aborting them, and eventually they're just going to become a minority and get completely swallowed by these guys. Right? They don't realize that they're just useful idiots to push their cringe ideology, and it's just going to die the moment Sharia takes over. Right? The funny thing is, it's a It's a self-solving problem. The issue is the other problem that will rise up that we'll need to deal with.
The same lady from 5 Pillars decided to put out yet another video addressing this book. Let's
Eat
listen to what
each
she had.
other.
So Ladybird is making a concerted attempt to teach our kids from as young as the age of 2 that LGBTQ
Wait, now the Muslims have a problem with left woke shit? That's so funny. That is so funny, actually. Wow. Yeah, I'm surprised. It's literally so good. Now Islam has an issue with the woke bullshit. Well, the woke bullshit was all fine when they were, you know, not grooming your children, and they were only grooming our children. But now they're grooming your children too, and they don't like that. Damn, that's pretty wild.
values are okay in Islam, and that's why you see a Muslim woman depicted in hijab holding a baby.
Are you a bigot, Muslim lady? Are you actually just a bigot? Wait, are you telling me that the left imported homophobes from the third world? It's people on the right being like, stop importing rapists. People on the left being like, stop importing homophobes.
Standing alongside another woman. Now, we know that this is not compatible with Islam, and we wouldn't be teaching our kids.
Yeah, Islam is not compatible with us. Dude, this is amazing, because both of these ideologies suck.
But unfortunately, as Muslims now, we need to be aware more than ever of what could be being taught to our children.
Yes.
So this book is...
I think you should leave, honestly. I think you should fucking go back to the sand village. All right, figure that shit out there.
Like I said, from the age of 2. So that means a 2-year-old is being sent to nursery in the month.
They don't teach this shit in Pakistan. I feel like the West is just too degenerate for you guys, and y'all should leave.
I could well be being read this book by their nursery teachers.
Oh God.
And it's something that Muslim parents need to be aware of. So whereas before you may not even have thought about having conversations with your children just because of their age.
We're gonna start getting anti-woke Muslims soon in England. In America, Islam is not enough of a majority that they can do this, but in Islam, they have voting power. Their voice actually matters politically, as terrifying as that sounds. So they're gonna start swallowing each other.
To protect their innocence. There is a mass attempt to infiltrate your child's mind, and you need to be aware of that. And you need to be the first person to explain to them what is okay in Islam and what isn't. Now that doesn't
Bro, the Muslims keep voting for the pro-gay marriage candidates until there's enough Muslims, and they'll fucking kill the gays. It's fucking insane. No one ever saw this coming.
We can't live alongside people who practice LGBTQ values in peace, but it's not something that aligns with Islamic morals and principles, and that's just the fact.
Yeah, sounds like two groups of people who just simply can't coexist. And this is exactly what everyone's been trying to say. You cannot coexist with a group of people where, in the countries which they come from, execute people like you. The vast majority of countries in the world right now who execute, who imprison people for life, who do this to homosexuals, they are Islamic countries. Now, you can try and appease the Islamic community by putting this book out thinking, oh, guess what? The LGBTQ community is so diverse. It now includes hijabi lesbians.
Yeah!
You're not going to appease anyone. You're not going to appeal with a campaign like that. In fact, you're going to end with a new war. Don't get it twisted. It is in countries, in some countries, with a Christian heritage. In Europe, in North America, in Australia, these are the only countries that have generally been extremely pro-LGBTQ.
Unfortunately.
No other place. No other countries are like this. And if you don't think that is the case, you travel more. And if you don't think Muslims, even in your countries, actually believe these things, how about you just go and speak to them? Now, this person's saying at 2 years old, they don't want to hear about this at any age. At any age. And I think this was really obvious when there was the same-sex marriage plebiscite here in Australia. And when you looked at the people who voted no, they were all entirely concentrated in parts of Western Sydney that were overwhelmingly Islamic. And guess what? The left in this country, they did not talk about...
Wow! There is no way. There was enough of a Muslim presence in Australia to get together and vote against gay marriage. And they basically were like, far-right Christians are voting against gay marriage. Stop. They didn't mention the Muslims. They wanted the Muslims to sound better to like the libtards, so the libtards can keep voting to import more Muslims. You can't make this shit up. Like, this is an actual suicidal civilization. It's insane. It's absolutely wild.
Oh, actually decided to weigh in on this matter where he says aggressive Muslim lobby groups getting annoyed about woke gay cartoons is objectively hilarious. It is. It is one of the funniest things I've seen. And the thing is, we've all said this was going to happen. It was inevitable to anybody who was paying attention, to anybody who understood even 5% of Islamic doctrine. They would know that this was inevitable. And if you go to the quotes, we can see this battle playing out as well. So here we have someone saying 5 pillars in their Israelites are so offended by the existence of gay people, then maybe they should move to a society that shares their views rather than demanding everyone else conform to theirs. Now, with the communist symbol here, this seemingly is a left-wing person. However, it is crazy that this is usually the type of thing someone on the right or someone with a little bit of common sense would say. If you don't like secularism or diversity or values or whatever it is, then perhaps it's best you move back to
Move back to who gives a fuckistan, and we will move on. It'll be awesome.
Or Bangladesh or Syria, that probably is a better fit for you. And I do think you should, in fact, move back and take your family with you as well. And there's more people. So you can fuck off. See the Palestine flag in there? Yeah, someone else.
Many such cases.
Do we have any sane heads left in the UK Muslim activist community?
Brother, Muslim activist community. I love the LARP, bro. I love the LARP. Dude, the Palestine movement is an absolute fucking psyop, and everyone that fell for it. The Muslims obviously like it because it stirs up shit and makes people hate the West. But any American or Westerner that fell for the Palestine psyop is like actually fucking retarded.
Khan is the mayor of London who happens to be Muslim. That's his personal faith, and you idiots are implying he should enforce Islamic values onto Londoners. This is so stupid. Now, this person has an Arabic name. Perhaps they don't know what they're talking about, but Islam has never existed as a personal faith. It has always existed as a political system. There is no separation between state and religion in Islam. It is a complete totalitarian system. The sooner people like this person and the rest understand that, the better, because then you understand what you're dealing with. And it is their failure that they do not understand why people are so angry about Sadiq Khan doing that. Because these Muslims believe that Sadiq Khan is a heretic. Some people honestly might believe he's an apostate. Then we can go on this,
shit.
everybody else.
Dude, listen, I'm just saying, I don't want this to happen, but I have to say, if there's like some sort of Muslim honor killing attack on Sadiq Khan for not being Muslim enough, that would be the most fucking London situation I've ever heard in my life. Muslim guy tries to kill Sadiq Khan. I don't think you have, mate.
Saying if you don't want to live in a secular society, don't live in a secular society. So the stuff essentially people on the right would generally say to these people. That's what the left is saying now.
Dude,
look,
that's
this
crazy.
is honestly, I see good news. I would think.
Yeah, that's
the sooner
awesome.
The left understand, the sooner they learn this lesson, the better. As I always say, if you want to reduce these issues, you need to reduce the number of immigrants from Islamic countries because they're not coming to coexist or assimilate. This legitimately is a form of conquest in Islam, and now it seems like everybody. Right, the left, center, whatever you are, seems everybody is finally learning.
You know, I have to say, I am absolutely baffled that the Islamic rape gangs didn't tip the left off that maybe there's a problem. But homophobia made the left crash the fuck out. Like, it just shows how far the left is removed from God. Women and children getting raped, terror attacks all the time, beheading on the streets. All right, and you know the left be like, no, actually, you're just racist to notice that. White people do
morning,
bad
my
things too.
ass.
And then it's like,
Buy something,
them be
then
like,
it
no,
might
actually, I
be a
really
good
don't like
morning.
that you're depicting a Muslim in a hijab being a
You
lesbian.
again?
And they're like,
What?
oh, fuck,
You got a
report
fucking
this
crush on me or
report
something?
about-
Their lessons. And on that note, that's all I have for today. If you enjoyed that video, please give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment your
Holy
thoughts.
shit, what a fucking ride. Now, there's some really interesting lawsuits going on that we need to be talking about as well. They're in stories we've covered in the past, and I do a deep dive on all of the things every day. So we got to talk about this. So this
now
guy
that we're
over
done
here,
doing
Reckless Man, the
business,
guy who was
get
making
out
all
of
those
the
incredibly
store.
viral videos on all these, the Lego company, the gigantic Lego company that was allegedly stealing money from old people, refusing to give it back, working with the police, and by working with, I mean, paying the police and getting them corrupt, and basically getting them to break the law and arrest and harass people that were innocent, that were just asking basic questions, you know, classic shenanigans. Thank God for civilian journalism that this was exposed, that this corruption is out there, and now apparently they're suing the crap out of him. He just released this video titled Bad News, so this is probably going to be bad news. Then we have to look at Hassan Piker's lawsuits, because honestly, it looks like he's going to get himself absolutely eviscerated. All right, we got a lot to look into right now. Let's see what's happening.
Episode 3 is finally finished after crazy all-nighters and basically destroying my phone. So I can't post it or I will go to jail. And
oh shit.
Not only that, I will also immediately lose my lawsuit of $300,000, and the GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that...
You can't say bricks and minifigs anymore. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're silencing him. They're actually suing him. They're putting the weight of a, you know, multi-million-dollar company to squash a YouTuber that criticized them. This is the most unconstitutional shit ever, by the way.
I I am no longer allowed to talk about. They sent court papers to my email, which I guess a judge approved for them that this was a valid form of service. And so now that
Again, for all you know, that judge is homies or part of. Listen, I know that this is the whole, Mormon conspiracy, the Brick of Mormon. But it kind of seems like you got all these people. You got the cops that are part of the same Mormon church as the CEOs at the same Mormon church as the people working in these stores, and they're all kind of, working together. And again, I'm not blaming all Mormons for this, obviously, but it is very obvious that there is some sort of corruption going on there. Listen, I thought the worst Mormon corruption I ever saw was like those MLM schemes, but this is way darker, and it's insane because most Mormons are like super nice people. But this ends up happening, and you're like, wait a second. So you're telling me this like actual, cultural overlap and community are just looking out for each other, bending the rules of America to their whim to destroy people that criticize them? For all you know, this judge is just part of that group as well.
Officially served, I cannot even mention this company or I will be in jail and everything. Normally I would be like, screw the big guy telling me what to do. I'm going to do what's morally right. But in this situation, if I do that, then all my friends get screwed with this lawsuit.
No, it's really bad. He's right. Oh, great, dude. Just actually squashing him.
And we lose all the GoFundMe money we raised, like, immediately. So, I am no longer allowed to even mention this mystery company. My personal opinion is that this is unfair because this order was put on me because this company was telling the court that I was making bomb threats, I was planning on murdering the manager and employees, which obviously I didn't do, and you can see that in the footage. The only problem is I was not given a chance to share my side. The court just heard their...
I fucking hate the way the court systems are set up in America. I'm not gonna lie, this shit needs to get torn to shreds and rebuilt. Like, you got corrupt judges, obviously, but dude, everything takes so long. You get the court to shut one party down just by hearing one side of the case. It's absolute horseshit. Like, when I think about court cases, the way they should be set up, I think of the Book of Kings. Yeah, two mothers go up to King Solomon, the wise, and they each said, hey, this baby is my baby, one mom said, and the other mom said, no, this baby is my baby. And King Solomon looked at them and was like, you're saying that this is your baby, and you're saying that this is your baby, and the mom's confirmed, and he's like, okay, we'll cut the baby in half and give half the baby to each mom. And then one mom was like, okay, and the other mom was like, what the fuck, that's insane. No, I'd rather just give the baby to the other lady. Just don't hurt the baby. And King Solomon was like, okay, that must be yours. It's like basic and it's logical, and it's like obviously good morals there. But the truth of the matter is, he did not hear one side of the story before he heard the other. People had an issue, they immediately show up before the judge, or in this case the king, they both tell their side, and the judge immediately gives a verdict. The idea that you have these cases that could last years, costing millions in lawyers' fees, where the judge could completely strangle one party because of what they heard from the other party, is not only unconstitutional, but it's evil. This screws his entire career, by the way. While he's wrapped up in this lawsuit and he can't mention bricks and minifigs, aside from the fact that he can't make his next few videos, what the fuck is he supposed to do? He's wanted for the police. He's tied up in a lawsuit. He can't do his journalism job anymore. He can no longer cover the story that's happening. His career is cooked. It's on a backseat, and he is destroyed until he survives this, which could take years going up against a giga company like this. That fucking sucks, dude.
Perspective, not mine. So because I wasn't able to share my side, I'm now no longer allowed to talk about them, and looks like this might be it. So, yeah.
Yeah, bro, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. The funny part is, like, this is the most obvious admission of guilt possible by bricks and minifigs, the idea that they're just going to be like, oh, you're criticizing me? I'm going to use the power of millions of dollars and corrupt judges to silence the shit out of you and torture you and get you arrested and stuff. Their reputation is never coming back. This is purely an ego check at this point. They just want to make his life hell. Absolutely heartbreaking, but at least I could cover this shit. Bricks and Minifigs didn't sue me yet, so, I can still talk about this, but this is a nightmare. Now, Hassan also apparently, he's trying to get to sue Pegasus, which is crazy. He threatened to sue me before also, but now apparently he's threatening to sue Pegasus because Pegasus made a bunch of videos on him. Apparently he wants Pegasus to get murdered and executed for his coverage of Hassan. I thought Hassan liked journalism.
This is another one of those channels, right? This is like another one of those drama channels.
Massive day for the unemployed.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hassan Parker here is
There he is.
beefing more
God,
Pegasus,
Paul.
and he's almost threatening to sue him.
You should.
He does the same thing all the time. He just thinks that he's an infinite power, and he's just gonna manipulate you and discombobulate you and shit. Right? That's what he thinks. He thinks that he could just bully anyone, and for the most part he can, because his fans are savage monsters. You know, listen, the amount of death threats I got from Hassan people is absolutely insane. You know, so I think for the most part he thinks he can just bully people into silence and submission. And the reality is, a lot of people just don't like terrorists. What's this?
Like maybe 2 others that aren't about Hassan. All the rest of them are about him. The Legendary series. Yeah, so whatever happened to be... So I remember Hassan is like a certain percentage done. Oh, that's me. And
Yeah, that was me, guys. My bad, that was me. Yeah, he threatened me too, Eggs. He threatened me too, many such cases. But alright, let's see how badly this dude gets obliterated.
Pegasus, and he's almost threatening to sue him.
You should report that person to the authorities in Singapore. They have extremely strict laws against cyber harassment and spreading misinfo on the internet.
Yeah, but what if it's not misinfo? Alright, but what if it's not misinfo, and what if... This is so weird. But what if he's not lying? What if it's not harassment? It's journalism, guys. He's doing a journalism.
Alright, hang on. I gotta get something to drink. Oh.
Talking to a Houthi terrorist, and he's like,
I gotta get something to drink.
What Luffy would do. Right, and he considers that journalism. But here you have a guy criticizing a guy who's glazing terrorists, and he's like, he is harassing me.
Like a good Singaporean lawyer, it'd be nice to try and figure out if I could pursue litigation of sorts.
Don't know who more Pegasus is? Well, he's a fellow slop tuber who's an expert in anything regarding Hassan. He's made like 300 videos.
Entire content is just covering how I'm gonna be jailed and arrested and prosecuted and my life is over.
Oh,
Like that's
frick
all
yeah.
he does.
That
He
sounds
is a-
awesome. I support content like that.
Alarming, scary, and worrisome. Same. That's how I feel too.
No, it's not.
Funny, it goes on.
It's so funny. He has nothing redeemable about him. But
I mean, I guess more people watch him than watch you, Hassan. Well, he gets more views than you do.
pure animus that drives a lot of dudes that
No. It's patriotism. We actually don't like terrorists.
look like him, I guess.
What do you mean by that? It's because Pegasus is black? What is wrong with you?
He's watching right now on Discord server probably. I mean, hey, you got noticed by your king, by your god.
What's a high-tier human to a low-tier god?
Wait, don't get the guy. I don't think there's a death penalty for this. And also that I would not be in favor of. Are you insane?
Hey, he's a bad guy, but he isn't the bad guy, you know. Killing Pegasus is a teeny bit too far.
Right, honestly, it's pretty insane to even think about that.
Hassan uploaded this video called More Pegasus Just Ruined His Life and Pegasus Struck Back.
35 years old. I hope to actually, start a family and live a peaceful life rather than argue with people 10 years younger than me like a miserable loser, dude.
To be fair, you did make 300 videos
Yeah,
of
and he made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Listen, man, if Hassan would stop glazing terrorists, people would stop talking about it. I'm so tired of this coverage. This coverage sucks. Everyone that talks about this is retarded. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, I can't believe you made so many videos. I can't believe you're Islamophobic. I can't believe you keep talking about Muslims doing terror attacks. Stop doing fucking terror attacks.
Hang on.
Stop being Islamophobic. Islamophobia would drop the moment y'all stop raping people. Okay, what do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? It's like, man, I can't believe you talk about Assad so many times. Well, that motherfucker is doing the craziest shit I've ever seen every day.
Very based.
Well, to the Singaporean authorities, I would like to report. I am very scared. I feel very threatened that
Bro is actually trying to get Pegasus executed in Singapore. That's crazy.
this person has made 358 videos on me. This is alarming. 363, sorry. It's alarming. It's very scary. I was intending to visit Singapore soon.
Dog, you would get banned from Singapore. They banned you from England, and that place is the fucking... that is the capital of Islamabad. All right, what are we even talking about? Bro. You got banned from... What the fuck is that? You think they're gonna let you into Singapore, dude?
And now
You know why there's no Islamic terror attacks in Singapore? Because they fucking cane people. All right, that's why there's no Islamic terror attacks. You know why there are Islamic terror attacks in England? Because they basically cover for the Muslims. And them, the absolute cussed out, live hard British people didn't let you in. You think Singapore is going to let you in?
I don't even know if I could do that. It's truly a terrifying prospect for me.
Instead of addressing any argument, he tries to call me chopped.
Does this every time.
And tells me to make positive videos. Like him, of course.
How can I be okay? And trust me, this is just the tip of the iceberg.
He then
You
pulls up
ain't seen nothing.
my Instagram trying to make fun of my appearance, but it instantly backfires when he finds out that I'm actually jacked.
Frame wrong. Hassan then found my channel and oh boy.
Yeah, this guy only did one video on me, to be fair. Hassan just finished on He Cried. Hassan just got finished on He Cried.
True. Bro.
He's Canadian. What?
Yeah, you know what? That's too far, dude. Even for you, Matt.
Where he's threatening to actually sue me. Apparently, he's also telling his fans to falsely report me to the authorities to get me to stop talking about him.
Again, he's singling out More Pegasus just because he's black.
More Pegasus made 12 videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly.
I love how he's like, he's my favorite YouTuber. I love him. Anyway, I hope the Singaporean police execute him. That's Hassan.
If I could pursue litigation of sorts.
This virgin chimed in. Reacting to screen clips and Reddit posts isn't cyber stalking. Maybe he could make the argument for harassment, but he's a public figure. Comes with the territory.
Intentionally causing harassment, alarm, or distress. Singapore statutes online. An individual or entity must not, with intent, cause harassment, alarm, or distress to another person called in this section the target person by any means, use any threatening, abusive, or insulting words or behavior, make any threatening, abusive, or insulting communication, or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person.
And again, I'm not a lawyer, obviously. I'm a but I don't think Pegasus did any of that. And oh boy, are the comments.
The funniest thing is, like, he just wants to come up with an excuse to execute his enemies. This is the least surprising update from Diddy Piker I've ever seen. Like, bro, this just popped up in my feed, like, literally while we're doing this.
Every single person on this list.
Is it me?
If you were to try to explain their positions to a random person in the real world, or what they do, or the space that they occupy online, most people in the real world would look at you like, what do you mean a cartoon pedophile Nazi that defends Israel unconditionally?
He's talking about Nux Taku. But honestly, Nux has made so many videos about him, I can see why he's pressed about it. Like, there's really been a lot of Hassan videos.
I mean, I would stop if he'd stop, supporting terrorists, shocking his dog, and sleeping with alleged 15-year-olds in brothels. It's like, dude, every video I make is content that he has so graciously decided to give me. But, like, I love how in one sentence he just slanders the absolute shit out of me. I'm not a pedophile, obviously. I love how he calls me a Nazi also. I guess because I'm right-wing. And I don't support Israel unconditionally. Like, I don't support the LGBT shit out of terrorists in Gaza. But I don't support the LGBT stuff. I'm like, I'm the reverse normal human, I guess. But yeah, so like every time, like I see this guy in my feed, he slanders the fucking shit out of me. He calls me a pedophile Nazi in front of his army of retarded viewers, and he does this to everyone. He'll never engage with any points that are ever made against him. He just brings you up, he lies about you, and then you get tons of death threats. Because his audience of terrorists, they fucking hate you, obviously.
Hilarious on Pegasus's channel. Pegasus has become a main character confirmed.
Hey.
I don't negotiate with terrorist supporters. Have me LMFAO. This virgin said 9/11 for the unemployed.
This is my goat. This is my goat. Oh, he's on a journey. He's on a journey of self-improvement. Know thyself. Road to Greek god. Singapore. He is in Singapore. And he is actually... Okay, respect. Debunking the no pants allegations. Okay, Pegasus. You win this round. I'm proud of you. proud of you.
Again, I don't think Hassan is that bad of a guy. Like, what's your pitchfork?
I do. I think he needs to get deported. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's a bad guy. Yeah, when you support every terrorist organization you could possibly think of, you're probably not a great guy.
Away, let me explain. People paint him like the Antichrist, but here he is, giving props to somebody who clearly he doesn't like. Deep down in the shell, there is a human being.
There are a lot of people on the Hasanabi hate industrial complex, right? I think you might be the top dog.
I'm telling you, there's levels to this. I'm just a small fish.
Yeah, this guy only did one video on me, to be fair.
I feel like a beta. I gotta up my numbers.
It seems kind of obsessive. It seems kind of like cyber stalking. Not entirely certain if that's there's a cyber stalking in general. Public threats.
Where the fuck were there public threats? Listen, Hassan Piker will go out there and be like, I support terror organizations that want to eradicate all Jews. And then I'll be like, I actually don't like that Hassan Piker says that. Then Hassan will pull me up on his stream, will call me a pedophile and a Nazi, and then he'll get his audience to fucking harass me. But I am the bad guy? Like, it's insane.
Daily videos that he's monetizing. I hope someone in the Singaporean authorities could potentially look into this.
The authorities on a dude who but let's go on.
Why are you concerned about a slop tuber?
Prison time. It's the same thumbo that he uses. I love that guy. That guy is my favorite YouTuber, honestly.
And I get why Hassan is mad, but like, I'm not the person you should be mad at. It should be yourself. Because like, dude, I just covered the news of like random people talking. If you weren't like a big topic, I wouldn't care about it.
Again, I think this covers Hassan the content creator, not Hassan the person. There is a distinction there. And again,
I cover both. That guy fucking sucks. He needs to get deported.
I respect Pegasus's grind. He's a tad bit unemployed, you know what I mean? I'll cover the big events of him zapping his dog, but the daily doings of this dude's life is kind of boring.
He supports terrorism every day. Every day he supports terrorism.
Hassan's piece doesn't even have half the views as Pegasus' response, despite Hassan having more than double the subscribers.
Oh.
Why is Hassan's foothold on YouTube so poor? This should be a platform that he does well on.
Because Pakistani bots that watch his content and scream from the rooftops creatures for the revolution actually don't give a flying fuck about YouTube views. That's why people like Sneeko have zero. They're there to watch the short, Twitter clips. They're gonna leave a like and move on. They're gonna pump up those numbers. They're not actually gonna sit there and watch a fucking YouTube video. They have 67 IQ and they're inbred. All right, that's the Hassan audience. It's terrorists. You think terrorists want to hear his actual geopolitical opinion? That's why Asmongold and Hassan, who are roughly the same size as Twitch, bigger obviously, moves to YouTube, and Asmongold gets literally 10 times his views. Like, per video. It's not even funny.
Get owned. Realistically, it's because a lot of his audience might not be familiar with Pegasus, so obviously the views aren't going to translate.
At least he's more versatile, it seems. Like, he actually covers, like, other too. He hates BB No Money. Idiot, he calls them. Pokimane he hates, of course. Who do these guys like?
You, bro. This is the internet. It really isn't that deep. I don't hate a single person except myself. Imagine making Pokimane videos to pay your bills. Yeah, exactly. Back to Hassan's crash show.
That he's monetizing. I hope someone in the Singaporean authorities could potentially look into this. I'm glad that there is a Protection from Harassment Act of 2014. Check Section 7, unlawful stalking. Wait, ooh, let's look at that one. He is alarming, scary, and worrisome. Same, that's how I feel too.
You're a decade older than the guy, and you live like 3,000 miles away from him. Stop pretending you're scared.
Look, he just says it because he can basically, if he says that he's actually scared of bodily harm, then the Singaporean authorities will actually view the stalking as something serious. That's why he's playing that up. It's because while he's making believe he's being sarcastic, he absolutely wants Pegasus to get executed by the Singaporean government. And I think everyone actually knows that when they watch this.
He is, and I love him, but also am now
like,
scared.
This is Hassan Piker, who's like crashing out that he's banned from England. Like for some reason, like England is supposed to automatically accept every person that wants to enter their country when they support terrorism and shit. So he's banned from England. He crashes out. He says it's a violation of freedom of speech or something. And now a guy that criticizes him on the internet, he wants him to get executed in Singapore. Like, you understand the level of retard you're dealing with?
Of him. Initially, I was like, wow, how wonderful. This must be a fan page. And then I realized he's exhibiting stalker-like behavior and also defaming me. and causing great injury to me psychologically, and I don't like that. I am scared. I am scared.
Also, sure, Hassan, I agree. Let's get a gym session in Singapore together.
Yeah, Hassan is not going to be allowed into Singapore.
Oh wait. Oh no. Will Twitch streamer Hassan Piker be able to enter Singapore? It is highly unlikely.
I guess just went through the AI, and basically because Hassan was banned from the UK, he might not be allowed to enter Singapore.
Obviously, because he supports terrorism.
So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. It is AI. It could be wrong.
I was so excited to lift some weights with my buddy Hassan, but unlucky, man.
They have to get a gym session together. I would pay to see that.
Favorite, there's this like Indian dude on YouTube, and
he introduces me as, oh, this Indian guy. Huh. So, what did you mean by that? Have you, like, primed your audience to be bigoted or something? Because, like, why would that be even relevant or something? Like, because I don't know, when you introduce Asmongold, you're not like, oh, this white guy. I mean, he did call India a rogue terrorist state, so...
And he can cook it, because honestly, a lot of the times these leftist guys are the ones who end up being the most racist.
Is a 6'5" black dude scare you more than a 6'5" white dude? No? Is it supposed to?
She's from Israel. She doesn't know what it's like. I'm kidding! Yes.
For legal reasons, that's a joke. What sort of problem do you got with Canadians, Hassan?
he's Canadian. What?
And again, I feel like he should be flattered by this instead of scared and terrified.
Hey!
I am scared. Pegasus never goes after this dude's personal information or anything of that sort. It's all just stupid stuff covering clips
What
of
are you
this dude's
doing?
own Twitch stream. You are 48 years old to start a family.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
Unfortunately, we ran out of time for this video.
Why are you throwing shit on the floor?
Oh, these guys fucking suck. In conclusion, Hassan is going to get what's coming for him. He does want his critics to get executed in public. He does slander everyone that he's up against, and he never engages with any talking. He's a terrorist supporting fuck. Dude, the entire internet is clowning on him. Like the left, the right, everyone fucking hates this guy. Every single party, political party that Hassan attaches his name to just loses, because actually no one wants to vote for a party that just openly endorses terrorism. Listen, the left in America might be chopped, but they're not fucking Al-Qaeda yet. Anyway, thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. This was today's deep dive on all of the things. Definitely subscribe for more deep dive every day. Another deep dive. I'll see you in the next one. Big kisses, everybody. Tell your mom you love her. We covered Iran, we covered New York, we covered the United Kingdom, we covered gay Muslims. It's been absolutely diabolical. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
Jury has returned a guilty verdict, murder, against the teen charged with the fatal stabbing of another athlete at a high school track meet in 2025. Carmelo Anthony was 17 when he was charged with the murder in the death of Austin Metcalf. Anthony's defense team insisted the stabbing was a case of self-defense following a confrontation between the two teams inside a team tent when it was raining at the track meet. Texas prosecutors called it murder, plain and simple. The jury was allowed to consider a lesser charge of manslaughter. They took about 3 hours to deliberate and did return that guilty verdict for murder.
So I just shot a video for you guys, edited it, and published it under the premise that the jury was out, but they could come in at any moment, and the whole point of that video was to lay out the case that Carmelo Anthony's defense had no case, not even a little bit, and that at any moment in time the jury could come in because it's so open and shut and find him guilty of murder. Well, I'm happy to say the wait is over. Carmelo Anthony is in fact guilty of murder, and right now, at the time that I'm recording this video, we are awaiting sentencing, but yeah, this is the obvious case. This was the obvious conclusion, because at trial, it was shown that all those narratives, all those false allegations of the Metcalf boys being the aggressors,
false allegations and not facts,
were in fact complete BS in every way, and now we know the jury has come back. They have decided that they are going to find him guilty not of the manslaughter charge, but of the murder charge, and it is deservedly so. So my heart goes out to the Metcalf family. I am certain that this is a great relief for you, but in reality, if you paid attention to the trial and not black media or black social media where they were actively lying about the case, this was obvious from the jump. Again, in my original videos where I actually go over the police reports and all the different witnesses that they had in those reports, it was clear that Carmelo Anthony was the aggressor. He was in fact the perpetrator. He murdered Austin Metcalf, and every single one of those people in black media and, of course, on black social media that supported Carmelo Anthony were doing so because they liked the fact that he was guilty, not because they believed he was innocent. Because if you believed he was innocent, you wouldn't have to make up so much nonsense, so many lies, in order to, again, forward Carmelo Anthony's cause. So $630,000 raised for a convicted murderer. You are scumbags, you are losers, you are disgusting in every way. Absolutely reprehensible representation of that community, but we should not be surprised because, again, this was very much racialized in the same way that the O.J. Simpson trial was, where it was a black versus white issue, and if you were on Team Black, it didn't matter that Carmelo Anthony murdered a white person. In fact, it was actually beneficial for your cause that a white person got the axe. So this is what we're going to talk about, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Oh, give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
The jury will now decide the sentence. In most states, it's up to a judge, but in Texas, the defendant has the option to have the jury decide that. That is what Anthony chose. And for murder, that carries 5 to 99 years or life in prison.
So we are awaiting sentencing at this moment in time, but this judge has been rather quick with the breaks, so we have a recess. It probably is a short recess, and all the reporting from the local media is that that actual sentence will be handed down soon, and I hope that it will be the harshest sentence possible for the young Carmelo Anthony. Now, again, what we found out in this trial is that all the narratives about Carmelo Anthony being an innocent Bubba Angel Aladdin who wasn't actually in the wrong tent, or how the teams didn't have their own tents, which we knew initially was absolutely false, was absolutely destroyed during this particular case by the testimony, and oftentimes it was destroyed by the testimony of the defense's own witnesses. Again, they called an individual who saw Carmelo Anthony being surrounded by a group of individuals that went to the other school. They ended up finding out that this individual wasn't looking into the booth until after the actual stabbing, and when I say booth, I mean into the tent that was on the bleachers, and they were able to determine that what he saw, which was a crowd of people standing over somebody, actually took place after the stabbing. And again, this was one of the very few witnesses that the defense called, and on the stand, he ultimately ended up admitting, guess what, that yeah, it was after the stabbing, and he did not actually witness the stabbing, and this was the person. If you were going to try to do an origin point for the source of the claim that Carmelo Anthony was jumped, that got it wrong. That was that origin point. And again, it was no other witness over the like 20 witnesses that were in the police reports and testified at the trial making this claim, and it's directly contradicted by the video evidence. And by the end of that, like every other witness, he also ended up acknowledging that Carmelo Anthony should not have stabbed Austin Metcalf. In addition to that, we also had testimony that was absolutely devastating, where we had Austin Metcalf saying quite clearly, and this was heard by at least one person, I don't want to fight you, or I don't want to fight you at the track meet. Again, we had multiple different variants of that statement that were heard by other witnesses that testified during this particular proceeding. And yet, Carmelo Anthony kept saying, F y'all, F y'all. He called them a bunch of pussies. He reached into his bag and he said, touch me and see what happens. And very unfortunately, again, Austin Metcalf is reported as saying, yo, you're from Frisco, you don't have anything in that bag. And he went to push Carmelo Anthony out of the particular tent. And again, there's different degrees of argumentation on how hard the push was, how hard the hands placed on Carmelo actually was, but in reality, you are not supposed to respond with a deadly force threat against somebody who is not presenting themselves as anything but a physical threat. And Carmelo Anthony was already reaching into his bag. And again, I will remind you that all these different black media outlets ended up running with these narratives about how, oh, Carmelo Anthony had his phone smashed by the Metcalf boys. The Metcalf boys actually knew Carmelo Anthony, and they had beef against him that went back ages.
Hey, to all of the people who are against Carmelo Anthony, me as a black man in America, white people, I'm telling you and I'm telling you now, you ever even think to approach me, bully me, harass me, think you're gonna be with your twin brother or twin whatever, and do anything to me, I too will poke you as well. Straight to the heart. And that's on self-defense. This is not the Jim Crow era. This ain't 400 years ago. This ain't 1619. This ain't back in them days. Y'all don't want to end up like Austin, Leave black people alone. Y'all didn't play fair for 400 years. We ain't playing fair with y'all either.
Turns out none of that was true. It was acknowledged that Carmelo did not know the Meth Cap boys. And by the way, if he did know them and he approached with the knife and then baited this situation, that would be more cause for a murder conviction, not less cause for a murder conviction. So these black activists, these absolute idiots that were putting out everyone and anyone who would lie about this case.
They got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars or get in, you know, places where they, you know, wouldn't get all extra wet. Dude was sitting up under the tent, right? He was on his phone, right? My daughters was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah. So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity, so I'm watching everything going on around it, because I'm there for my children. So dude walks up, McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over there. They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting on his phone just trying to get dry. You feel me? One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in his bag and what? They went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah, it wasn't just one. It was both of them, bro. Austin, that dude that got unalive, and his brother physically went over there to intentionally. It's not to the point that he brought a knife. For one, it wasn't on school property. The school is at least 5 to 10 miles away. It was community track meet, bruh. It wasn't a school track meet. So he had the right to have a knife on his person, bro.
They're an idiot because they were not actually arguing for their side. And again, the defense had to rebut a bunch of this stuff. Again, playlist linked in the description. You could check it out because we covered all of these developments at the time. But right now, Carmelo Anthony, guilty of murder, not manslaughter. I was actually upset that they gave the option for manslaughter. And this is because the defense had absolutely nothing. Again, guys, they were so pathetic at this particular trial that while they were arguing self-defense, essentially what they were trying to say is that technically the knife that Carmelo had was legal under Texas law, which is in fact true. However, it was banned from this particular school event, which does not have the same weight as it being illegal, but also you can carry a legal weapon and use it during a commission of a crime. Remember, Carmelo Anthony is not charged with a weapons offense. He's charged with murder and manslaughter because of what he did with that weapon. The other thing that they try to argue was this idea that Carmelo Anthony being in the tent, that wasn't even that unusual. But the thing is, even the guy that Carmelo Anthony went to see that actually knew him, and by the way, he didn't really know him, he knew Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend, so basically she was the mutual between them. Even he said in his testimony that it was weird, and by the way, Carmelo Anthony did not act in self-defense. So the prosecution basically slammed and hammered this home repeatedly, and Carmelo Anthony never testified on his side of what happened, and the reason for that is because he had no case. He never had any case. Anybody who told you that he had a case was an absolute liar. But that's the thing, for these people, it was never actually about whether or not Carmelo Anthony was guilty or innocent. In fact, even if he was guilty, as stated by multiple people outside of the trial, they would still support him because he was black. Here, this most honest woman outside of the trial who came out to protest on behalf of Carmelo Anthony say that in plain English.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're gonna stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're gonna stand by ours regardless.
Okay, well, maybe it's not the most plain English, but you know what we can expect from somebody like her. In addition to that, I played this in my previous video, but let me recycle the clips for you guys. The O.J. Simpson jury also proved this, that they don't give a damn if a black person murders a white person. In fact, they support it because it is a form of racial revenge against white people, and that is not something that I'm saying. That's something that a black juror said on the O.J. Simpson trial.
Do you think that they're members of the jury that voted to acquit OJ because of Rodney King?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
How many of you think felt that way?
Oh, probably 90% of them.
90%? Did you feel that way?
Yes.
That was payback.
Uh-huh.
You think that's right?
Now again, recycling from my previous video that I released only a couple of hours ago, remember when they interviewed somebody at the majority black college that was near Duke University during the Duke lacrosse scandal, a student said he doesn't care if they're guilty, he wants them convicted. Again, this is the animus that a certain section of the black population has against white people that overwhelms all morality for this section of the population. And again, it's not all. I've seen a lot of black creators that have been more on this case in the trial phase than I have, and this is because they actually have morals, they have a backbone, they actually have a spine, and they've proven them out time and time again. But yeah, it's a reprehensible part of black communities in this country, and that was what was on display right here. And by the way, these people were so reprehensible that when they asked black jurors, prospective black jurors in this particular trial, if they would be able to judge it fairly, they admitted that they would never convict Carmelo Anthony, and this is why, very luckily, the jury did not have a bunch of black people on it.
It showed us that time and time in American history, it has shown us to remove emotions from yet the law. This trial showed that it put emotions over the law. After Trayvon Martin and so many countless names, it has shown us that black life is not safe in Collin County. It showed us that they did not listen to the law. It showed clearly that a judge interfered in this process. It showed very clearly that a black boy was allowed, not one black soul on a jury. An all white jury.
So in the same way that I give praise to that woman who was outside the courtroom for just admitting that she doesn't care that Carmelo Anthony was a murderer, that it didn't matter if he was guilty because he killed a white person and she's sticking with her tribe, I actually appreciate those jurors being honest in the fact that they wouldn't convict a black person of murdering a white person, because while it's reprehensible, had they gotten on the jury and done that, that would have been significantly worse. Now look, again, at the time that I'm shooting this video, the sentence has not been announced. I'll probably punch in as editing Sean if it is by the time that I'm done editing this video. But in my opinion, regardless of what future me sees as the sentence, I believe that Carmelo Anthony should get the maximum possible sentence, which unfortunately, because he's age 17, cannot even go up to life without the possibility of parole, as it has been declared unconstitutional to give under 18s life without parole, much less the death penalty. But by the way, back in the day, this would have been a death penalty case. He baited the encounter, he lured Metcalf in, and he stabbed him in the heart. And then Carmelo, who again supposedly was acting in self-defense, or according to the defense at one point in time, was just holding the knife out there for no particular reason when Austin Metcalf impaled himself. Yes, this was actually argued by the defense at court. Again, the spaghetti defense, throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. He then decided to turn himself into the police and explain what happened like a regular self-defender. No, I'm just kidding. He threw the knife away, he fled, he actually stuttered between running and walking because he didn't want to seem so suspicious. And yeah, Carmelo Anthony obviously guilty from the jump, and every single person that supported him, unless you were lied to and too stupid to do the research and you genuinely believed that he was attacked by these white people, which obviously wasn't true, you're a scumbag in every way, because I know many of these creators absolutely 100% knew that he was guilty, but they didn't care. They sold it to their dumb audience based on racial, tribal lines, and in addition to that, many of them themselves believe it's actually moral to murder a white person for no reason because you felt disrespected. And again, I will add that even though it might not have been racially motivated, make no mistake about it, it is definitely ingrained in black culture to have these situations where small moments of disrespect end up escalating to the point where somebody loses their life. And in fact, this is so common and so well known and has been so well known in the black community that Aaron McGruber actually made a Boondocks episode. Of course, this is the one where Granddad fights Stink Meter, the blind guy, and yeah, he refers to these as N-word moments, and again, I'm not gonna call it that, but that is the entire premise of that episode, and no person at all when that episode came out decided to look at Aaron McGruber and say, hey, you're making something up. This never happens among black youths in the United States of America. What are you even talking about? Turns out, yes, it's very common. We all understand this, and until you go within the culture and actually get rid of this behavior that, again, has been so prevalent, it can be traced back as early as, and even further back, obviously, because you're making commentary in the Boondocks about something that exists in black communities as a over 15-year-old animated sitcom, then yeah, we all understand exactly what went down, and yes, that is ingrained in the culture of black communities in the United States of America, and that is what happened, and that's what cost Austin Metcalf his life. So again, I hope his family takes some solace in this justice. Carmelo Anthony, you are disgusting. You should go away for as long as possible, but your supporters are even more disgusting, especially the ones that know you're guilty but support you anyway. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know your thoughts down in the comments below. As usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Carmelo Anthony thankfully being found guilty. Till next time.
California and all these kind of weird guys out there in suits.
Michael Frances was an immense earner for the Colombo family, and a guy who knew how to really deal with modern-day crackers. He was a new breed.
Hey, fellas, let's go. This handsome, young mafia prince from New York is Michael Frances, the son of a legendary mafia godfather.
Michael Frances went to college. I guess he dropped out of college after about 2 years, but was more sophisticated than the average run-of-the-mill mafia guy.
Frances got the keys to the city and a Bible blessed by the Pope.
There's a big perception out there. There's this genius about us that we know just what to target and just how to make money. Rarely does that happen. It's always somebody from the legitimate world coming to us. And then you just show them how to do it, protect them, and you make money with it.
And one way Frances hoped to make money was classic mob, through the labor unions.
I had some very lucrative situations with unions. One of them in a major contracting, a construction job with a major developer in Queens. And this is a major job. It was the biggest co-op conversion in the country at that time. And one of the guys in there happened to be the brother of a girl that I was dating at one time. And he got in touch with me and he said, Mike, I've got this job. And he said, the union is really harping on us. He said, you think you can help out? I said, yeah.
What the mob-dominated union will do is strike a sweetheart deal with the employer, where the actual workers pay the price. They don't get the benefits they ought to get or the salary they ought to get, because the mob has cut a deal with the employer at the expense of the worker.
So I go and meet the labor union guy. And I said, you realize what we got here, right? Biggest job in the country. I said, let's work this thing. And he said, great. So we made a deal to keep the union out of there, and we charged the developer so much for every apartment that he converted. We hired all the trades, we did everything. We made a ton of money, both legitimately and through the unions. And we whacked it up among everybody.
Can I ask you, the term whack it up, is that the same as kick it up?
Whack it up, divide it up, cut it up, share it. Yeah, that's the street term. You never said share, it's whack. Whack has different forms of, different uses, I would say.
Soon Frances was making a name for himself as an earner among earners. He brought in big scores that attracted attention throughout the 5 families of the New York mob. But nothing so far compared to the scam he was about to pull off.
This guy came to me, and he tells me, he said, look, we can make some money. I've got kind of a scheme. I have gas stations. So I said, all right, let's start a new company. I says, and show me how this thing works, and I'll see if I want to pursue it. I'll never forget it. A week or two later, this guy came to me, and he's holding a box. And he used to bring me meat. He was a butcher. He walks in. I says, what are we having, a party? What are we going to do with all this meat? He says, hey, Chief, it ain't meat. And he goes in, he puts it on the kitchen table. He opens it up. He said, first week's take in the gas business, $380,000 in cash. got my attention, right?
Michael France's, his biggest coup was something known as the daisy chain gasoline scam. What happened was New York State in the 1970s decided to use a different way of collecting gasoline excise taxes every year.
At that time, whoever owned the gas station was responsible to pay the tax on every gallon of gasoline that they bought and pumped.
And somebody hit upon the idea this was stupid.
So the legislature in New York said, well, let's make distributors responsible for paying the taxes they want to levy.
But the gas companies are required to pay the tax on the honor system. So Francis figured out all he had to do was set up dummy companies that don't pay. It took months for the government to figure out the scam and collect. And by that time, the dummy companies were long gone.
It was a fairly complicated scheme that involved a lot of dummy corporations, which made it difficult to trace back to the original source, that being Francis.
And somewhere along the line, a stamp would come out and would say, tax paid. And it was very difficult to establish just which company was saying that they paid the tax.
That's because no company was paying the tax. All of the money was going into Michael Francis's pockets.
I had 18 licensed companies. All of them were operating out of Panama, so there was no trail back to any of us.
The gasoline tax scam has to go down in history as one of the most successful coups ever pulled by the mafia.
I was making a lot of money in the gas business, millions of dollars a week. I had a jet plane, I had a helicopter, I had all the money I wanted, I did whatever I wanted to do, and word was getting out on the street that even though I was handing in millions, that I was making billions.
The so-called Francisi Group, a new mafia organization that...
A story came out, I believe in Newsday again, that I was becoming powerful enough to break away from the Colombos and start my own family.
Said to be behind the mob's theft of hundreds of millions of dollars in gasoline taxes in New York.
My dad then got out on parole.
Francis's father, Sonny, was released from prison after serving time for masterminding a series of bank robberies. But he's also rumored to be a cold-blooded killer, an accusation familiar to his son.
Law enforcement said he's killed at least 30 people back then. Now I think it's 60. But as far as a dad, he was dad for me. I loved him. I idolized my dad. He was everything that I thought a man's man should be. Every child wants a reason to love their parents. You have to give them strong reasons not to love their parents. And I don't have any reason not to love mine, regardless of anything. The word gets out on the street, I'm becoming a target of law enforcement, and all of a sudden the two Francises together, the son is making tons of money. Guys start to think about it, you know, double-edged sword. Even my own father was told he put a contract on.
In the American mob, success can be as dangerous as failure, especially if the mob thinks you're skimming the tape. So when Michael's father calls him, he starts to sweat.
One night I get a call from my dad, and he said, I gotta see you. I said, okay, he was on parole, so I go to his house. And we're in the driveway of his house, and he said, Junior wants to see us tonight. I said, okay, what time do you want me to pick you up? He said, oh, well, they want to do this differently. They want me to come in first, and they want you to come in second. I said, why would we do that? And he says, well, this is what they want. I said, well, we're not going to do that, Dad. That was the first time as a made guy that I really had an argument with my dad. I was told, no, we're not doing that. Back and forth. He wouldn't give in. Finally, I remember I threw my hands up in the driveway. I said, all right, Dad, I've been listening to you all my life. I said, I don't like it, but if this is what you want, we'll do it. So I leave, and then Jimmy Angelina calls me, and he tells me to meet him on 18th Avenue. Jimmy was a Captain 2 at the time. Now I knew Jimmy all my life. I get in the car, there's a guy sitting in the back that I didn't know, and he don't introduce me. And, you know, at that point, I was just really thinking, something's really bad here. It was a house in Brooklyn that we were going to. I get in the car and I start walking, and Jimmy gets behind me, and the other guy is behind him. Now, this is bad setup. And I'll be honest with you, I was getting really nervous. I wasn't a religious guy anyway, but I started to pray because I really thought that I'm dead. I've been in the life quite a while. I know that you get walked into a room by your best friend, you don't walk out again. So, door opens. I get in there and a couple of guys there, and they start grilling me about the gas price and the money and all of this and that and everything else. And they're trying to make an impression on me that, you know, I'm still a boss, don't think you can get away with anything. Without saying it, they said it. I got it.
The meeting ends, and to Francise's surprise, he's still alive.
So now, Jimmy's gonna drive me back. I say goodbye to everybody. We get in the car. I'm ready to really open up on him. I was really upset with him. He didn't tell me anything. So I get in the car, and I say, I know you all my life. You don't prepare me. You don't tell me anything that's going on. And he said, if it was the other way around, would you have told me anything? He just hit me like that, you know, and I thought about it for a minute. I said, no, I wouldn't have. He said, well, the life we chose, Mike. He said, you know it as well or better than anybody. You grew up in it. He said, I'm gonna tell you something, Michael. He said, your father was in there before you tonight. He didn't help you one bit. You were on your own in there. And it really affected me in a bad way. I said, man, I can't trust my own father. I kind of felt the walls closing in on me at that point. He threw me under the bus in that he didn't defend me. And that's almost as bad as indicting me, you know, as saying he did it. And I said, this money that I'm making, what do I do? Do I stop? This is like a double-edged sword for me. And I didn't have an answer. I didn't have a solution. I said, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
While Michael Francis struggled with the consequences of his gas scam, in Chicago, Frank Calabrese Jr. was starting to see a different side to the mob and his father.
They've seen what this life does to people on the street. It wears them down, and they start changing. My dad had multiple personalities. I didn't know what dad I was dealing with anymore. I seen a lot of guys killing each other off more, the FBI getting stronger, and when I seen my dad changing, I wanted out.
Frank resolved to start life over, and that takes money. But he didn't have much money in hand.
My dad was holding close to $400,000 of my money, and I went and I stole money of his from a hiding place because I felt it was my money and I had it coming.
At first, Frank thought he'd gotten away with it. But then one day, Frank's father summoned him.
I went and met him. I thought we were working on our relationship. He wanted to get me to a garage. He set me up. And when we got in that garage, he slammed the door, turned around, he had me by the throat and had a gun in my face. He says, you know what, I tried controlling you. I can't control you no more. I'd rather have you dead than you disobey me. But I'll come to your grave and pay my respects. When I seen that look in my dad's eyes, I wouldn't break eye contact with him, and I was using trigger words. Dad, I'm your son. What are you doing? I've done everything you asked. And I don't know what or how that night, but my dad couldn't do it. And from that point on, I knew I could never trust my dad. It's the only man in life I ever feared.
It's just the start of one of the most notorious betrayals in American mob history. In New York, Michael Francis, a captain and top earner in the Colombo family, is also becoming disillusioned with his way of life. But that's the least of his troubles. Law enforcement's closing in.
I started to feel the pressure in the early 80s, and the government opened my eyes to it in that they had a major undercover operation on me, on this gasoline case and everything else.
It would seem that Michael Francis is unfortunately following the footsteps of his father.
The FBI can allege and say whatever they like. They've been doing it for many, many years.
Well, the FBI identified him as a significant target. Informants providing information to the FBI about this up-and-coming, sophisticated gangster. So the FBI came to us and said that they wanted to bring a case against him.
And I got a visit in my offices out in Long Island from 2 FBI agents. And they came in to see me, and they said, we need to talk to you. And I said, what do you want? And they said, listen, tell us what you're doing, and we'll give you a pass. Yeah, right. I said, well, I don't know what you're talking about with gas, you know. So I knew, I said, man, this is not good. I mean, I really got their attention now.
We gathered evidence, primarily from cooperating witnesses. And when he was faced with a lengthy trial and the prospect of getting a very lengthy sentence,
people were being convicted 100 years, 150 years. They're going to give me 1,000 years if I go down on this.
He decided to plead guilty and to make restitution payments of $10 million, which he pretty much defaulted on.
Michael Francese indicted on 28 counts of racketeering, fraud, and extortion.
I'd made two very bad decisions in my life. I trusted my father, look where it got me. I surrendered my life to La Cosa Nostra, and look where it got me. I got death threats, hits all over me. The FBI hates me, everybody on the street hates me, my father disowned me. I don't have a friend in the world. I'm gonna spend the rest of my life in this 6x8 cell. And it was the first and only time in my life that I really felt hopeless.
Then he kind of shocked us because he came forward and agreed to cooperate. And based on the cooperation he provided, he did get his sentence reduced.
I got 4 years on a parole violation, and I spent 35 months and 13 more days in prison, 29 months and 7 days in the hole. And during that time is when I strengthened my faith and started to read the Bible.
But Francese got out and lives to tell the tale.
Do I find it surprising that I'm alive? I feel I'm the most blessed guy walking the streets. What should my fate have been? I should either be dead or in prison for the rest of my life.
The son who once followed his gangster father blindly into the life now walks away from the mob forever, unscathed.
I cannot explain how Michael Francese was able to do what he did. The only speculation you could have is that he paid his way out. Somehow he was able to persuade people in the Colombo crime family not to do anything to him.
Really, the only way that ends is when you end. You're in a coffin, it's over.
How Michael Francese got out of the American mob with his life remains a mystery to this day. But the worst deeds of Francese's past still haunt him, especially the murder of a close friend, Champagne Larry Carosa.
Larry Carosa was very close to me. And I loved him. I baptized his kids. He baptized my daughter. Unbeknownst to me, he was having an affair with my sister. I was brought in, and it was told to me that this is what was going on.
No one messes with mob women. Those who do pay a heavy penalty.
I was told he disrespected you and he disrespected your father, and that's something that we don't stand for in this life. And I said, well, you know, he's not the made guy. Stupid. How do we know what really happened? And let me talk to my sister. And nope. You want to take care of it? You take care of it. If not, we'll take care of it. I said, I want to do it. I said, the guy's too close to me.
Larry Carosa's body was found near his car. Shot a single time behind the ear.
His murder, that's probably something that has been the heaviest on my heart.
These days, it's faith that helps Francese cope with dark memories of his past.
Guys, be honest. You don't come to church, but you figure, hey, Sopranos is off the air. Let me go see what the real mob guy is all about, right? That's your only... What I did. And that's it. As Christians, we happen to believe that we can be forgiven for what we've done. That I've been forgiven. People can say it's a phony thing and it's a scam, and you know, fortunately, in the end, they're not going to be the ones that judge me. But I can't prove that. You know? Thank you very much.
Thank Michael Francese.
Michael Francese is out of the life today, but his father, Sonny, never walked away.
I think he's part of this life 66. So he took the oath.
I think he was convicted on racketeering charges and was incarcerated again until the age of 96, and it's absolutely amazing.
He is a treasure trove of mob stories.
At the time,
He would finish parole, I believe, at 103 years old. He was going to go piss on the White House and call the guards over and tell them, yeah, I pissed on the White House. Come on, bring me to jail.
Sonny Franzese is a holdover from the golden age of the American mob. But in Chicago, mobster Frank Calabrese Sr. passed his mob legacy on to his son, along with prison time.
In 1995, we were indicted for running a loan sharking operation through threats, intimidation, and violence. When we went to jail, I thought this was a blessing in disguise because I wanted to get away from my dad.
Frank hoped they'd end up in separate prisons. A few years earlier, Frank Sr. nearly killed his son. And Frank Jr. had stolen $400,000 from him. Since that time, Frank Jr. lost all trust in his dad. But Frank's fears were realized when father and son landed in the same prison.
I always feared my dad. But in prison, I said, I'm going to try to work it out with my dad one more time, become a family.
After just a few months, Frank realized his father would never be the kind of dad he wanted.
He had his second chance to make some changes, and he didn't. Because of the addiction of his life. And at one point, I realized that he was manipulating me. And there was no way I was going to ever get out of this in his eyes. Sometimes in life, all your choices stink. What am I going to do? Confront him, and one of us is going to wind up dead? My dad was good at killing, so it would probably be me. So that's when I came up with the painful decision of cooperating with the FBI.
Frank wrote a letter from prison, volunteering crucial information about his father.
I just told him to come out. I wanted to talk to them. Basically, I told him I wanted to help to keep this sick man locked up forever.
Frank wouldn't cooperate against other mobsters besides his father, and he declined offers most prisoners would jump at.
I told him I don't want to be obligated to you guys. No disrespect. I'll do all my time, pay all my fines. No immunity, but I'm only helping you against my dad.
At first, Frank said no when asked to wear a wire.
But then I thought about it after a while. My dad's too smart. I got to get him in his own words. So I wore a wire. When I put the wires on, like a soldier, you train, you go out there, and you do it. And that's what I did.
But even soldiers have backup. Frank Jr. had no choice but to go it alone in prison.
The danger level. When I left that building, that the agents were there, I was on my own. Because of the concrete, they couldn't monitor me. But I knew my dad. He taught me well, so I knew when to back off, when to be aggressive with him.
Over about 6 months, Frank recorded a number of conversations with his father.
We talked about certain murders, and also what I did was I pit my uncle against my dad, and that made my dad mad. And sometimes when somebody gets mad, they talk a little more. We were sitting anywhere where we thought there'd be surveillance, we would talk heavily and close. But if we were out on the prison yard and walking, he felt comfortable talking. He told me a lot of murders that happened.
In addition to this gold mine, Frank's uncle Nick turned informant, confessing to the murder of John Fecarata and implicating Frank Sr. and several other mobsters in murder, racketeering, and loan sharking over decades. By 2000, Frank Jr. left prison, and by 2005, the FBI gathered enough evidence to indict the entire Chicago outfit in what they called Operation Family Secrets.
In total, 18 murders were charged as part of the racketeering conspiracy, ranging from a murder committed in 1970 to a murder committed in 1986.
A case of this magnitude in Chicago had never been like this. And for my Uncle Nick to cooperate is the first time in the history of the Chicago mob that a made member actually cooperated against them.
For Frank Jr., the day he faced his father in court was a day of reckoning.
It was one of the hardest things I ever did. First thing that went through my mind, oh my God, this is my dad. I hate his ways, but I love him. That family thing kicked in. Okay, until he looked at me with the threats and I knew why I was there. I am my father, and he taught me everything he knew, and that's what I used against him. My dad, he threatened to kill the prosecutor in front of the judge and the jury. So besides putting a $150,000 hit on my head, he actually put a $150,000 hit on my uncle's head too.
Within days, the jury reached their verdict.
Everybody at the trial was found guilty. My dad and 2 other bosses got life. Life in the federal system is life. And leaving that courtroom on the final day, looking at my dad, knowing that I probably never going to see him alive, was also the hardest thing I've ever did in my life. I actually sat down in another room with tears in my eyes.
It's a huge blow to the Chicago outfit.
Going all the way back to the early 1900s, there was 1,112 documented gangland slayings, okay? Only 14 convictions. In Operation Family Secrets, there was 18 convictions and over 40 murders solved.
This is the first investigation that I can recall, an indictment I can recall that involved so many murders, which really gets to the heart of what the LCN is, and that is a bunch of murderous thugs.
Frank Calabrese Sr. died in prison in 2012.
So we are in one of 3 parts of Little Italy.
Today, Frank Jr. leads tours of Chicago's infamous mob landmarks.
So this was breeding grounds for Tony Accardo, the Spilotro brothers who ran Las Vegas, my dad, Joey Lombardo.
But the profound effect of Operation Family Secrets is still apparent in Chicago.
So it was a huge turning point for the Chicago.
Would farm this for content. As you can see, just one day, he's farmed almost 300,000 views. Now in the business, we call that a 1 out of 10, okay? Whenever you upload a video, YouTube will rank your video's performance versus the last 10. And let's say after the first day, it'll say, this is the best performing video of your last 10 by comparison. I'm sure this one was a 1 out of 10 for More Pegasus and a big jolt in subscribers because basically Hassan handed this over on a silver platter. He couldn't resist feeding more content to the legendary series. Now, of course, when it comes to views, Pinhead over here is obsessed with social media metrics, including YouTube views. So he is getting absolutely view mogged, and I know it hurts, okay? Here is the clip from his stream that Hassan uploaded on his channel, which only has a fraction of the views that More Pegasus had in response. Hassan getting 135,000 views, smartly, cleverly, using his thumbnail format. I think that's very funny. But he got absolutely mogged, and you can see the like to dislike ratio. More Pegasus like to dislike ratio, almost perfect. Hassan's 6,500 likes versus over 1,000 dislikes. Not very good. And ironically enough, the top comments are all just praising the thumbnail and title, which is very funny because that's the key takeaway. They're not actually taking away any criticism that Hassan was making. They're just noticing the references to More Pegasus, including phrases like demon time. Okay, they are more aware of More Pegasus than Hassan would ever want to actually acknowledge. But with that video, More Pegasus would respond. It's a long video. It's nearly 40 minutes as I predicted, right? But he makes a lot of points. We're going to focus on 2 major ones. His response overall, and the fact that More Pegasus is very ready for a lawsuit here.
If he really wants to lose millions of dollars in a lawsuit and get humiliated in court, be my guest. Right, here we go. Hassan is considering suing Pegasus and requests that Singaporean authorities look into him for stalking, cyber stalking, harassment, and defamation over his legendary series, claims that Pegasus caused him grave injuries and that he's terrified,
Shivering
which could impact
timbers.
a potential upcoming trip to Singapore. Okay, before we even start, buddy, you got banned from the UK. There's already like a precedent been set. There's like a 0% chance you can even come here after you've shown open support to 3 different terrorist orgs.
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical?
I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan. America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they have like a...
Are you telling me that there's countries out there that wouldn't want to invite Hassan with open arms into their borders? You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, this guy is a lunatic. Anybody who is self-aware would not want to invite a violent, dog-zapping terrorist sympathizer into their country, especially when it comes to Hassan. He was never going to Singapore. Never. So now he's acting like he's terrified, that he's been gravely injured financially by More Pegasus, just so he can try to spark the arm of their law enforcement to go after his critic, More Pegasus. Yeah, the anti-fascist guy, once again, trying to use the authorities to shut down critics. And again, as I stated, he brought up execution laws and the number of executions carried out in Singapore with a fantasy of it happening to More Pegasus, all over valid and fair criticism online.
A zero tolerance policy for that type of stuff, so I don't really think you're getting a visa, but you know, you can try, I guess. Right, so he clipped his stream here into a video. More Pegasus just ruined his life, and it's like me in prison time, which is actually funny. This is like the one funny thing in this video,
like
other than, you know, threatening to sue me and get me beaten up and executed. That's like weird, but like...
That is the one funny thing Hassan did. You gotta give credit where credit is due. It was funny to take the format. I've talked about More Pegasus, I think, 3 times on the channel so far, and I yoink the style for thumbnails because it's just related to this guy. Everyone knows that sort of style with the gray background, the picture of whoever he's talking about with like the certain set of phrases that you see time and time again. It's smart to do, it's funny, and based on the replies as we saw, that was the first thing and really the only thing people could say about Hassan's video. But let's continue on with a different section of More Pegasus's video.
Assaulting communication or publish any identity information of the target person or a related person of the target person. Oh my God, they're gonna cane his ass. Oh my God. Oh my God, they're gonna cane his ass. Oh my God, you're about to get caned, big dog. Oh my God. Because Singapore does not fuck around.
Right, so Hassan and his fans are just creaming themselves at this because they want me to be like brutally beaten up for criticizing him. And yeah,
make no mistake, they want that. They are fantasizing about that sort of possibility. They really want that to happen. To not just More Pegasus, but to me, but to anyone else who dares to criticize their Lord and Savior, Hassan Piker. That's what happens when you're in this orbit, okay? When you're locked into the cults of the Hassan Piker community, you want to see blood. You want to see everyone who dares to criticize him harmed to the maximum. That's not even something they remotely try to hide.
I did talk to a lawyer and literally none of this shit applies. He's a public figure. This guy is quite literally creating fan fiction and jerking himself off. Here we go. Analyze the creator More Pegasus and his commentary against Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. He's made 300 videos on him. Considering he lives in Singapore, is he violating any laws regarding harassment? No, More Pegasus is highly unlikely to be violating any harassment laws. because his videos constitute transformative public interest commentary on a prominent public figure rather than targeted personal abuse or doxing required for legal action. Wow, almost like...
I mean, first of all, based, More Pegasus already has welcomed the lawsuit, but also apparently talked to a lawyer in his country, and it basically has nothing to worry about, which every sane person knows he has nothing to worry about. Also, all the things that Hassan was talking about was completely disingenuous when he was interpreting the laws. You know, legal eagle Hassan Piker, who would have thought that guy would not have good legal interpretation? But he was saying that what was happening was stalking and harassment. Little did he know, even though he said the words, he didn't actually pay attention to them. All these things have to stem from primarily illegal actions to begin with. And we're not even getting into the fact that he is a public figure and this stuff is allowed. But Hassan also was reading laws about sending physical mail. And he was like, oh, could that be a YouTube video? Nobody, I don't think so.
Like, he's just been circle jerking this complete fan fiction. Under the Protection from Harassment Act, standard internet commentary and criticism are legally protected as long as they don't cross into specific criminal thresholds. Analysis of Pegasus versus Hassan, legal context, they are strictly reactions to public live streams and public controversies. Wow, who would have thought that commenting on public clips is actually allowed? Why POHA doesn't apply to his commentary, lack of direct target intention. For POHA to apply, an individual must use threatening, abusive, or insulting words with specific intent to cause the person harassment, alarm, or distress. Pegasus uploads standard YouTube videos to his own channel for a broad public audience rather than spamming Hassan's private inbox, tagging him directly to incite real-world harm, or sending threatening messages. And you know the funny thing is, his fans are sending me threatening messages. The public figure defense, Hassan is a massive public figure and political commentator.
Yeah, let's not gloss over the threatening aspect. Hassan said over and over again, Pegasus was threatening him. Of course, he can't cite a single example, despite having a catalog of hundreds of videos. He couldn't find a singular example. He also couldn't find a singular example of him defaming Hassan. But also, if we want to talk about threats, we know whose community is launching threats. That's obviously Hassan's community. You talk about the guy, you're gonna get threatened and harassed nonstop. That the second you make any criticism, whether it was today or 5 years ago, you're forever a target for these loons.
Under POHA, a court requires whether a person's behavior was reasonable given the context. Critiquing, mocking, or analyzing a media personality's public output is legally recognized as fair comment and standard political social expression. Oh my god, do not show this to Hassan fans. They are about to have a fucking meltdown.
They don't want to see it. Okay, you can bring up a smoking gun. How many times have we seen Hassan say one thing? Someone shows a clip or a tweet from Hassan that proves he's a hypocrite or he's wrong, and they just don't care. They literally do not care. And of course, we're talking about communities too, right? I think this is fascinating, okay? This is what happens when you criticize Hassan. All he can do is threaten and play victim. In fact, in his follow-up, he then says that, yeah, more Pegasus should be worried about Singaporean authorities. That's right.
Blasting off. Javier Bardem reposted me? Shut up. Pegasus cooked you? Hell yeah. Pegasus is back. Pegasus needs to worry about the Singaporean government coming after him. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, we're gonna do Politico. Hold on. Politico I did an interview with.
Do you see the little chat box here? When he sees the harassment from More Pegasus in his community, right, who said he owned you. I know, very deep harassment, very terrifying for Hassan. Him or his mods start spamming links to basically clear the chat. I mean, how fragile is this guy? This whole situation is frankly embarrassing. 35-year-old crybaby, okay? When faced with a dedicated critic, someone who does look at his public streams and public statements and criticizes them and points out his hypocrisy and lies, Hassan just can't handle it. It's a short circuit. You know, he gave More Pegasus the Voldemort treatment for so long, but now he just couldn't help himself. Like many in his circle, their impulse control is very low, and eventually he just brought him up, named him, tried to shame him, and sicked his community after him, but More Pegasus is laughing right to the bank, as per usual. This is how you do the content farm, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it works. Hassan is just the content pinata. He knows it, but he doesn't want to acknowledge it or do anything to prevent it from happening. Instead, he threatens to sue you and to sick the authorities on you if you dare, if you even contemplate criticizing this guy.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video. Inventions that killed their inventors. You ever get crammed and jammed in seemingly endless traffic and you just wanna... Whoop, not that. Roll it again. You ever get crammed and jammed in seemingly endless traffic and you just wanna... Well, that's what this saucy rack of ribs tried to invent in the early 1970s. This is Henry Smolinski, a certified American aerospace engineer with a small car and a big dream. Partnered in business with his business partner and fellow engineer Harold Blake, the two sought to develop a compact and affordable flying car to cut down on highway congestion. This completely disregards the fact that 33.33% of drivers can't drive for shit, but I guess they thought expanding the margin of error from a simple road to the entire fucking sky was a solid business plan, but I digress. The two fine fellas founded their own company, Advanced Vehicle Engineers. Together, they began to lay the groundwork, spending countless hours conceptualizing their design. Okay, but how are we gonna make the plane fly? But it would be a lie. But after a while, there was an epiphany. I got it. The two engineers would take a small car and a small plane and just kind of fuse them together. Yeah, that was the plan. Their invention, dubbed the Mizar, was a makeshift, sloppy, back-alley love child of an affordable, lightweight, and rather volatile Ford Pinto, combined with the wings and engine of a Cessna Skymaster. Just slap them bad boys together with a few screws and a couple of prayers, and you've conceptually got yourself a flying car. The basic rundown of the Mizar was for owners to drive to their nearby airport, lock the detachable wings to their cars, piss off the local air traffic controllers, fly to another airport near their desired destination, detach the wings for storage, and drive off to where they needed to be, theoretically skipping over large portions of traffic. Once the workday was done, just reverse the process and you're home safe and sound just in time to dropkick your wife for spilling your spaghetti TV dinner all over the conversation pit. This was the 70s after all. Such a life-changing experience could be yours for the low price of 29 grand. And that's in 1970s dollars. That translates to about $210,000 in today's money. For comparison, the average cost of a new car in the early 1970s was about $4,000, so it wasn't exactly as affordable as they planned, but oh well, flying car. The design was finalized and a prototype was ready for testing. Professional pilot Charles Janice was hired to take the wheel. Now, he managed to get the craft airborne, but only for a few minutes. Shortly after takeoff, a portion of the mounting of the wings suddenly snapped, completely crippling Charles's turning ability. If he were to try to turn the plane, his wings would buckle under aeronautical stresses and send him careening back to Earth in a very foreshadowy type death. Instead, Charles skillfully and poetically landed the Pinto in a nearby bean field just a few miles from the runway. With a police escort, he managed to drive the car-plane hybrid back to the airport. However, such a high-profile landing of a prototype aircraft caught the attention of the National Transportation Safety Board. They investigated the root cause of the emergency landing and found the Mizar's design to just be plain terrible. The car was shoddily welded to the aircraft frame, which was already severely overburdened by the car's 2,000-pound weight. Any other components connecting the car to the wings were cheap, structurally questionable, and the engineering equivalent of duct tape. It got the job done, sure, but just barely. And if you're risking your life to fly or just be in a plane, you don't want it to be just barely functional. Right, Boeing? Nah, they know. Despite several warnings from the NTSB, Smolinski and Blake just kinda shrugged the whole fiasco off. Since they were able to capture real footage of their revolutionary product physically flying through the sky, publicity surrounding the Mizar soon took off. Multiple pre-orders poured in from consumers looking to have that unforgettable experience of clenching their buttholes to each and every metal creak as they haphazardly glide through the skies in an amalgamation of steel. Fun fact though, since this was late 1973, you theoretically could pop on Freebird to maximize the experience. Now the promotional footage was alright, but the two engineers needed themselves a fully sustained successful flight to really seal the deal. Completely ignoring all NTSB recommendations to make their aircraft safer and even neglecting to address the issues from the previous failed attempt,
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. More about them in just a moment. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Abraham Lincoln. We're back with more misunderstood quotes and ideas from some of the greatest thinkers of all time. So let's get started. My name is Joe Foley, and this is Unsolicited Advice. 1. The ends justify the means. Niccolo Machiavelli. This is probably Machiavelli's most famous quote. Well, I say that, I also quite like the following Machiavelli quote that was found on Goodreads by one of my subscribers. Half of these aren't even Machiavelli. Some are Plato, Thucydides, etc. Doesn't anyone check these? Truly, one of his most eloquent lines. This notion of ends justifying means plays into our image of Machiavelli as a kind of unprincipled schemer who would stop at nothing to hang on to personal power. It reminds me of another of his most misused quotes. It is better to be feared than loved, but we'll have to leave that one for another day. However, I think that this broad reputational legacy is a little bit of a shame, because on the whole, Machiavelli's political philosophy is not unprincipled at all, and he largely does not mean that every moral or value must be abandoned at the drop of a hat for personal preservation, but rather that sometimes a leader has to, relatively rarely, do unscrupulous things for the good of their people. This is sort of a tricky one, because, for a start, Machiavelli never actually said the quote, "the ends justify the means," in these exact words. The closest phrasing is probably this line from the Discourses on Livy. It is a sound maxim that reprehensible actions may be justified by their effects, and that when the effect is good, as it was in the case of Romulus, it always justifies the action. It's not quite as catchy, so I can see why it's been truncated over the years. Here, Machiavelli is talking about Romulus, the founder of Rome, who killed his brother Remus in order to found the city. It's in the next line that we get a clue to what Machiavelli really means here. It is the man who uses violence to spoil things, not the man who uses it to mend them, that is blameworthy. That is, it's not that Romulus committed this act to secure personal power or achieve a personal end. And Machiavelli explicitly says that if this were his motive, then that would have been a very bad thing. It was only because Romulus was going to set up the city of Rome to be a virtuous place, and would immediately set up a senate to hold him as a ruler to account. This was what allowed him to justify his violent action. Importantly, this is supposed to be an exceptional action in an exceptional circumstance. On the whole, Machiavelli's discourses are often about remaining principled in your rule, so that your people are happy, contented, and trust your leadership, and also you have a more prosperous society. For instance, He advises against any personal interference from a ruler in the legal system, and says that the judiciary must remain independent so that people can use those instituted legal channels to right wrongs and settle personal disputes, rather than resort to violence and thus sow chaos in the state. Machiavelli is not saying, do whatever is best for you, but rather something like, occasionally, when you are absolutely certain it is for the good of your people, you may have to lay your personal principles aside and serve them in whatever way the situation calls for. Above all, Machiavelli only thinks you should do this if a principled approach truly is out of reach or would leave destruction in its wake. Another passage that is sometimes cited as evidence of Machiavelli's cruel or necessarily unprincipled ruling is from his book The Prince, and it goes as follows. When they're weighing up what someone has achieved, and this is particularly true with rulers who cannot be held to account, people look at the end result. So, if a leader does what it takes to win power and keep it, his methods will always be reckoned honorable and widely praised. Machiavelli is talking here about how public opinion tends to go after a leader has made a decision. That is, he's not talking about what he thinks is the right thing to do, he is just describing how he has seen people react to events. Oftentimes they pay very little attention to how something is done, but view someone as clever if a series of actions go well, and stupid if they go badly. Funnily enough, in the discourses, Machiavelli specifically criticizes this tendency, as he says it blinds us to how poor decision-making can sometimes be salvaged by sheer dumb luck. It's a bit like how, in a lot of films that have a poker game in them, the winning hand will often be won because of the final card laid down on the table, which rescues our protagonist from being bankrupted, since they have a hand that would otherwise be pretty useless. The thing is, as anyone who's played a little bit of poker could tell you, this is absolutely terrible poker playing, and anyone who did play like those movie protagonists would probably lose their house pretty shortly. Machiavelli is saying that a similar thing can happen in statecraft, but that most people just don't notice this. Now, none of this means that Machiavelli doesn't care about ends. Ends are still one of his primary focuses, and he does ask leaders to be practical in their decision-making, not clinging to ironclad sets of principles when it's clearly putting their own people at risk. But this is very different from the kind of end that a lot of people have in mind when they use the apocryphal quote above. They are normally thinking about egoistic ends, and they also tend to ignore a very important idea in Machiavelli's philosophy: the duty a leader has towards their people, that is meant to override all of their other concerns. The ends can't justify anything, because the particular end that Machiavelli has in mind is the good of the people in a ruler's city-state. That is the kind of end that could, in theory, justify an awful action, not merely opportunistic greed. But before moving on, I want to take a brief moment to thank our very kind sponsors, Squarespace. If you're looking to build a website, then you know it can be a real hassle. First you have to choose a domain name, and then you've got to design the whole thing, and there's always this underlying fear that you're messing it up, and creating something that doesn't just look messy, but outright unprofessional. But this is where Squarespace comes into play. They take all of that complexity and compress it down into a single platform. They also have ready-made templates to take all of that headache and annoyance out of website building. Additionally, they have a feature called Blueprint AI, which uses AI tools to help you make design choices, which is really handy if, like me, you're not necessarily that technologically gifted and don't have the mind of a graphic designer. Head to squarespace.com/unsolicited advice and use the code unsolicited advice to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain name. But anyway, back to the video. 2. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Friedrich Nietzsche. Besides, God is dead and we have killed him, this is one of Nietzsche's most well-known quotes, though it's almost transcended his original usage to just become one of those bits of received wisdom that gets hung above toilets in suburban households. I wonder if this is where Nietzsche thought that this particular aphorism would end up. It tends to be used as a kind of feel-good phrase, a testament to human resilience in the face of hardship and the ability to bounce back from something unpleasant or hurtful. In the words of Kelly Clarkson, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone." Again, there is a bit of standard misquoting here. This comes from the chapter Maxims and Arrows from Nietzsche's book Twilight of the Idols, which is one of his later works. The full statement reads as follows. From the military school of life, what does not kill me makes me stronger. The first thing to note is that Nietzsche's not saying this as a general rule that holds for all humanity. The maxim is situated within the context of this military school of life. This makes a lot of sense, considering how Nietzsche thought a lot of people react very, very poorly to suffering and hardship. A large amount of Nietzsche's writing is dedicated to just how important it is to have some means of coping with suffering, and thus to stave off the despair of nihilism. If you believe interpreters like Bernard Regenster, this is the main theme of Nietzsche's entire body of work, though I don't know if personally I would go that far. Additionally, Nietzsche appears to be sharing something that he specifically has learnt. After all, the aphorism does refer back to him, and we get some clues as to how he thinks this ought to be achieved later in the chapter. A few lines later, we get the following aphorism, which seems pretty closely related to this one. If we possess our why of life, we can put up with almost any how. Man does not strive after happiness, only the Englishman does that. A connection is thus made between meaning, or why, and the ability to make yourself stronger. The section concludes with the statement, formula of my happiness. A yes, a no, a straight line, a goal. We can see some of the connections between the original aphorism and these later ones. It's not that Nietzsche thinks human beings can just naturally take things that don't kill them and thus make themselves stronger almost unconsciously. It's that with the right philosophical and psychological setup, someone can learn to rejoice in the burdens they take on rather than shirking them or lamenting them. The military theme here is also very important. Nietzsche quite often appeals to military metaphors to frame his particular philosophical approach. In the foreword to Twilight of the Idols, he reveals his own philosophical motto, which is, "The spirit grows, strength is restored by wounding." Importantly, the Latin word he uses here is virtus, which is not just strength, but specifically a kind of masculine or soldier-like strength that is often associated with the military in classical Roman literature. It comes from the Latin word for a man, vir. So Nietzsche is somewhat relating his metaphorical military school of life with his own philosophical project. With all of this context, the maxim reads a lot more like a conditional promise than an observation about humanity as it exists. It's less an ode to general human resilience and more a vow that Nietzsche is taking to not allow suffering to break him. This is especially pertinent to Nietzsche as he suffered from intense chronic pain for much of his life. And it is worth noting, this theme of transforming suffering has always been there in Nietzsche's writings. His first major work, The Birth of Tragedy, was partly about how Greek dramatists transmuted the sufferings of the world into great art, and so made those sufferings more bearable and more beautiful. In Thus Spake Zarathustra, the first metamorphosis of the Übermensch is the camel, who is said to celebrate what they are laden with and ask for more. However, in each case, Nietzsche thinks these are pretty exceptional people. One of the reasons why he admires pre-Socratic Greece or his theoretical Übermensch is precisely because they can do what most other people have not been able to do: rejoice in something horrible and not let it cast them into despair. So, this line is a lot less reassuring than it might first seem. It's not saying that whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but that whatever doesn't kill the ideal follower of Nietzschean philosophy would make them stronger. It's more of an aspiration than a comfort, and it's conditional on whether you think that Nietzsche's whole philosophical system actually works. But now for a misunderstanding that I see used online all the time. 3. The Paradox of Tolerance, Karl Popper. Personally, I don't know how Karl Popper would feel about his main legacy in the online eye being the paradox of tolerance. Within philosophy, he's much more appreciated for his contributions to the philosophy of science, where he outlined his famous falsification principle. That, in order for a statement to be scientific, it must make falsifiable predictions, which now seems almost borderline common sense. It really has filtered into the general way that we view science today. However, we find the paradox of tolerance in a mere footnote in a huge 700-page work, The Open Society and Its Enemies. The quote most closely associated with this idea is, "The paradox of tolerance. unlimited tolerance must lead to the disappearance of tolerance. If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerance will be destroyed, and tolerance with them. First, let's go over this idea as it often appears in popular discourse, and then how it actually appears in the work itself. The paradox of tolerance in popular parlance is that if you have a society of total tolerance, then this will eventually lead to tolerance disappearing, since intolerant ideas will eventually take hold. Thus, we should not allow the expression of intolerant ideas within a tolerant society. At first glance, it's easy to see how you might get this impression from the fragment we quoted above. I should also mention that the definition of intolerance that's often used in popular presentations isn't quite the definition that Popper is using. Popper tends to mean intolerance here to mean the kind of people who, if they took over a society, would severely limit free expression and turn it into a dictatorial or tyrannical state. Now, you can think what you want about this argument. You might even think it's a very good one and want to put up an independent defense of it. My point is, it's not what Popper says. It's not even what he says in that footnote, let alone the main body of the text. Let's quote from the very next line of the book. I do not imply, for instance, that we should always suppress the utterance of intolerant philosophies. As long as we can counter them by rational argument and keep them in check by public opinion, suppression would certainly be most unwise. But we should claim the right to suppress them if necessary, even by force. For it may easily turn out that they are not prepared to meet us on the level of rational argument. They may forbid their followers to listen to rational argument because it is deceptive, and teach them to answer arguments by the use of their fists or pistols. Immediately, the tenor of the point that Popper is trying to make is rather different. It's not that intolerant ideas should never be tolerated, even with Popper's already more stringent definition of intolerance, but that intolerant ideas that are going to be enforced by violence and potentially topple a free society should certainly not be tolerated. It's also not a major part of Popper's philosophy, and he's pretty clear that this is a last resort policy to prevent the erosion of fundamental freedoms, rather than something to use at will or particularly frequently. We can also see what Popper is getting at, because the paradox of tolerance is only one of 3 paradoxes that he discusses in this chapter. The other 2 are the paradox of democracy and the paradox of freedom. The paradox of democracy is that a democratic system may vote to give up their democratic mandate, and instead concede powers to a tyrannical dictator. And the paradox of freedom is that unlimited freedom may lead to the extreme freedom of the strongest and most powerful in society to use that power to tyrannize those with less power than them. In both cases, the slavish devotion to the extremes of a principle undermine the execution and spirit behind that principle. Popper views these as just one variant on paradoxes of self-reference, which include the liar paradox, i.e. this sentence is false, as well as Russell's paradox in set theory. And again, it is in these discussions of paradoxes that we can see how the more simplistic interpretations of the paradox of tolerance are probably misunderstanding what Popper means. Popper does not think that the paradox of tolerance means that we should ourselves outlaw intolerant ideas or use state power to do this. Rather, it just shows we should occasionally make necessary adjustments in order to safeguard the principles of tolerance within a free society, and that might occasionally mean meeting force with force and violence with violence. His solutions to these paradoxes are largely about small adjustments and institutional safeguards, as opposed to broad sweeping changes to societal principles. Perhaps the greatest misconception here actually isn't to do with Popper at all, but rather how the paradox of tolerance ought to be resolved. I quite often see people online invoke the paradox of tolerance as if the answer is clear, and that their interpretation of Popper just settles the issue. Setting aside the fact that quite often the interpretation of Popper that's given is at least pretty questionable, the paradox is not generally seen as having a neat, uncontroversial solution. For example, thinkers often disagree over when exactly a society should clamp down on intolerant ideas, or when an idea qualifies as intolerant. John Rawls thought it was only if there is an immediate threat to society itself, and that not fighting against these ideas using force would lead to the collapse of the free society in the first place, whereas other thinkers have set the bar lower. Famously, Herbert Marcuse thought that tolerance itself was a misguided aim, saying that it allowed for the toleration of policies, conditions, and modes of behavior which should not be tolerated because they are impeding, if not destroying, the chances of creating an existence without fear and misery. Obviously, this is setting the bar far lower. Although these thinkers are not talking about the issue as raised by Popper or in Popperian terms, the point is that thinkers still substantially disagree on the limits of tolerance within a society. And to claim that there's an easy answer to these things is, at the very least, I would argue, a little bit premature. Separate from any direct misunderstanding, I wanted to talk about this idea because I think it is often used to flatten a series of really quite complex issues around free expression, free action, tolerance, and state intervention, and treat them as if they can just be settled by a pithy soundbite like, "Don't tolerate intolerance." I worry that what was originally a very interesting idea brought up by one of the greatest philosophers of the 20th century has slowly morphed into a sort of thought-terminating cliché. But anyway, onwards to one of the best-known ideas in the whole of philosophy. 4. Plato's cave. Plato. This has become an iconic image in philosophy. It's used in popular discourse to just sort of broadly denote someone having an epiphany, or otherwise ascending from some less enlightened existence. It's a little bit like how some people will tell you to wake up or invoke imagery from the Matrix if they think that your worldview is fundamentally faulty or underdeveloped. Plato's cave has kind of melded with these general images, and now just seems to mean having a profound realization of some kind. However, this is far from how Plato himself conceived of the cave. He had something a little bit more esoteric, epistemic, and somewhat metaphysical in mind. Plato tells this story as he's elucidating his program of education for the ruling class of this ideal city that he's designing in the Republic. And the journey is not in 2 parts, being in the cave and then out of the cave, but in 4 parts. The first part is that famous picture of the people chained up watching shadows dance along a wall. Plato argues that if you've been trapped there your entire life, you wouldn't think there was anything outside of these shadows. The shadows correspond to the lowest form of understanding in Plato's worldview, where we only grasp how things appear without inquiring into how they actually are. So, if someone thought that their opinion and reality were just the same thing, or couldn't distinguish between appearances and real things, they would be at this stage. The second part is when a prisoner breaks free and sees the puppets and the fire that cast the shadows on the wall. This corresponds to the second stage of understanding, where we've learnt to see physical objects roughly as they are. That is, we can see past the mere appearance of physical things. We're no longer fooled by simple illusions or take how things seem for their genuine being. At the same time, our understanding is not yet reflective. We are still stuck in the sensible world, and Plato thinks that is not all there is to reality. If we ascend beyond this point, we can reach the intelligible world and actually climb out of the cave. The third stage is maybe the most controversial regarding how people interpret it. Here, our prisoner emerges from the cave, but is dazzled by the light, and so they can't observe the outside world directly, but rather see things from the outside world reflected in the water or the shadows that they cast on the ground. The word Plato associates with this stage is dianoia, or discursive thought. This is where we've learnt to abstract patterns from our observations, create general rules and operations, and engage in logical and mathematical reasoning, without really grasping what Plato thinks is the true nature of reality. Plato also thinks that this stage involves the heavy use of diagrams and models. Finally, the prisoner's eyes adjust to the new light, and they can gaze upon what Plato calls the forms. These are the abstract objects that Plato thinks reveal the true nature of reality itself and things in themselves. So while there are imperfect triangles down on Earth, in the world of the forms, there is the perfect triangle, with 3 perfectly straight sides. There are also perfect forms of concepts like man or justice. Right at the very top, there is the form of the good, which Plato represents using the image of the sun. This is the highest point of Plato's metaphysics, and it's what he thinks that philosophers should generally be striving towards. Plato thinks we can't grasp the forms with our physical senses, but that they can eventually be understood via the human intellect. It's perhaps unsurprising that we've let go of the details of this image, because we no longer really think about most concepts in this Platonic way, except maybe for certain mathematics. However, the reason I wanted to include it here is because whereas a lot of popular uses of the cave analogy just contrast the first stage and the final stage, Plato emphasizes that we increase our understanding gradually, with long study and careful practice. Plato thought that the kind of education that would allow people to reach this level of understanding where they fully emerge from the cave would last at least 35 years, and possibly even 50. Plato was not talking about one single moment of enlightenment, nor was he saying that he and his mates were the ones that had already emerged from the cave and could now lecture the rest of us lowly cave dwellers. Instead, it signified a long and arduous process of education that eventually culminates in wisdom if it's done well. The appropriate character to embody Plato's cave is probably not someone like Neo, who wakes up from the Matrix in a single moment, but someone like, I don't know, Master Oogway from the Kung Fu Panda films, who's only attained his level of knowledge and understanding through decades of careful learning. Of course, that rarely makes for as action-packed a story, but it is probably closer to the way that high levels of learning actually do occur in the real world. And if there's such a thing as wisdom, it's probably more closely attained in this way. But anyway, on to the next one. 5. The Tabula Rasa. John Locke. The tabula rasa has become synonymous with the philosophy of the empiricist Enlightenment thinker John Locke. Tabula rasa is Latin for blank slate, though this isn't actually Locke's phrase, and he instead used the term white paper. Locke simply meant this to refer to his theory that we are created without any pre-existing ideas or experiences. He was arguing against contemporary innatist thinkers who thought that we were born with certain ideas already imbued within us. He was opposing the work of thinkers like Descartes, as well as theologians who had often posited that we were all born with the innate knowledge of God and the idea that we should worship Him. Right, now for the misconceptions. Oftentimes, the confusion arises because the term blank slate or white paper seem to suggest that there are no fixed facts about human mind. That is, everything we are psychologically is just down to socialization or nurture, with little to no nature component. I've sometimes seen people say that Locke thought human beings could be made to do whatever you wanted, as long as you controlled their experiences and their environment. That, for Locke, a person was like putty and could be remade in any way with no consideration for innate capacities or dispositions or any properties that were fixed by human nature or that they were born with. This paints Locke as a kind of budding social engineer, just waiting to reshape humanity according to his abstract and inscrutable designs. This is a far broader concept than Locke ever proposed, or indeed that almost any Enlightenment thinker ever proposed. Locke did not think that humans have no innate capacities or tendencies, and in fact, these capacities form a key part of his epistemology. He suggests we all have the innate ability to combine ideas, to abstract from particular cases to general principles, and to remember and compare things. Without these, he thinks we would never be able to learn from our experiences. He doesn't think that we gain these capacities from experience itself. He thinks we are born with them. We can think of it a little bit like sight. Everyone knows that humans are, in general, born with eyes, and with the potential to see. However, that doesn't mean that humans are born already knowing particular images. Locke is arguing against the second of these kinds of proposition, not the first. This is further clarified by a quote just a few pages after his reference to the human mind as a white paper. I think you'll agree that if a child were kept in a place where he never saw any color but black and white till he was a man, he would have no ideas of scarlet or green, any more than a person has an idea of the taste of oysters or of pineapples if he has never actually tasted either. This is pretty clear that he's talking about ideas and not dispositions. Because Locke also never denied that humans might have innate proclivities in their behavior. He thought we had a tendency to avoid pain, for example, and thought that different people had different natural aptitudes for different types of activity. For example, He says that the love a parent has for their children has been ordained by nature. In his essay, Some Thoughts Concerning Education, he takes pains to discuss the different kinds of abilities and temperaments a child can naturally have, and why this matters for the purposes of their education. This is markedly different from the idea that all human behavior is totally socially conditioned. I think that another contributing factor to the misunderstanding is that Locke was a really prolific writer and thinker, and so wrote on both epistemology and politics. And so this explicitly epistemic idea about how humans acquire concepts has been treated as if it were part of a grand political project. But these are very separate ideas. I wanted to include this one because I've seen a large number of people online argue that a key theme of the Enlightenment was that people were infinitely malleable and so could be socially conditioned to behave however you want. And many of them cite this Lockean tabula rasa idea as evidence of this. But infinite malleability was not really an Enlightenment idea at all. At best, it was floated by a few French thinkers over the course of the 18th century, and even then was a really quite fringe position. As far as I can tell, the idea of the human being as infinitely or near infinitely malleable is a much more modern one that largely grew out of a certain technological and psychological attitude in the late 19th and early 20th century. It's most closely associated with movements like psychological behaviorism. And while there are slight murmurs of it in the Enlightenment, it was certainly not Locke's position. And to characterize it as some sort of defining feature of Enlightenment thinking is, to my mind, massively overstating things. But next, we return to the ancient world to visit the father of Western philosophy. 6. All I know is that I know nothing. Socrates. I absolutely love this quote, and I'm somewhat heartbroken to report that, just like many others on this list, Socrates never uttered these exact words. We'll get on to what he did say in a second, but first we'll cover what I take to be the misconception. The main way I see this phrase interpreted online is as a kind of skeptical mantra, a declaration that you are aware that we can't really know anything, and thus must maintain a permanent uncertainty about everything we believe or pretend that we know. Socrates' virtue, on this picture, was to know that he didn't know anything, and it was by this professed ignorance that he was proclaimed the wisest man in Greece. However, we can immediately see that this is not quite what Socrates must have meant, because in many Socratic dialogues, he does profess to know. He says he knows why no philosopher should fear death, why no one aims directly for what is bad for them, and why the wise man is happier than the unwise one. These are knowledge claims and are totally incompatible with a characterization of Socrates as deliberately never claiming to know anything at all. So what exactly was Socrates aiming at here? Well, if we look at the original passage from the Apologia, we find that he's not so much talking about permanent ignorance, but rather the dangers of thinking that you already know too much. The statement comes in the middle of a story that Socrates is telling about how he managed to get so many people to be so angry with him and his philosophies. In this passage, he is talking to a man who called himself wise. When I examined this man, my experience was something like this. I thought that he appeared wise to many people, and especially to himself, but he was not. I then tried to show him that he thought himself wise, but that he was not. As a result, he came to dislike me, and so did many of the bystanders. So I withdrew, and thought to myself, I am wiser than this man. It is likely that neither of us knows anything worthwhile, but he thinks he knows something when he does not, whereas when I do not know, neither do I think I know. So I'm likely to be wiser than he, to this small extent. So already we have a provision on Socrates' side. It's not that he thinks he knows absolutely nothing, but rather he is simply more conscious of the areas where he is ignorant than this other man, and that this does make him wiser in some sense. The next few sections also offer some context as to what Socrates meant by these admissions of ignorance. He says he went to consult with some other supposedly wise people to discover how they justified their wisdom. He went to poets and statesmen and found that while they could write beautiful poetry and govern effectively, they often overestimated their knowledge, and stretched it to places where they didn't have much understanding at all. Again, we see that the problem is not claims to knowledge per se, but rather being unaware of where your own knowledge happens to run out. The same goes for the craftsman, who Socrates visits next. There, he saw how much more they knew about matters of craft than he did. And yet, the good craftsmen seem to me to have the same fault as the poets. Each of them, because of his success at his craft, thought himself very wise in other, most important pursuits, and this error of theirs overshadowed the wisdom they had. This is much more likely to be Socrates' target. Not knowledge itself, but intellectual arrogance. But next, we'll move on to one of the most controversial thinkers ever, and one of his most controversial statements. If you want to help me make more videos like this, then please consider becoming a subscriber to the channel, or if you're feeling very generous, to the Patreon. The links are in the description. 7. Religion is the opium of the masses. Karl Marx. Now, whenever you mention Karl Marx on the internet, there is a tendency for otherwise incredibly reasonable people to become really quite incensed. So do be aware, this is an exercise in the history of ideas. Whether you think Marx is the 19th century equivalent of Jesus Christ or the devil himself, or somewhere in between, we can surely discuss history without losing our collective marbles about it. This quote is from one of Marx's posthumously published works entitled Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, which is a critique of something that Hegel had written years earlier. Despite writing it in 1843, earlier in his career and before he penned either the Communist Manifesto or Das Kapital, Marx never published it in full, only publishing the introduction, and the introduction does contain this quote. This is thought to be because when he did publish the introduction, that didn't sell well, and thus he didn't decide to publish the rest of the book. But this may also suggest that this doesn't necessarily reflect Marx's mature views. It could also be that he just lost interest in the topic. This is often invoked by both fans and detractors of Marx as evidence of Marx's total contempt for religion, that he thought religion was merely a tool of oppression used to keep workers in line. I've even heard people say that Marx wanted to ban religion altogether via state intervention. This is partly shaped by the fact that the German word Volk here has been translated as masses, whereas most people think it's better rendered as people, which doesn't have the same kind of condescending air to it. I also imagine that this reading of the quote has been influenced by some later socialist thinkers who were intensely anti-religious, like Lenin, or earlier thinkers who had influenced Marx, like the French writer Diderot. Lenin famously instituted state atheism as a policy in the USSR, and while it remained legal to have faith in private, it became increasingly difficult to hold religious assemblies or distribute certain religious texts. Lenin also seemed to think that religion itself was oppressive. That is, that religion was used directly to manipulate people and keep them from rising up.
Come
by the
on.
most powerful in society. However, in the full passage, Marx gives us a bit more context as to what he means. Religion is, indeed, the self-consciousness and self-esteem of man who has not yet won through to himself. Religious suffering is, at one and the same time, the expression of real suffering and the protest against real suffering.
Next time,
religion is the
before
sigh
coming
of the
to a
oppressed
job
creature,
interview.
the heart of a heartless world, and the soul of
I'm
soulless
gonna log out.
It is the
I'm getting
opium of
tired.
the people.
I'll see you guys in the
abolition of
morning.
Religion, as the illusory happiness of the people, is the demand for their real happiness. To call on them to give up their illusions about their condition